And as you can tell, probably just from hearing me talk, I'm not much of a reader. That's just a self depreciating joke. And so
Okay,
is
but you
explaining
you
it.
do believe in the God of the Bible, though, correct?
Well, see, that's just it. I think the revelation is progressive because in the garden, you've got God kind of walking around looking for them. And then
Mm,
Isaiah can't even
Oh,
look
that's
at
a
him. He's like,
baby.
he's
all
too
right,
holy.
hold
Get
on,
him
That's a
away from
baby.
me.
hold on a second.
Baby.
Hold on. We only
It's a
talk
simple question.
to people that are currently believer in the Bible, or currently believer in the God, are atheists, or deconstructing from the God of the Bible. Do you fit in any one of those categories?
Deconstructing, I don't think there is a God of the Bible. I think the Bible is different revelations from different people. So I don't think it's a consistent God throughout. I think that's a category
N-
error or that's some
Hold
sort
on,
of
sir. I understand what you.
incorrect
I'm.
sentence.
Hold on. I'm asking you. Do you fit into any one of those categories? Are you a believer? Are you an atheist? Or are you deconstructing from the God of the Bible?
I'm a believer who understands there is no God of the Bible. That's just a human dogma that we put on it. The
Okay.
Bible is not the word
Okay,
of
so
God.
we can't talk to you.
Okay. So the
So,
God.
If you need it
d-
explained to you simply, Nelly, we're going to need to talk to somebody else, or I guess I got to go because it ain't.
Yeah, yeah, because you don't actually fit
Answer with
into
those,
this.
it's
You don't fit in this
it has
conversation. You
can't
don't fit in it.
comprehend the new.
Oh my God, damn! Why they make it so hard?
okay.
Wow, it's a simple question.
One
Am
simple
I
question.
echoing or anything?
Mm-mm.
I'm not. It sounds like it's my headphones. It sounds like I'm echoing. You see anybody else in the guest box?
Yes. Hold on a second. That person did it. Let's try this person. Well, they bounced out. Rocco is a subscriber. Rocco, are you in the box on purpose? Hold on.
What happened? What's up to the YouTube fam? What's up? Satan was framed. Oh my god, I love that name. Boss Domo, Silly Goose, Shodan. What's up? I see you slowly getting your strength back, but you're finally on the mend. I'm glad to hear it. Okay, I'll check it. I'll check it. I'm glad to see you here tonight. What's up, Hillwood? What happened with that one?
Hell, we couldn't get past him being a believer or non-believer or atheist or anything. He says, "I'm a believer, but I believe that the God of the Bible don't exist."
What?
I'm like, yeah. I'm like, hold on. I'm trying to. I couldn't clarify it.
Oh, he came up to just crash out.
Pretty much.
Oh, okay. He must be bored or having religious psychosis or something. I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know why you back in the request box. You missed your shot, homeboy. You missed your shot. I mean, nobody is finna fucking play with your grown ass. If you telling the truth, Julie, bring your motherfucking ass up on the stage. Stop hiding in the fucking comments. I don't want to see Bible baby. I want to see Julie in the request. Oh, because you scared? Like only a fucking coward would come in here and make accusations and not have the fucking confidence to come and fucking prove what the fuck you're saying, Julie. Come and prove it with your scary ass. Nobody fucking wants your scary ass. Bible baby, the answer is no. My spaghetti just got done. Hold on. Hold on, I'll be right back.
All right. Yeah, Bible baby, you had your chance. We couldn't get nowhere. We couldn't even get past go. So maybe next time. Oh wow, we got the likes up to 52K. Wow, that was fast. Thank you guys for all the gifts.
Oh, that was
Appreciate it.
real fast.
What'd you say?
I said that was real fast. Thank y'all. Thank y'all. My husband's snoring, y'all.
And the crazy thing about it is that, like, if I was so much as lying and they could prove it, they wouldn't just come in the comments to say that shit. Like, you know what I'm saying?
Right.
If they didn't see that I was even worth them proving me wrong, they would just fucking ignore me. Right? I wouldn't matter. But what they do is they come into my comments. One guy said, as soon as I saw the purple bubble, I knew this was going to be a waste of energy and data. I said, yeah, you spent the energy and the data to hit comment and type this shit. That is fucking hilarious. If it's a waste, you know what I do? I fucking scroll. I don't go into the comments to tell them, oh, I wasted my time watching this. If it's somebody I don't like and I see their PFP, I fucking scroll immediately. I don't waste time commenting to tell them this is a waste of time. I'm going to scroll. The reason y'all do that is because you're invested in me. I'm in your fucking head. I'm in your fucking skin. You're up at night with me because you can't fucking sleep. That's why. You're a coward, Julie. And you're probably some damn man hiding behind a woman's PFP, too fucking scared to get talked shit to as a man by a woman. That's what the fuck you are. That's a fake ass PFP, and you are a whole ass man, probably. Hold on. Yep. Yep. Fake PFP. You are a whole ass motherfucking man. Hiding behind a woman. From a woman.
Wow.
That's why your ass won't come up, you scary motherfucker. Yes, the fuck you are. You are a whole ass man hiding behind a woman's PFP, scared to come talk to a woman. And I bet you your motherfucking ass is be baptized and what's his name? The motherfucker that keep running from the stage. Be baptized and believe. Is that his name?
Be baptized.
The guy, the one that is scared to talk to me on Mama Bash Live. He keep running from me. He keep dropping if I'm on stage. What's his name?
That's him. Be baptized.
Be
Be baptized.
I don't know why I want to say be baptized and be bothered, but be baptized and believe. That's probably you scary motherfucker. You up there begging people, if I come up, I don't want to talk to Thinker. I scared. The boogie monster, you got the boogie monster on stage.
Damn.
That's crazy. Damn, I'm gonna have to shove this food down. I don't even feel like eating. There ain't nothing, but Crystal, there ain't nothing to be scared of. It's a conversation. That's all it is. I don't even tell them not to believe in a God. I don't know what the hell is wrong with them.
Yeah, I find that strange. Nobody up here tells them to not believe. Nobody tells them to stop praying. No one tells them to stop going to church. That just kills me.
They're afraid of critical thinking and logic.
Yeah, that's what it is.
Because they're infatuated with me, and their infatuation is from a place of hate. It's from a place of hate. It's like their God is their whole entire identity. And it's like high school shit. If somebody says, I don't like your God, they hear, I don't like you. If when they hear the story is illogical, they hear, you are illogical. because this is what you believe. And so it's like high school kids feeling like they're being bullied, feeling like they're being rejected because you reject what they believe in. That's why they respond the way they respond. And then a lot of them has never healed from being bullied in school, has never healed from people not seeing them as the cool guy or whatever.
Right.
Which I'm not making fun of that because that shit ain't no joke. But
No.
that's why a lot of them attach to this. And when you attack that, it feels like they're being attacked again from school.
Mm-hmm.
I'll tell you be baptized if you come on stage with your scary ass. What was it for you, be baptized? Why do you shake when women's voices have power in it? When they enunciate? When they're intelligent? Why does that scare you so fucking much? I find it interesting that you had to hide behind a woman's PFP as a whole ass man, and then thinking that a woman wouldn't figure that shit out. I find that interesting. Like, you think women are stupid? They've been waiting 2 years for that shit. Look at Dillahunty. Dillahunty be going for 20. Either their God ain't real or he don't love their ass. You know, another thing that I was thinking about, I was in Constant Ponders Live. Thank y'all so much for the gifts. Keep tapping it up, y'all. Again, we're only here till 7 a.m. If you are a believer, if you're deconstructing or an atheist, y'all, the guest box is open. Of course, 21 and up. But I was in Constant Ponders Live yesterday, and his topic was God being love or something like that. And there was that guy Brandon. Nelly, I don't think you were in here when Brandon was on stage. I think it was Kalu.
Yeah, I was gonna say I done South Bay yet.
Y'all, tell me, you know who I'm talking about, Selena?
Yeah, the one with that suit on and his PFP.
Now he's a Sephardic Jew
When that happened?
in Constance Live. He went from Mama Bash Live to not knowing Hebrew to going to Constance Live saying, I don't want to bring up the Hebrew and I don't want to discuss it in Hebrew because I don't want to confuse y'all.
Oh my God, he's pathological.
He's a pathological liar. But and I don't know if he thinks that he can like wrap himself in the intelligence of actual intelligent people and pretend that he actually has this education and that he's intelligent. Like, I think that's what he think he could do. Like, I don't know.
Faking the funk.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like, education is not one thing that you can fake until you make it. Like that.
No.
It's not what it don't work like that. But yeah, he was on stage, he was saying a whole bunch of dumb shit. But while he was on stage, Quan was eating his ass up. And y'all know how Quan do. Quan was eating his ass up. And he brought up a scripture that he didn't fucking know. So Quan asked him questions about the scripture, and he was like, well, just tell me what happens next. And Quan was like, I'm not telling you shit. And she was like, this is your scripture. You brought it up. And he was like, give me the scripture. Tell me where it's at in the Bible. And Quan was like, I'm not telling you a motherfucking thing. You know how to Google. She's like, this is your scripture. And she told the people in the comments not to tell him what the scripture was, right? But of course, a believer named Takesha, who, by the way, just hates my guts because I am who I am, I guess. She gives him the scripture right as Quan said it. Right after Quan says, don't give him the scripture. And she's been like, what I noticed about her is that she just goes with whatever the believer says on stage. No thought whatsoever. She gives when they have bad behavior. She's a black woman. She gives when they have bad behavior, and she glories in the dishonesty of the believer. And I've watched her do that from live to live over the last couple of days. And so when she gave him the scripture after Quan asked him not to, I thought about how the God protects the deceiver and, stumps out the integrity, right? Hanging with or protecting those in the covenant, even through deception, it's what matters. And I was thinking about that, and about how that is seen as love to a believer. The love your neighbor as you love yourself, right? It's love your neighbor as you love yourself, and as a facade, where it means love everybody in the world, unless they're anti-Christian. If they're anti-Christian, then deception is above. Deception goes above. The love goes to the Christian, even if deception is the mechanism for that. And I thought about how, even going further, for this God to command for humans who are flawed, like we're just flawed humans, not because the book says we were born in sin. Humans are flawed. We do fuck shit.
Naturally.
Right, naturally. We don't have emotional intelligence unless we work on that shit, right? We make mistakes because we don't know the future, and we risk, we gamble with a lot of the decisions that we make in life. And then sometimes we just do fuck shit because of our selfishness, desire, or whatever. We're just flawed humans. But for a God to command these flawed humans to make a commitment and be loyal to one person for eternity is another form of deception, but like it's a way for the God to cause more suffering on earth. Does that make sense? Because this is the reason why there's hurt and pain when a person cheats. Like, why would a God expect flawed humans to make a commitment to only have sex with one person their whole fucking life? Does that make sense?
No.
It doesn't. And that expectation is what causes a lot of pain, a lot of mental trauma. Because humans are going to fuck up on that. They're going to fuck up. And I'm not saying every human will,
Right.
but humans will. And then you might not cheat, but you're going to get tired of this motherfucker.
Yeah.
A lot of women just stop having sex because it's like, now, like, this shit is boring now. You get bored. You get like monotonous, like, oh, get up, go to work, go home. Get up, go to work, go to church, go home. And that's what the God commanded humans to do. That creates more suffering. And that's what the God calls love. That don't make sense.
Honestly, if you really, really think about it, in order for you to serve this God in its entirety, you're going to suffer. Ain't no getting around that. You definitely going to suffer. If you don't, you might not suffer physically, but you definitely going to suffer mentally and emotionally.
Yeah, because the God is orchestrating it. Even that expectation. But it seems like from Yahweh, the only person expected to have that type of expectation of loyalty are women, because men are allowed to step outside and have multiple sex partners, because the God knows that one person for life is hard to do. So he allows the men to have multiple partners. It's the women who are expected to expect this loyalty from a man.
Mm.
And then in Christianity, the expectation is to be loyal if you get married. But then if a man steps out, it's let's gather around him and forgive him. And woman, it's your responsibility to heal your husband. Pray for your husband.
Yeah.
Right? But if she steps out, she's a whore, she's a Jezebel, she's no good, she caused a good man to fall. She's straight up demonized if she breaks the loyalty, the covenant. But he's not. He's giving grace. And I think
Right.
because the men, much like how in the Israelite cult, the Israelites are the demigods on earth. In Christianity, the men are the demigods in the story, and they get the grace that the Israelites used to get from the God. The men get the grace in Christianity.
Well, it makes sense. I mean, yeah. That's yeah. That does make sense. I mean, I can't.
Love is a tool of suffering for this God. Like I don't see how it could be seen as a good thing. It's a it's one of his tools to cause suffering on earth. Think about how many men have killed their significant others because the pain is too much for them to bear. How many women have snapped and killed their significant others because the pain is too much for them to bear. Love, love, love hurting is crazy as fuck. And then that being the command from a God. And then on top of that, he had to command humans to love him, had to create an agreement and command humans to be loyal to him. It's not natural. It's not something easy to do. That doesn't make any fucking sense.
Yeah, I don't. I mean, and I really don't think that believers see that to claim the love to this God, you have to accept some awful things. I mean, literally, you have to accept awful things. You know,
Which they do. And
yeah.
they say, I can't judge God. We had a conversation with a 70-year-old pastor on Mama Bash's live. And he came up to talk about what does Christianity do to the mind. The whole time, his worry was judging the God. That was his worry.
Wow.
So, like, he would answer questions, but he was being very careful to make sure that he wasn't put in the judgment seat to judge his God. But
Oh, absolutely.
when I asked him to judge Satan, he did with no problem. And I asked him why, and he said because he is the deceiver. I said, okay, let's investigate that claim. First, Bash had asked him how many immoral acts would Bash have to do before Sydney called him an immoral person, and Bash said just one act. And he said no, and Bash said how many, and he said I would say 3 strikes you're out. So Bash was like, okay, as a human, I would have to create 3 immoral acts before you deem me to be an immoral person. And Sydney said yes. And so he said, okay, now you're God. Sydney, like, he fought against that at first. He didn't want to answer the question. He didn't want to go there, but eventually he did. And he said that his God would have to create 6 million immoral acts before he would deem his God immoral. Now, granted, the reason why Bash allowed him to go up to 6 million is because God is eternal, right? Yahweh is eternal. And so giving it an even playing field, because Yahweh lives for fucking ever and like never ever was created or whatever. It would have to be a whole lot. So he let him go up that high. 6 million immoral acts before he would deem him as immoral. So, and we have, that in the Bible. He killed millions of people for no shit, for nothing, right? And he still wouldn't call the God immoral. And then when we got to Satan and investigating the claim that Satan is the deceiver, I asked him, I said, what did Satan do to make him a deceiver? And he said, well, the garden. He went straight to the garden. I said, so in the very beginning, the first thing Satan does, he becomes the deceiver. And he said, yes. I said, okay. So in Ezekiel 14:9, and I read it to him, and I said, Yahweh making a declaration, putting his hand up, saying, I, Yahweh, have deceived that prophet. I said, so Satan deceived in the garden. Yahweh is making a declaration that he deceived the prophet. Therefore, Yahweh is a deceiver too. He said, no. I said, why not? He said, because one deception doesn't make God a deceiver. I said, but one deception makes Satan a deceiver. And he thought about it. He's like, no, you're right. I said, okay, cool. Yahweh won, Satan won. Nobody's a deceiver at this point. And so I said, give me the second deception that Satan did in the Bible. So he goes to Jesus and Satan in the wilderness being tempted. He said he tempted Jesus. That's deception. I said, temptation isn't always deception. I said, what was the deception that Satan did while he was tempting Jesus? And he said, well, he told him that he had the authority of the kingdoms of the earth and that he could give it to him. The kingdoms of the world, he could give it to him. I said, how was that a lie? So we walked through where Jesus goes to hell after he dies. He comes back and he says, all authority has been given to me of the nations. Go forth and make disciples of the nations. I said, so I asked him, I said, who has authority over the pagan nations? And he said, well, God has all authority, but he allowed Satan, he permitted Satan to have authority. I said, okay, so he permitted the authority to Satan. And he said, yeah. I said, okay, so Satan didn't lie when he said, I have authority over the kingdoms of the world and it was given to me by your words. Satan didn't lie there. And he said, okay, I see what you're saying. Yeah, you're right about that. I said, okay. And then Jesus, when he dies and he goes to hell for 3 days and he comes back and he has that authority that Satan originally offered him in the wilderness. And he says, yeah. I said, okay, how did Satan lie? What was the deception? And he goes, oh, yeah, you know what? You're right out there. That's not deception. I said, okay. I said, my turn. And so I went to 1 Kings 22, the lying spirits. I said, causing someone to lie and making them a liar for the intent to deceive another person. Is that deception? He said, yes. So we went through 1 Kings. He said, I already know about that. You don't have to tell me, but I still walked him through it. And he was like, he refused to say Yahweh sent the spirits. Yahweh did this. And eventually he said, yes, God did. Yes. I said, okay, so God deception 2, Satan still deception 1. Is God a deceiver yet? He still said no. But guess what he did? So I threw it back to him and I said, okay, your turn. Where is another deception of Satan? He said, you got me. I can't find another deception of Satan in the Bible. I said, so Satan's not a deceiver. He said, this is what I'll give you. I'll change my perception of Satan. I can't back up that he's a deceiver. But I will not say that God is a deceiver right now. I said, well, will you go and investigate it? And when you investigate the claims of your God's nature, are you willing to change? Are you willing to say God did an immoral thing? God is a deceiver, blah, blah, blah. He said yes, but I don't believe him. I don't believe him. But I told him, I said, I think it's interesting that you are willing to change what you think about Satan, but you're not willing to change what you think about your God when the facts line up.
Yeah. And really, technically, you could have really put him in a hole by making that 2-0, because technically he didn't deceive Eve either.
Well, I didn't want to get, because if I had a focused on that, we wouldn't have never got to the. So I just went on ahead and gave it to him
Right.
because the
Just
focus,
give
what
it
you
to
know what
him.
I'm saying? Because we would have been there all night talking about a day and like that's their favorite argument. Like I didn't want to get involved in that, so I just gave it
Right.
to him. Lavere, Lavere, y'all, where y'all at? Y'all know I'm not gonna sit up here and talk all night. Like we've been live for an hour.
Mm-hmm.
We've been live for an hour, and y'all don't want to talk tonight. I could go to sleep. To the person, I need a username on your account before I bring you up. Right now, you're looking like a troll account. Put in a dot right there, like you look like a troll account. So I'm not gonna bring you up. Yeah, but I think it was still like a good conversation. At least it helped me think through some things on how they actually view, right, investigating character claims. And
Right.
as I was telling Fee, I don't think they've ever thought about the phrase character claim. And honestly, we just believe what people say. They'll be like, "Ooh, that girl, she fast as hell. That girl, she'll don't be friends with her. She'll steal your man." And then we just believing it. We looking at people like, and the whole time it's because that person is just jealous because she got better clothes, she has a nice body or a better job, and we just taking people's word for shit, and we don't investigate these character claims that we put on people because
Right.
we've been indoctrinated into just accepting what's told to us about a God and about a Satan, and we've never investigated it. We don't even investigate our pastors.
No.
We don't investigate the writers of the Bible. When I ask believers, why don't you care about the life or the character of the people who's claiming that a God spoke to them and that this is the way you should live? Why don't you care if they lived the way they're telling you what God told them that you're supposed to live? And they say it doesn't matter to me. And I don't understand why that doesn't matter. Yeah, I feel like I'm talking too much. I guess we'll give it another 15 minutes and see what it do. It's almost 400 people in here. Another 70. We got almost 500 people watching the live and nobody requesting up. I'm not the type of person that just talks to the screen. And so let's get some conversations going. Remember, don't sit back and wait on a Christian, because if you sit back and wait on a believer, this is how the live goes. The live is not just for believers. It's not just for opposition. But if you come up, it must be about the topic unless you are a super nerd. If you must be 21 and up, either a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist. I can't. There's no way in hell, Joa, that I've talked to all 2.8 billion believers.
No. That didn't happen. Yeah, it does seem like they just. I know they're there.
If you're deconstructing, this is your time to come up. Hello, Prince Azan. We've had some good conversations, Chuck, about the God of Deception, and the one at the bottom is their favorite. Going to the garden.
I'm gonna give me something to drink.
What is an Anabaptist? What is that? I've never heard of that. A restart ain't gonna change nothing. It's almost 500 people in here. Yala, they not they not coming up because they're either deconstructing and don't have anything to say. No, V. I've not talked to an Amish Mennonite. Y'all don't forget to read chapter 3 of Manasseh and Child Sacrifice for Saturday Sub Only Live. I'm looking forward to seeing what y'all find. Don't forget to use the databases in doing your research. Find one scripture that where a disaster or destruction is blamed on sin. What is the sin? Who is blamed on? What purpose? Who does it benefit? All that stuff. And then investigate the claim. Sharp Sharp Edge,
Edge.
how are you?
Yeah, good night or good morning. Um, I just came up and I'm deconstructing, I believe. I kind of found out about 2 years ago that I'm not so much into the Bible, but I'm more into like spiritual kind of things. And I had a kind of a vision that I had seen an egg in deep space, and I saw a dragon came out from it. And
Sharp Edge. I don't go into spirituality.
Mhm.
Yeah, and as I was saying, if you're deconstructing and you come up and you're not a super nerd, you have to stick to the topics. And so the topics on the board is the God of the Bible is the God of deception, or did God lie to Adam and Eve in the garden to control or to protect them?
Somebody lied, because if that's the case, there wouldn't be any sin in the sense. Well, I don't even know how to really. I'm not a super nerd, so I'll come out of this. Sorry.
When you say there wouldn't be any sin, I thought you said you don't believe in the Bible. You do
I
believe?
really don't. I really don't. But I'm trying to look at how you're looking at it. The Bible. There's something wrong because the serpent who's supposed to be against the God of the Bible is telling the truth. That if you eat the fruit, in one sense, he's telling the fruit that you will die. Maybe she didn't die the same day, but we all live and we die in this time. We all live and we all die, right?
I mean, everybody dies because we're human. Even animals die. Even plants die.
Exactly.
And the thing is, like, I think a lot of times people don't pay attention to the fact that the story says that Adam was created to be a groundskeeper, right? To cultivate the garden and till the ground. There would if death was not a thing and plants didn't die, then why would Adam need to cultivate? Why would Adam need to keep the ground? Death, like, it doesn't make sense to think that death was not a thing prior to that, right? Because
Yeah.
plants die, animals die. They were
Yeah.
always going to die, right? They were created from material things. They were not created as supernatural, eternal beings. And so basically what the story is saying, what Yahweh actually did was block off their life source, right? Which was the tree of life would have extended their life. As long as they ate from that tree, it would have given them eternal life. They would live forever. And so what he did when they found out that having a moral conscience wouldn't kill them, he cut off their life source, and that's what causes them to die and not live forever.
Yeah, that's another point there. It doesn't look like that God wants to let people live forever. Maybe he just wants to live forever.
Well,
Maybe he
what the
feels
question
threatened.
well, what the question is asking is like, why would he want humans to not have a moral conscience, and why was he willing to allow them to live forever without them having their own moral compass? Like, why did this God not want humans to have their own moral compass? As long as they did not know the difference between moral good and moral evil, he was willing to let them live forever. Why?
Probably because he wanted somebody to tend the garden. It's the only way I can see it.
What does morality have to do with farming?
What do you mean morality? You mean like truth?
You don't know what morality is?
Not really, no.
Morality is knowing it's the ability to like critically think about your actions, and it's creating a set of values and principles that govern your behavior and helps you decide whether your behaviors are morally good or morally evil. That's what morality is. Killing someone, is it morally good or morally evil? Feeding the hungry, feeding a hungry person who can't feed themselves, who don't have money, but you have the resources to help. Is that morally good or morally evil to do? Right. That's
First one.
that's what morality is.
It's the first one. So you're saying he wanted, that God of the Bible wanted us to be like robots. He tell us what to do and we just do it and we don't do nothing but that. Is that what you're saying?
Well, that's what I'm asking, right?
Oh, oh,
Because
oh, oh.
like why would a God create humans to not know whether their actions are morally good or morally evil? Like, what benefit does that God get by having a race of humans who have no moral compass, who are living forever?
Why didn't he just tell us to go to eat the tree of life? Then we wouldn't die and we wouldn't have any moral, we wouldn't have any morality. We'd just be working like robots then. It's kind of, I don't know. But I'm asking these questions, but I'm not really like, the knowledge that I have is a little bit different from yours, but I've had a lot of thought about it, and I just believe the Bible is not. I mean, I've been in environments that is crazy. I've seen stuff that is different than everybody else's stuff, apart from where other people may have seen themselves as one of their first memories of actually being in two places more or less at the same time. One is an observer looking up and one is an observer looking down, and both of them was me. I've heard other people has had that experience, but other than that, that's about the only one that the other stuff I've seen, stuff I was able to see through a truck of something that was behind, what was behind it. I've
So
seen,
like this stuff, like what you're saying, right? This is that
yeah,
spiritual stuff that I don't get into,
yeah,
because these are experiences that you have that no one else can investigate them to be true. Right? These are your own personal experiences, and I honestly don't see any value in
right.
discussing them. Right? And like, do you find it interesting that you can talk about this so-called spiritual experience, but this more physical, logical conversation that we're having about this physical book, this physical story, in morality, which is something that affects your physical existence, you're not tracking. Do you find that, are you aware of that?
I'm aware that the tool that they use as the Bible was something that was forced into us. I'm aware that it made us be the way we were for this long time, where we didn't understand, where we still don't understand.
Yeah, that's not what I asked though. What I'm asking is, are you aware that you're not able to have a just a regular conversation about things that actually affect your physical reality? That you're missing the point of the conversation regarding this topic. But when you get to spirituality, you're comfortable, and you know you it's almost as if that's where your entire existence resides, in this spiritual mindset or the spiritual realm. And the physical realm, which is where reality is, you've kind of just like turned off. Does that make sense what I'm saying?
Um, yes, I think the Bible, knowing it after 66 years, it has done that, wherein now I've made a reality of it for 66 years. And now I'm getting away from it because, okay, you have negative and you have positive in this realm that we're in. And I've thought about all of it. I know negative can only go but so far. Once it gets to the full extent of its thing, it gets to chaos. To actually be within chaos and be aware of being in chaos, now you know that there is silence within chaos, but that's the full scope. There's nothing more within that scope, but there's something else over it. So it's like a circle, a very small dot within the larger thing that there is. So it's like there's a creator outside of this circle of this negative, but it works within the operation of positive and negative. This is our scope, the little circle. And we're stuck in this circle, but there's another circle that's out of that I don't really know much about it,
I
but
don't think he
but I
understands
do
what you
know that there
said.
is a circle on the outside of it. So that's what Christianity is. It's really logically finding out what negative and positive is within that circle till it gets to the point of chaos, and after that, chaos has a peaceful moment. All it has is no
Sure.
knowledge. No, just school, man.
No, no,
All it
no,
has is
no, no,
no.
no. You don't
No,
get to tell him to.
no,
No, he's a host. You don't get to. That what?
I
You're
don't.
right now. You're rambling about something, and I have no idea what you're talking about because you're not on topic. Go ahead, Nelly.
No, that's yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say. I was going to try to hit it a different way. Maybe he'll understand it this way. Are you there? Come off mute. You on? There you
I'm
go.
there. I'm here.
Okay, so I think you misunderstood what Thinker was saying. So I'm going to try to tell you, excuse me, in a different way. Let's say that I strapped you, I put the seatbelt on you, and placed you in the seat, and put a seatbelt on you, and let's call that reality. Okay, the reality that we live in, right? What sh- what Thinker is saying is that you keep taking the seatbelt off and jumping out of reality. You jump into a spiritual realm. Do you understand what I'm saying now?
Mm-hmm. Yes.
Yes, so that's what she was talking about. All that what you went into, I I was lost on that conversation. I was. I mean, do you realize that you actually really do that?
Well, look at it this way, right? If you can take your iPhone and see things, take a a video of the sky, for instance. With your own eyes, you just see what you see. It's a clear day, beautiful. But when you do it with the iPhone, you don't see that. You see other things moving around that you cannot observe with your own eye. So you know there's something going on. My
Sharp Edge.
awareness,
What's
my
today?
awareness,
Sharp Edge.
go
Hold on. What's
ahead.
today? What's today?
I think today's Saturday now. Let me see. Friday was yesterday, so I'm retired, so I don't even deal with days or time as such. I think today's Saturday.
Where are you on the continent? Or are you in the U.S.?
I'm in the US.
No, it's not
Oh,
Saturday.
you can't answer a question at all. I just wanted to see if he could answer a question, and I don't think he can. Like,
Yeah,
just any question.
Yeah.
yeah. So I'm gonna take you down.
Cool.
Yeah. I hope you
Thank you
have
for
a.
listening, though.
You're welcome. I hope you have a good day. Okay.
Always.
All right.
Later. You too.
Okay. You see what I'm saying? That's what happens.
Yeah.
And
Yeah.
the like I wonder if believers have ever asked themselves this question: why does your belief system create religious psychosis? Religious psychosis would not exist if religion didn't exist. And usually the majority of people in religious psychosis are people are it's mostly Christians, people who have been indoctrinated into Christianity, but also Islam. I would say the Abrahamic religions. Why does what your God sent what you believe your God created or your God left here for you create so much illness of the mind? There is no such thing as atheist psychosis. Have you ever thought about that? Just like there's not a conversation in this book between your devil and your God going off on your devil the way y'all go off on humans. There's no atheist psychosis.
Did somebody say that?
Say what?
It was an atheist psychosis.
No, I'm asking
Oh,
them why is there so much mental illness associated with their religion? Like if they've ever asked themselves why is there religious psychosis when it comes to their religion? And have they ever thought about the fact that there is no atheist psychosis?
right.
Well, psychopaths and psychosis are not the same thing, though, Bubba. I'm not talking about psychopaths. Philplex,
Yeah,
hi, how are you?
I'm good. How y'all doing?
I'm doing good. How old are you?
44.
And are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm a believer.
Okay.
That a God.
All right. Which one of these topics here do you want to discuss? I'm going to tell you how it works before you pick, okay? The topics are in red. These points here are why I believe this here, okay? If you want to discuss the lie to Adam and Eve, you have to address the main topic first, and then you can address my points in your response to it. This topic here is asking why why the God didn't want Adam and Eve to eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Was it to protect or to control them? So, which one do you want to discuss?
Um, I guess we can start with the first one. Lie to Adam and Eve.
Okay. So the topics are in red. So
Okay, I'm
yeah,
sorry.
yeah. So you address the main topic, and then while you are addressing the main topic, if you want to address my reasons for why I say this, you can. But that's the main topic. The God of the Bible is the God of deception. These are not topics. These are why I think that.
Okay, the gotta let protect, control them.
Like, if you
Well,
want
let's
to,
go
if
with
you,
deception.
okay, go ahead. What are your thoughts on the God of the Bible being the God of deception? You say why? I'm pretty sure you disagree. State like, hey, I disagree with this because X Y Z. It's a discussion, not a debate. But I went
Mhm.
on ahead and put these up here so you would know why I think this or why I feel this way.
Well, I'm assuming you put those up there, being that you have some understanding of what the Bible has to say in regards to the particular subject matters under your points. But obviously, I don't believe it's deception. But I would say I would think that you believe your belief of it being a deception is maybe perhaps based on a lack of understanding truth by means of what the Bible shows, truly shows, I should say.
Sure. Are you saying that I don't understand the definition of deception,
I'm
or
saying, well, I'm saying that
hold
you
on,
have,
hold on.
oh, like,
So you saw how I was quiet while you were talking, and so I'm going to ask that you give me the same respect. As the host, the only time I would interrupt you is if you're going off topic and I need to get you back on topic, or if you're not answering questions. Okay. Other than that, I want to hear what you have to say, and I hope that you can give me the same respect. Okay.
gotcha.
Thank you. So just to clarify, are you saying that I don't understand what deception means, or you're saying just because it fits the definition of deception and the it's not deception because it's in the Bible? What are you saying?
What I'm saying is you have an understanding that has you conclude that it's deception. And what I'm saying is based on what the Bible teaches, there is no deception. So that's why I originally asked you, or was trying to ask, before you gave me the rundown of your picture here. I was going to ask you, what is it that you believe that based on lie to Adam and Eve? Like, what is it of that do you believe is deceptive?
Sure. One of the things that I recently saw as a deception is him telling Adam and Eve that they would die if they gained a moral conscience. And he left out the fact, like he omitted that he was actually going to kill them by cutting off the access to the tree of life. And him not wanting Adam and Eve to gain a moral conscience and convincing them that having the ability to decide morality for themselves, it would cause them to die, is not true. He actually killed them. And the like we know today that being able to know that harming another person is morally evil is it doesn't cause people to die. It actually saves lives. So that it's deceptive to me.
Okay. Um, I'm sure you have some reference to the book that's centered around this topic that will show that he said this to both. Is your understanding that he talked to them both
I don't care.
and
I
said
don't
this?
care if he talked to them both. I don't.
Well,
He said the thing. I don't care who he said it to. I'm not here to like talk about masculinity and men being dominant. I don't care who he said it to. He said it, and it was deceptive. That's the point.
okay. So he spoke to Adam. I'm sorry?
I don't care if he spoke to Adam. That's why I just told you. It's
Well,
just about what he said. It doesn't. Him speaking to Adam does not change the fact that he said it and it's not true. It does not cause you to die. It's not true. He killed them.
So, with him being the creator of everything, everything is based on his determination. Just like you determine your household, right? Are you the head of your household?
Are we talking about what are we talking about? Like, remember what I just talked about. Does having a moral conscience cause you to die? Yes or no?
No.
Right. Is that what he told Adam? That if he ate from the tree that would give him a moral conscience, he would die?
So you see it as a moral conscience.
What is the knowledge of good and evil?
Okay. So, like I was telling you, he gave him some instructions. Eve didn't have those
I
instructions
don't
yet
care
until,
about that.
okay.
What is
So that's the
the
second
question I
time you
asked,
told me.
what, because I told you I'm going to cut you off if
That's
you're
two
going off
times.
topic. You obviously, because for some reason you're not listening well.
I
And I
got you.
tried to give you instructions. I'm going to cut you off if you're going off topic. I don't care about your masculinity. I don't care about your faux
And
dominion.
no, see, ma'am,
That's what,
nobody's
hey,
talking
that,
about
that is that
masculinity.
is what you want to preach about. I don't care about that. The question that I asked you was, what is the knowledge of good and evil? That's the name of the tree. You asked me, so you see it as a moral conscience. Now I need to understand how you see the tree. What is the knowledge of good and evil to you? Mind you, I'm going to start clocking this. Mind you, I'm being civil. Mind you, I've had to say several times what the topic is about and what it's not about. You're on mute, Phil.
I'm going to try this one last time. I need you to understand that I'm not a sexist. I can care less about men and them trying to be dominant. I can care less about women trying to be independent. That's not my angle. So I would appreciate if you're going to allow me to be here and if I'm going to stay here, that you understand that I'm not coming from that angle. It's not a sexist thing. I can care less about that.
Okay, so I don't care if you're
Because
here. I'm going to respond to that. It doesn't matter to me if you're here or not. Okay,
well, I
hold on,
mean,
hold
you
on,
have
hold on.
a
I'm talking. You commented in the comments and asked, "Host, can I come up?" Right,
yeah. I
right.
thought
Hold on,
because of
hold on.
yeah,
So
you.
I don't care if you're here.
I got
Okay,
it.
all
Yeah,
right. If you, it's if you want to be here and you want to talk about this, and I'm not going to just agree to something just because you say it is. Okay, and I hear what I hear when you speak, and I know what's important to you, and what's important to you is that your God talked to the man, and that your God didn't talk to the woman, and that your God gave the man the commandment. I don't
no,
care about that. What we are talking about is what your God said, and whether or not what your God said was true. That's what we're talking about. I don't care who he said it to. And I've said that to you 3 times. So if you can focus the conversation on the topic, okay? And where we are right now in the conversation is you asking me whether I see the tree of the knowledge of good and evil as symbolic for morality, for a moral conscience. And the answer is yes, because it's the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. Now, I need to understand so that this conversation can go further and I understand where you're coming from. How do you see that tree in that story? What is it symbolic for to you in that story?
following instructions.
The tree of the knowledge of good and evil means to follow instructions.
You know what it means to follow instructions?
No, does the tree, so when he say don't eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, he's saying don't gain the ability to follow instructions. Is that what he's saying to them? When,
No,
okay,
that's
what did he
confusing.
command them
What
not
I'm
to
saying
gain?
is,
Okay, what, let me
what
ask this
I'm,
way. What would the
yeah,
tree have given them? Eating from that tree would have given them what?
It gave them what they got.
Which is what?
They ruined their lives.
Right. What did they ruined their lives with what? You eat off of a tree of knowledge of good and evil, and you gain what?
It's not a matter of what you gain.
It is in this
Oh
conversation.
my
Oh
God,
my
he
God.
is.
It is in this conversation.
Okay, so then you've made the tree to be something more than what it was.
So I mean, you're
Because
How
you
saying
so?
feel that because they ate from the fruit, they now have something that God didn't want them to have.
okay when it says
When you
there.
failing to realize that they had everything they needed,
If they okay,
but he separated this particular tree,
okay,
saying, "Don't touch that." There
Because
was no
it
reason
gave
for them to
them the
touch it. But
knowledge
okay.
was there
of good
something
and evil.
was there something relevant about the
Hold on,
tree?
Selena. Hold on.
Other than
That's
okay,
that throws me off, Selena, when you do that. So if you can, like, the yeah, say that again. And Selena, if ever
uh,
you want to say anything, just let me know. You know how, like, you can come in as a host. It's just when
I
he.
didn't realize I was on
Oh,
mute.
okay, all right. Go ahead. What'd you say, Phil? Okay. What?
I'm saying is they had everything they need.
Okay, but I
And
understand that.
the tree,
Right, but
the tree,
when their eyes were opened, Phil, when it says and they ate and their eyes were opened, what does that mean to you?
I tell you what, can you enlighten me?
You're just going to disagree with me. I need to know what, like, why
Oh,
would I,
that's why
why
I
you don't
asked you
agree with the way that
to
I see the
enlighten me.
tree? That doesn't
You
make
haven't said
sense.
nothing. I said enlighten me what that is then.
And Lady Alexander, yes, because there's billions of people in the world. So, yes, the topic still exists. Does that make sense?
No, I'm
I'm not
talking about
talking
what
to
you
you.
just said
I'm
about the
talking to
tree.
Lady Alexander, where people just ask
Oh,
stupid
okay.
questions. But Phil, what does "in their eyes were open" mean to you in that story?
They've lost innocence. So there was another language that was introduced, and I don't mean language as in tongue. I mean a different understanding of truth. So their connection with God and everything he told them, they couldn't have gone wrong. But because they listened to a different language, something contrary to what God was implementing, that's what brought the separation of what's right and what's wrong. There was no wrong prior to that. It was just like a baby. A baby does everything of innocence. They know nothing. And so what happens is once they come aware that you're not supposed to touch the stove because it's hot or put your finger in this, now there's an understanding of two different things.
Did the
But
hot stove
before that,
exist? Did the hot stove exist before the
oh,
baby became aware of it?
I'm pretty sure you understood what I was using that analogy
Yeah,
based on.
yeah,
I think you
right. Did the hot stove
okay.
exist though before the baby became aware that the hot stove would cause pain?
No, the person, the entity that implemented the the action of doing something other than what you were told exists. Okay, so that went over. So the entity, the angel
I just asked
that
you about a
told
hot stove. Why are you talking about angels? You gave an analogy of a parent and a baby. Why are we talking about angels when my question
because
was
okay,
regarding the hot stove?
did you not understand the analogy?
I did, which is why I asked you a question about the analogy, but you just jumped out of the analogy. Why
The
are we doing
stove is
that?
okay. So yes, the stove is there.
Right. So the danger existed before the baby came into the awareness that the danger was a thing. Right.
The angel existed.
Okay. No, the danger here in the stove. So a baby, right? My 2-year-old grandson. If I say, "Hey, get away from the stove, that's going to burn you," and that my 2-year-old grandson, can he still go towards the stove? And when he goes towards the stove, does he know that he's doing a moral bad, a moral evil? Is it morally evil for him to still touch that stove?
Is something destructive to himself.
Is it morally evil though?
Um, Not morally.
And he's 2, and he has no moral conscience because he does not know morality, correct?
No, perhaps not
Right.
yet.
But his body can still do things, even
Correct.
though he lacks that awareness.
Mm-hmm.
Right. So now let's jump back into the garden. Let's jump back into the story. Now we know that a 2-year-old who you said is innocent, lacks a moral conscience, can still do things and can still do bad things. Right? So Adam, who you compare to a baby, could still do bad things, just not know that he was being immoral. Because your God told him not to eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and
Well,
evil.
there was nothing there other than the tree. That he had access and the ability to do whatever he pleased, other than touching that tree.
But he could
So,
do something immoral, like beat the shit out of Eve, and not know it was
man,
immoral.
come on.
Come on, what? Did his body not work?
We talking about, you talking about beating. You're talking about things that you've learned now in society. Adam wasn't on no beating
How
tip,
do
so
you
why are
know
you
that?
trying to even bring that into the
How
conversation?
do you know he wasn't on no beating tip?
Because number one, look at the situation. He was poetic. He was in love with his wife. He
Where does
was
it say
poetic.
that?
Oh, man, because he was speaking poetically.
What
This
did
is
he
my
say?
womb. This is my womb. She's from my womb. That's why I call her my woman.
Adam has a womb?
He was appreciative of. Okay, so you know what I'm referencing. I don't know
No,
why you,
no, I don't.
unless you're looking at like content or something, you understand the
I
reference
don't.
that I'm.
I didn't know men had
Okay,
wombs. Men have wombs? Where is your womb?
yeah, like pretty much what you're messaging people are saying.
Oh, you
You
mean
want
the
to,
rib?
but see, you knew that
No,
already.
I
So if
didn't.
you
You said
trying,
womb. You said he was
well,
speaking
where's he come?
poetically. Like I don't. You said womb. You didn't say rib, and
Okay,
then he didn't
so
say
when
rib
he,
either. He didn't. Adam didn't say shit about a
you,
rib. He did it.
all right, so
He did it.
let's move forward because we both know what I'm referencing.
No, why do you expect me to try to like do surgery on your words?
It's
Like
not a matter of
it
surgery. It's like
is, it is. I shouldn't
I
have to
don't
work
expect to
hard
have
to
to
try to figure
dog
out what
walk
you're
you
saying.
through.
You can't
I
dog
don't
walk me. You don't even. You think you have a womb, friend? You can't dog walk me.
man. I'm not here to sit up here
Yes, you
and
are.
battle you. This is
Yes, you
your
are.
platform. So
Yes,
guess
you
what?
are.
At
You
the end
can't
of the
even
day,
stay on topic.
you
You
can
can't
hit a
even stay on
button and
topic.
I
Like
end
I
up
even
getting
tried to
mute.
treat
So
you
I'm
like
not trying to
someone with a
battle
critical
you or
mind,
nothing.
but you don't have one. You can't
No,
even stay on topic.
watch this. You won.
Cool. Yay. Celebrate. What did you what? What the fuck?
I don't even know what that was.
Like and then you're just gonna stay there after you say that? Like are you done? You gonna drop like what? What you
Well, I
finna do?
mean, like I said, you got this thing up, but the fact of the matter is you're, first of all, you're not inviting as a host.
Okay, cool.
But I guess you don't have to
Like
because
what
you
am
don't
am I
follow.
supposed to be receiving you or some
Hold
shit?
on. No,
Like, do
no.
you want
See,
some coffee, some tea? Like, here, motherfucker. Like, do you want to, like, what the fuck do you want? Do you want me to
so the
give you, do you want me
thing,
to feed the
no, no,
words
no,
to
no, no,
you?
no.
Like, I'm not Yahweh. I didn't invite your ass to the cross. I'm not Jesus. You are here to have a conversation
But you
about the
just said
topics.
something
What you
about
should have
moral
brought was your
conduct.
own fucking platter of information. You should have brought your own fucking platter of logic. I never told your ass I was going to share mine with you. You are on stage to have a conversation. I don't owe you shit. And I
You
told
got
you
it.
from the beginning
You
that if
got it.
you do this shit, that I was going to do
You
this
got
shit.
it.
I told you that. Yeah.
Wow. He literally said womb.
And then you know what I'm talking about.
I
Like,
didn't know.
then I'm not sexist. I'm not masculine, but he didn't talk to both of them. Like, dude, Nelly, you can do this one.
Hello.
Uh, how do you pronounce your name? You Sam?
Sam. You can just call me Sam.
Okay, Sam. Okay. And how old are you, Sam, for TikTok purpose?
32.
32. Great. And are you a believer in the God of the Bible, or you're an atheist, or are you deconstructing?
Yeah, I'm a believer of the God of the Bible.
Okay, great. And which one of the topics would you like to discuss?
Um, I would, I would say the God of deception. The God of the Bible is the God of deception.
Okay. And what are your thoughts on that?
Um, yeah. So I believe, God Himself, what He says, and that He's not man that He should lie. I don't believe He lies or intends to do anything wicked at all, to deceive, whatever that may be. But I do believe He doesn't always reveal the fullness of things that are to come. So yeah, I guess it sounds strange broadly speaking, but I guess more so as we dive into it, I think I can explain better.
Well, I was just trying to figure out the reason why you say he's not the God of deception. Is
Oh, I don't believe he's deceived anything.
Do you
Yeah.
see the points down there?
Yeah.
I mean, well, let's start with the first point. Lied to Adam and Eve. You don't
Mm-hmm.
believe that he lied to Adam and Eve?
No.
Okay, so when God told them, told Adam that when in the day that they eat of the fruit, they shall surely die. Did they die?
Um, Ultimately, they did, but in a sense, in a specific sense, they did die when they ate the fruit.
Okay, and where are you getting that from?
Well, I believe the whole Bible, so I'm.
Okay, where are you getting that from in the whole Bible?
Well, the Bible teaches that death, spiritual death, came in through the world through Adam in Romans chapter 5. And so that is clearly alluding to the same thing, that when he ate of the fruit, that he would die.
Okay, can we read that scripture?
Yeah,
Can you pull it up for me?
sure.
I'll pull it up. Let's look at it. You said Romans chapter 5?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay, let's look at it. So it's Romans 5, verse what?
12.
Romans 5, verse 12. Okay.
Oh,
It's
I'm sorry. That's the beginning of the section. The specific verse that says the death through the transgression, I think, is verse 17.
all right. Hold on. We'll just 1 second. You said verse 17. Let's look
Yeah.
at that. Okay. It says, if because of one man's trespass, death exercised dominion through that one,
Mm-hmm.
much more surely will those who receive the abundance of grace and the free gift of righteousness exercise dominion in life through the one man, Jesus Christ. So,
Yep.
where are you getting spiritual death from? That's what I'm looking for.
Oh, so the whole thing from verse 12 to verse 21 is a contrast between Adam and Jesus. So sin entered through in the world through one man, and then righteousness enters in the world through the one man Jesus. And he's talking about, just as in verse 17, where you see life, righteousness will reign in life through the one, Jesus Christ. This is not giving physical life to someone, because they wouldn't be able to read this, because they
But
would.
there's no. Well, I understand. I know this verse very well, but there's no way in here where it talks about a spiritual death.
Well, it talks about a death, right?
Does it say a spiritual death?
Um, the exact words, spiritual death,
Well,
no, but
that's
it's
what you
clearly what it's
used when we was
communicating.
talking about Adam and Eve.
Yeah,
You proclaimed that Adam and Eve had a spiritual death. And I
yeah,
asked you where you got that from, and you led me to Romans 5.
yeah, yeah.
So show me in here where it claims that Adam and Eve had a spiritual death.
Um, well, Paul says the wages of sin is death. If you're asking for like a particular those particular words, Adam and Eve had a spiritual death. If you're asking for that specific phrase, no, then I'm not going to be able to give that
Well,
to you.
then how are you coming up with spiritual death if it's not in the book?
It is clearly taught. So, for example, Paul says the wages of sin is death, right?
What?
It's not
Okay,
a
so Paul
And
says
so,
the wages of sin is death.
and he
What
says
does
that
the
we're,
wages of sin of death have to do with a spiritual death?
yeah. So he clearly doesn't mean a physical death, because he himself, admittedly, in Romans 7, is a sinner. He's not talking about a physical death. He's talking about a spiritual one.
And where are
What?
you getting that from?
Let me ask a question. What was the punishment for adultery, for sinning with adultery? What was the punishment for that?
In the Old Testament,
Yeah.
it was physical death.
What was the punishment for murder?
Physical death, an eye for an eye. Yeah.
Yeah. What was the punishment for picking up sticks on the Sabbath?
Oh, I think I know what you're referring to. Yeah, that man was put to death.
And the punishment for disobedient children?
Um, yeah, disobedience and leading them astray after other gods. Yeah, that it's punishable by death.
The punishment for idolatry?
Um, I actually, well, I want to say death, but I don't remember the specific verse, so I won't. I'll say I don't know.
Okay. What was the punishment for false prophets?
Um, uh, from Jeremiah, um, I I would assume probably death.
And the punishment for blaspheming on the name of Yahweh?
Yeah, that's definitely death.
Yeah. So the
Yeah.
wages, the cost that you pay for
Uh-huh.
sinning was what?
Is death,
Yeah.
right? But
Okay. I
the
just I
sorry.
I mean I just didn't see spiritual death in that. Like those were physical deaths as payments for sin.
Yeah, well, the writers of Scripture clearly believed that man was physical and also had a spirit.
I mean that's the claim that we're researching right now. But what we just proved is that the cost of sin was death according to this
Um,
God's law.
yeah, but in the context of Romans chapter 3, he's quoting already a whole bunch of sins, and he's saying that this is even our nature. And so he's clearly not talking about, what I'm saying is he's clearly not talking about physical death, because if he was talking about physical death, he himself would be dead, since in Romans 7, he admits that he himself is a sinner.
Right. Did Paul commit adultery?
No.
Did Paul commit murder?
Possibly.
Where
Possibly.
did he commit murder?
I said possibly. He
So,
was persecuting Christians, and
but does it say
was
Paul committed murder?
no. There's no
Persecuting
text that
Christians is
says that he. There's
persecuting
no text,
Christians is not the same thing as committing murder.
right? But it can certainly include that.
No, it couldn't.
No.
Well, I I would say, like, for example, if I say the Christians of the first century were persecuted, they they were very many times put to death.
They were put to death legally, according to Rome's laws.
Right.
That's
I
not
was just
murder.
saying.
That's not murder.
Well, I guess in the eyes of
The
who
law
would matter.
in the eyes of the law, is it murder when we execute people today for murder?
Um, no, not if it's done in consistency with God's moral law.
What's your God's moral law when it comes to executing people for murder?
Well,
Keep in mind, you're not under the law. And the wages of sin no longer equal death because your Jesus paid that price. So, what is in line with your God's moral law today?
I'm sorry. Where where are you getting the wages of sin is not death anymore?
Did Jesus pay the price for your sins?
Yes,
Do you still die for your sins, or did he die for them?
we do physically die
You
because of
physically
our
died
sins.
no, you don't. You
We
don't.
we all die.
You die anyway. You don't die for your sins. You do not get executed for committing adultery. You don't get executed for doing anything on the Sabbath. That's not true.
No. That's not what I was saying. And actually,
Uh, did you not hear the long list of sins and the punishment of death that we just went through?
um, I'm sorry. Could you say that again?
We just went through a long list of sins
Uh
and
huh.
their punishments being death.
Yes.
And one of them
Hmm.
was murder.
Right. Yeah.
Do you still die today for murdering someone?
From by God? No, but from
I'm sorry,
the
hold on. Did they die by your God in the Bible for murder? Or did humans hold a trial and then execute them if they were found guilty?
well, yeah, there were certainly trials. Yeah.
Right. And the punishment that your God established for their law of the land of Israel was death. Do you die today if you commit murder?
Oh no, I'm not going to drop dead if I commit
Oh
murder.
my fucking God. Like, what if I'm talking about a legal system? Israel had a legal system. Murderers were tried just like they're tried today. The
Mm-hmm.
punishment, if found guilty, was execution by stoning.
Mm-hmm.
Does that happen today if someone is found guilty of murder?
I'm just a little confused because yes, there are places where you can be put to death for murder.
Does it happen today? If someone murders someone, are they automatically, when they're found guilty, is the punishment automatically death?
No, not automatically. It depends
No, no,
where
no,
you're
it's
located.
not.
Yeah.
It's not. Because you're not under that law anymore. Because the wages of sin no longer equal death. There's
No,
grace. There's grace now.
right. There's grace, but I would dispute the fact that there's no law. There's still
I,
a
did
law.
I say there was
And
no law? I said you're no longer under that law. You're no longer under the law of Israel.
it in what sense? In
Oh,
its moral
do you eat
appearance?
shellfish? You don't follow that law at all.
I'm saying the new covenant promise says that I will write my law on their minds
So
and I
do
will
you
put it on their
follow? So you
hearts.
follow all 613 laws of the
No,
law of
that's why I was
Israel?
asking
So
if you're talking about specifically.
why are we going back and forth with
I'm
this
sorry.
when you know you don't follow the law? I said you
Um,
don't follow the law because you're no longer under that law. So why are we going back and forth about something that you know you don't follow?
but I do follow the moral law.
Did I say anything about a moral law? There was no moral law in Israel. That is something y'all made up. It's not. That's not biblical. But you don't follow.
No,
You don't follow the law. The what y'all are calling the moral law, the 10 Commandments in this book, still carry consequences of death. And this and the 10 Commandments had women as property, had slaves in it. Don't covet your neighbor's wife, his ox, his sheep, his male and female slave. Y'all don't follow that law.
yeah,
Y'all
I
aren't
make a
under that
distinction.
law. Exactly. You are not under the law of Israel. I have no idea why we're going back and forth on this. And you know you're not. You know you don't follow that law.
No, because to follow Jesus is to obey him. And Jesus, he
Why are you who's
kept,
okay, cool. What does that change? We're talking about whether the wages of sin is death. It doesn't matter if you obey Jesus or not. Like, that doesn't change anything. Why are you going to that? We're talking
no, you
about
were
the
asking
wages
me.
of sin being death.
I'm sorry, could we stick on one thing?
Yes, the wage. You are the one that's pivoting to something else. Do you realize that?
You've been asking me this whole time. I have not
Yes, I
been,
have been asking you this whole time.
yes,
The
yes.
On the same topic, you are the one changing subjects.
No, no.
Oh, who brought up obeying Jesus?
You were asking me, you were saying to me that there is no such thing in Christianity, that we're not under the law, or the law doesn't apply to us. And I was just saying to you that we do. I
Oh,
was replying to
oh,
it.
okay. What law in the law of Israel do you follow?
The Ten Commandments.
Oh, did I not say that already?
No, you said there's grace. There's no
Oh,
longer
I
any.
never said the 10 Commandments to you. I never said the law, the moral law, that what you're calling the moral law
Ma'am,
is the 10 Commandments. I never said that to you.
ma'am, with all due respect,
Did I
I'm
say
not trying,
did I say that to you?
but ma'am, just
No, hold on. Yes or
with all
no?
due respect,
Did I say
I'm
that?
not trying to be condescending. And
Sure.
if,
Okay. But did I say that
okay,
to you? Did
but
I
if you want to
mention
be
did I mention
condescending,
that?
I will just
I
leave.
mean, I don't have anything to do with your insecurities. I all I'm doing is asking you questions. Like, the fact that you don't like my
no, it's not
confidence, I
insecurity.
haven't said anything demeaning to you. The fact that you don't like my confidence and you're taking that
No, it's your
as
tone.
right, exactly. I don't have anything to do with the fact that you don't like my tone, that you are afraid of a confident woman. I
Oh no, I'm
never.
not
Yeah,
afraid
you're
of you.
complaining about it. You're whining about it. Like, you can't focus on the conversation because you're so focused on the fact that I articulate my words and that I'm confident in what I'm saying. You want me to talk to
I'm
you soft
oh,
like a
oh
kindergarten teacher?
no, you're right. You're right. I'm so jealous. Just
Yeah.
could you stop being so confident, please?
Well, then stop fucking whining about it. And no, I won't stop being confident.
Wow.
Okay, thank you. If you can be just a little less
Sure.
confident.
Did
Yeah.
I not say the 10 Commandments to you? Is this moral law that you are claiming that you follow? Did I not say that already?
Um, I don't know.
Oh, right. That's what you should have said at first. Is that you're actually not paying attention and that you are trying to
Your
obfuscate from the
confidence is getting a
point.
little higher now. I
Yeah,
need it
I'm
to go
sure it
back down a
is.
little
I'm
bit.
sure it is. I hope you don't think that this little game that you're playing right now
No,
is making people think that you're not jealous. Because the more
I,
you
I,
do it, the more jealous you look. The more
I
jealous you
know. I'm telling
sound.
you, I'm jealous. I'm
You
telling you, I
are. You
am.
are. Because you know you can't answer the fucking questions. I heard the shaking in your voice every time you had to say death was the punishment. You had never thought of that before, had you?
No, I'd never thought it.
You never thought that the wages
Never
of
crossed
sin
my
being
mind.
death. You never thought
Never
about the
crossed my
fact
mind.
that the law of Israel was a
I haven't read
legal
my
a
Bible.
legal law. You haven't. You haven't.
I don't even know
You
what a.
haven't. You're right. You don't.
I don't know.
You
Yeah,
don't know. You don't know. You don't know. Because
your confidence is getting high again.
you
Please,
think the
just a
wages
little
of
bit.
sin being death
Please,
had
please.
nothing to do with the actual
Oh,
penalty
please.
for fucking sinning. That's what you thought.
Yeah, you're such a good mind reader.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And nowhere in this book does it say a spiritual death.
Because the wages of sin equals death
It
because
does.
it's a spiritual death. It's a spiritual death. You spiritually die when you sin.
I mean, wow.
Am I going to get muted again? Or
I
It's
mean,
all.
you still haven't proved your point of a spiritual death. Nowhere in this book does it say that. And just because it doesn't make sense, because you guys don't use logic, you had to make up something. That's what Christians made up. Oh, they died spiritually. Nowhere in this text does it say that. Nowhere in the Hebrew text does it say that.
yeah, it does clearly teach that.
No, yeah, no, 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 no.
Yeah,
You're
it
right.
clearly does.
You're right. You're right.
I am
You're
right.
right.
I
It,
know.
humans clearly teach that shit. You're right.
No, I said it. The Bible
The
clearly
book
teaches it.
doesn't teach that.
Yeah, yeah, it does.
Humans teach it and say that's what it means. Oh, that's what it
See, I don't get
means.
to pick a little part of the Bible to believe. I got to believe the whole thing.
The whole thing. So
Yes.
what in Genesis 3 in the Hebrew when it says Vatif Kanhana Ani, which means and their eyes opened in a spiritual sense. They had a spiritual awakening morally. How did they awaken spiritually but die spiritually? Explain that to
They
me.
inherited a sin nature.
Okay, cool. How do you die and awaken spiritually at the same time?
What do you mean they weren't? What do you mean by awakened spiritually? When the Bible
Vativ
talks about
kahana ani.
what?
Listen, Vativ kahana ani in Hebrew means and their eyes were open, but it is a spiritual awakening of the conscious mind in Hebrew. That is the Hebrew context. So how did they awaken spiritually, consciously, but die spiritually at the same time?
I'm sorry. Could you show me where it says spiritual consciously? I
Yeah,
don't.
do
I
you
don't
do
know.
you read Hebrew?
No, I don't. But I have a computer that
Okay,
can.
sure. Go to Genesis
Okay.
3, go to Sephora.org.
Okay. Genesis 3. And which words?
Kana. Give me just a second. I'm gonna pull it up. Okay. Okay, so in verse 7 it says Vatif kahana ane shanehim vayedau ki a arumim ham vayitifru. The word that you're looking for is tif kahana. It's the very first word in Genesis 3:7. Let's see. It's also that word is also used in I think Isaiah 35:5. Hold on. Actually, 2 Kings 6:17 is going to be a better. Let me pull up another Sepharia. Second Kings. Paka. Okay, 617 says, you okay? Give me just a second, okay? You hear me? Hold on. Okay, so we see it
Which word
where it
are you saying
says
specifically?
paka. In Genesis 3:7, it says vatif kahana, right? Ane. Then both of their eyes were opened.
Yeah, which word
That's a
specifically?
cognitive. I just said paka is the Hebrew word.
Yeah, the
Paka.
English word.
I just said it. That like vatif kahana is a sentence. The word for to open is paka in Hebrew. Okay, in Genesis 3:7, it is used as a like an awareness, a cognitive awakening. In 2 Kings 6:17, then Elijah prayed, Eternal One, open his eyes and let him see. And God opened the servant's eyes, and he saw the hills all around Elisha covered with horses and chariots of fire. So Elisha in 617 prayed for the Israelite who was afraid to fight, for your God to open his eyes so he could see the spiritual world and see
Mm-hmm.
the angels fighting with them. And so
Mm-hmm.
he had a spiritual awareness that allowed him to see into the spiritual world. So it's not their eyes opening physically; it's a cognitive awakening. So how can they have this awakening and die at the same time?
What you're categorizing it as spiritual awakening, right?
It's a
And
spiritual function in the narrative.
right, so it can be used to perceive objects and to make judgments and decisions, and it can also be used to say understand, formally open, comprehend. Yeah. So, um, yeah, when the Bible speaks with spiritual life, just like that text I brought up in Romans 5, it talks about life in Christ, death in Adam, and it's speaking about spiritual life.
There are words in Hebrew that is used in this text to give the context of a separation from this God. That ain't it. Moot ain't it. Moot is a physical death of the body. There are words that Hebrew is a contextual language and it's an intentional language. And there are words, if the writer wanted to convey that some type of spiritual severance was happening between Adam and Eve and this God, there are words the writers could have used in Hebrew to give that context.
Um, sure, I'll take your word for it, but like you said, contextually.
There's nothing contextually about a spiritual death, even in the English.
Well, you brought up the contradiction yourself. How could they be alive and dead at the same
They
time?
didn't die. What do you mean?
Spiritually awake, spiritually dead. That's
Where
what I mean.
you Yes, I
Calm
brought up the
down. It'll be
contradiction.
okay.
It's
It'll be
your
okay.
claim. Yeah. Why are you acting like the contradiction is
It'll be
mine?
okay.
It's your claim. Are you
No,
okay? You are the one claiming a spiritual death, not me.
it's okay.
Are you
It's
slow?
okay. It's okay. It's okay. No, the whole point is that if you're going to require from me that I find the word spiritual death specifically, then if you make your assertion that there was some spiritual awakening, show me where the word spiritual awakening.
I just showed you the context of
No,
spirituality with Paka. And again, the way Hebrew works, oh my fucking gosh. In Genesis 3:17, the word vatif pakana is a sentence. Paka is in that sentence. I just showed you. In Second Kings, Adonai, pakanana.
yeah, open.
Oh my gosh.
The word is
Mm.
open.
I, are you okay? So
It's okay.
so here, what was opened? What was
It'll be
open?
okay.
What was open with Elijah? What was open with the Israelite? What was
With
open?
the Israelites, the servants,
No. In Second Kings 6:17, what was opened here when Elisha prayed to have the
yes,
Israelites' eyes open? What was
yes,
opened?
his spiritual perception.
Oh, his spiritual perception.
Yeah,
And how do you know that?
because then he saw the spiritual being
How did he see?
with
Was
his
it
physical eyes.
so his eyes was closed like this, and then he opened them and they were there, or was it through
No,
his
he
mind?
had four
It was
eyes. The two that were
cognitive.
closed
It
were
was.
the
It was. Was
yeah.
it cognitive? Was it cognitive?
Was it cognitive? No,
He had four eyes. Are you literally saying he had four eyes physically?
I was just following your logic.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
Was it cognitive?
no,
What was it?
it's what I just said. I just answered it.
Which is what? I'm sorry, I didn't understand. I'm slow.
I know.
My confidence is too high. I didn't hear you.
Uh,
What did you say?
I think that yeah, it's the word is open clearly, and it can mean it in different senses.
Yeah.
I showed
What
you
sense did it mean here?
in First Kings or in
In
Genesis
First
2.
Kings,
Yeah, that he was his spiritual perception.
which is it cognitive?
No, it's not
What
cognitive.
is it? Where did he perceive
Well,
this?
you're trying to attribute something physical to
Okay,
something
sure.
spiritual.
Okay, so it was his physical eyes that he opened.
Yes.
Okay, so his eyes were closed, and then he opened them, and then
I
he
didn't look at
saw.
the text, but maybe I'm not sure. Even if he wasn't, if they were already open, it doesn't mean something cognitive happened. Like
It
he understood,
doesn't. Where do
oh,
you understand? Do you understand with your eyes, or do you understand with your mind?
oh, you're talking about the supernatural,
Sure. Where do you see the
right?
supernatural in your with your mind or with your physical eyes?
No, you see it in your spirit.
Is that in your mind?
Is that in your mind?
Yeah. Do you
We
see
all have a spirit, but I'm not.
do you see
It's
visions
a
in the
non-physical.
spiritual
No.
world? Do you see visions?
Oh, in the spiritual world, sure.
Is
Prophets.
that in your mind?
Sorry,
Is that in your mind? Do you see with your
the
mind?
mind.
How do you see the
No,
visions?
I wouldn't say that it's something physical. Like I said,
Oh,
it's something
yeah. Nelly,
spiritual.
take this motherfucker. His voice is shaking.
Take this motherfucker, girl. Go, parent. Go
Wow, wow.
parent.
Okay, okay.
First off,
You know
my
what?
daughter is fucking 22 years old, bitch, and I don't stop
Go
parenting. I won't
parent.
stop parenting even when she's fucking 50. You shaking motherfucker.
Oh, now you gone.
Scary ass.
Wow. The mental gymnastics that they turn flips into. Man, damn. He was breakdancing.
And all of this, because he didn't want to admit that the wages of sin being death was a physical death.
Yeah.
And this is what, like, Bash held alive today, asking believers, after you do all that fucking lying, all that fucking changing words, then what? This when you create this new reality with these new words and this new story, and like, then what?
Logic is just not in the picture for a lot of them. It's just not.
It's not even logic. It's dishonesty. I feel because
Yeah,
I ain't doing nothing but quoting the damn book. Like we ain't doing nothing but quoting the book.
that's it.
With Dharma. He broke the no-class protocol of the Tills and the Rossis to ensure the arc.
Yeah.
To the user in the guest request, if you don't have a username, I'm not going to bring you up.
Thank you. Whoever said they like my head shape. I appreciate that. Oh,
Thanko,
Good morning.
good morning. I'm going to let you talk to Nelly. I'll be right back, okay?
Okay.
All right.
hey, Taco, how are you doing?
I'm good. And you?
I'm doing great, doing great. How old are you for TikTok purposes?
I'm 40.
40. Okay, great. And are you a believer in the God of the Bible, or you're atheist, or you deconstructing?
I'm an atheist.
Okay, great. And which one of the topics did you come up to discuss?
Did God lie to Adam and Eve to protect or control them?
Okay, what's your thoughts on that?
I've been thinking about it recently, and I don't think it was even about Adam and Eve. I think Yahweh was trying to protect himself from accountability.
Okay, can you elaborate?
Um, huh. Essentially, like, I know we see in the Job, at the end of the Job story, when Job, like, asked God why he allowed it, and God was just like, shut up, I can do what I want. That's pretty much how I see um God telling them not to eat from the tree. It's like when you have the ability to distinguish good and evil, you have the ability to hold people accountable for their actions. And as we've seen so many times, Yahweh does not want to be held accountable for anything he does.
Okay, I mean, I agree with you. But that right there would still, it would fall in the form of control, um, to control them and the situation. Um, yeah, but I agree with you for the most part. I agree with you. I can definitely see it in that form as well, because I've said that before. It wasn't really about Adam and Eve. It was, the God just being the God, pretty much, I guess. So yeah, I agree.
Yeah, and it also seemed just weird to me that because I see a lot of that in a lot of religious men not wanting to be held accountable for their actions and being held accountable to other people, and that's another thing I see with Yahweh and the Adam and Eve story, not wanting to be held accountable for anything,
Of course, like father, like son,
and
and
it's
that's
always men.
yeah, yeah. There's I wouldn't say it's all men, but I would definitely say for the most part, the majority. If I had to put a number on it, 95%. Yeah, absolutely. When it comes to this belief system, absolutely. So I definitely agree with you there. Did you have anything else to add to it?
No, that was about it because I've been thinking on that for a couple of days.
Well, it sounds like you got your thinking cap on. It sounds like you're using logic, and when shit just don't make sense, God damn it, it just don't make sense. Absolutely. Well, hey man, we appreciate you for coming up, and come back and see us again.
All right, I'll be in the chat.
All right, you have a good one.
You too.
All right.
I think the only person in the box right now is Theo. Hold on.
Oh,
No. He said that out loud. All right, I'm gonna go back with my daughter. I mean, hold on. Let me make sure this is a real irreducible.
Yeah, what's up?
Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Yeah, I believe I'm sympathetic to Christianity.
Sympathetic. Oh God, are you just up here to debate? Because we don't care about debating.
No.
Are you a believer?
Yes.
How old are you?
21.
All right, go ahead, Nelly.
All right. And which topic did you come up to discuss?
It is particularly the question, which is, did God lie to Adam and Eve to protect them or control them?
Okay. And what is your thoughts on that?
I don't think we have the knowledge to claim that he did lie.
Okay, take the lie out of it just for a second. Let's just do that. Did God tell them not to eat from the tree of knowledge of good and evil to protect them or control them?
I don't know. I don't know why he told them not to do that.
So you don't have an answer for that.
I don't think anyone has an answer.
Oh, it's an answer in there, definitely. If you know the story.
They're just stories, man. Those stories are not going to be reflective of God's knowledge.
Okay, those stories are not. Okay, so I'm gonna run with that just for a second, just to entertain what you just said. How do you learn about your God if it wasn't for this book?
How?
Yeah.
Oh, well, there's other ways and not of learning about God outside of the Bible.
Okay. How did you learn about this God?
How I learned was particularly through that of the arguments made for how the universe is structured. That's what drew me into this God.
Where did you draw your information from?
Where did I draw my information out?
Yeah, where did you get
Observations.
your observation? So give me an example. Are you saying because we don't know where air comes from, so it has to be God? Is that what you're saying?
No, I think that's sort of ridiculous. I think there's certain things about ourselves and that of the universe that currently science cannot explain, and I don't think they will ever be the kinds of things to explain it.
Okay, so just because they can't explain it, or just because we don't know at this time, it has to be God.
I think we will never know. And I think what the best explanation is God. Absolutely.
Now, how can you definitively say that? Now, let's just go back in antiquity. Did you know at one point in time they thought lightning in the sky was God?
Of course.
At one point in time, they thought the sun was a God.
Absolutely, I agree.
Okay, but we found out later on that none of that's not a God, didn't we?
Of course.
We discovered that, right? So
Yep.
how can you sit up here and say just because we don't know something today, it's God?
Well, it's not that whether we know something today. I'm saying the explanation is obviously the best explanation for, well, just take, for example, consciousness. I think the best explanation for that is God.
The best explanation for consciousness is God?
Absolutely.
So we're just going to bypass the brain and how it functions and all of that. We're just going to bypass all of that and say it's God. Like we don't understand the brain.
Look, I don't think we do understand. Well, even if I were to give you let's just say I had a magic wand. Even if I were to give you every single fact about the brain, every single fact about the human brain, it still wouldn't be somehow incoherent for you to not know where consciousness arises from. So,
What?
I don't know what to tell you.
No, you're right. Because what you're saying does not make sense.
No, it makes perfect sense.
No, it makes perfect sense to you because you're not using logic. You want to stay in this imaginary spiritual realm of this sky daddy has to be responsible for your consciousness.
It's the best explanation, yeah.
No, it's not the best explanation for that. No, it's not.
So you think the brain is the best explanation?
Well, yeah, that's how it works.
Okay, so explain to me, right, Explain to me where so give me a belief that you have.
I don't
Singular.
have one.
Oh, okay. Let's just say your belief is that you don't have beliefs, right? Where in the brain is that located?
Excuse me?
Yeah, you said the best explanation for your consciousness is your brain. So I'm asking you, where in the brain is your beliefs located?
My brain stores information. Okay.
So a belief is not information?
Excuse me?
Your beliefs are not informational?
Okay. First of all, do you know what a belief is?
Yeah, a belief is it's a formation of a judgment, an abstract formation of a judgment that affirms a particular thing. So for example, right?
No, that's not true.
That
That's not what belief is.
yes, that is what a belief is.
No, because once you confirm it, it's a fact after that.
No, that's not. When
Okay,
you
let's look it up.
accepting something
No,
doesn't
no.
make it a fact,
Okay,
sir.
well, let's look it up. Let's look up
Yeah,
and
you
see
should go
what the
ahead.
definition of belief is. Okay? Because you can ready to learn something today.
Yep, I'm going to learn something today.
1 second.
And when he's surprised that because you confirm something, that it does not make it true.
Okay. The definition of belief, can you hear me?
Uh-huh.
Is an acceptance that a statement is true or that something exists. Now, it goes to number 2. Trust, faith, or confidence in someone or something. That's what belief is. Now, let's look up the definition of fact, okay?
Uh-huh.
Because you Christians love to correlate belief and fact in the same sentence, and it does not correlate together. I'm
I
sorry.
don't think they do correlate.
Well,
So
you just said it did.
no, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No, I did not. I
Now
literally
let's
said earlier you can confirm something. You can say that
okay.
something is true. Doesn't mean it is.
Okay. Now, what's a fact? A fact is a thing that is known or proved to be true.
Oh, I don't accept that version. I don't accept that
I
notion of
know
fact.
that's the problem. You don't accept logic.
No, a fact under my view is just something that's true independent of your awareness.
Okay. And then let's look at number 2 of that. It
Okay.
says information used as evidence or as a part of a report or news article. It could be that, but evidence has to be. Well, anytime you use the word fact, you have to have evidence to back it up the claim. But anytime you use belief, you don't have to have no evidence to believe something.
What?
But
That's
say
untrue.
like,
That's not true.
okay, yeah, no, you don't. You don't have to have the evidence. But what I'm saying to you is this: I'll use it in a smaller term. Like, let's use it this way. I believe that I can put the carburetor on my car. I believe I can do that. But now, once I put the carburetor on my car and it works, I no longer have to believe it anymore. It's a fact.
You do wait. You do understand like that you obviously had evidence before this in order for you to to formulate that belief.
No, I had a prediction of what I could do.
That a prediction serves as evidence, sir.
No, prediction is what I think in my mind of what I can do.
Yeah, predictions serves as evidence, sir.
No, it does not.
So just to be clear, scientists when they make predictions about something that doesn't serve evidence in favor.
Hold
No, it,
one
it
time.
doesn't become evidence. I'm sorry, Selena. Was you saying something?
Can we? Yeah, because this is way off the beaten path.
Exactly. I'm trying to get back on the path, but he keeps going down this. This. He can't answer the question.
I was muted.
Yeah, but you
What
can't answer the question of what
what
we
question?
asked. So you got stuck on the lie. That's what you got stuck on.
Yeah.
So since you can't answer Was it to control them or protect them?
Yeah, I'm saying that we don't have the knowledge to answer that question.
We don't have the knowledge to answer that question.
Yep.
Oh, okay. Okay, well then I guess our conversation is done then, because you don't have the knowledge. I understand.
Yeah, you don't either.
Yeah, whatever you say. Goodbye, sir. Dumbass. I can't. That just irks me that people will actually jump through damn hoops to protect this deity. The almighty powerful God needs protection from your lame ass. Silly.
Next,
Do we have anyone else in the box?
looks like they're not connecting.
Hold on, now, let me bring up somebody else for you.
All right.
Let me see. Okay, Chatty Cathy and Mo Better. I'm gonna guess y'all in the box on accident. Coleslaw Amber.
Yes, hi.
Hi, are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Very deconstructed.
Deconstructed or deconstructing?
Deconstructed.
Okay.
Very deconstructed.
But are you an atheist or?
No.
Okay, so we have discussions with believers, people who are deconstructing or thinking about deconstructing, or who are atheists. If you're like spiritual or you believe in like source or something like that, we don't typically go into those conversations.
No, that's fine. No, I understand that.
Okay, so I'm going to go ahead and take you down, and I hope you have a great rest of the morning. Okay.
All right. Good luck. Thanks.
Thank you so much. Gambling Patriot, are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I believe.
Okay. Nelly, go ahead.
All right. Okay. And what is the name? Gamble?
My name is Joe. You can say Joe. It's fine.
You said Joe?
Yeah.
Okay, Joe. All right, Joe. And what topic did you come up to discuss?
Yeah, no, I would just say that religion in general, right? I think it's obviously it's a point of view type thing. Like you don't have to agree with it, right?
No. Slow down, Joe. There's topics on the board.
Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, I mean you're talking about the Christian faith being deceptive, right? That's what you're saying, right?
No, read it. Read what it said.
I'm reading all four of them, and they're all very against Christian faith.
Okay, let me. Okay, let's
That's
back
what I'm
up just.
reading.
Yeah, I don't think you understand it.
You
Okay.
said lied to Adam and Eve, right?
No, let me explain. Let me explain so that way you'll understand where we're coming from. Okay.
Yep.
All right. It says the God of the Bible is the God of deception.
Right.
Okay. That's the question. That is the statement. Now you see where it says points.
Yeah.
This is the reason why we say the God of the Bible
Right. That's what I'm
is the
saying.
God of deception. So those are points. So first I need you to address the God of the Bible is the God of deception. If you agree or you disagree,
I mean, I
and
disagree.
why?
100% disagree. Yeah.
And why do you disagree?
You look at all the point of views of the resurrection, right? You have Peter. Peter literally sacrificed his entire life, right? Because he believed in the resurrection of Jesus. He actually died for that, right? So why would someone die for what they believed in if they didn't witness that, right? Like why would you do that if you didn't have a that's my opinion is the strongest reason, right? To believe in God, right? Is that you had
We're
an
not asking you
actual
if. Hold on.
no, I'm just
We're
saying
not
you have an
asking you
actual
if you. Nope.
eyewitness.
We're not asking you if you believe in God. We're asking you about the points, the stuff that's right there on the screen. We don't care if you believe in God. We don't care if Peter, Paul, Jacob, John, Joseph Jingleheimer Smith or anybody else believes in God. We are talking about the God of the Bible being deceptive.
It's
Yes.
not. How is it deceptive? You have to prove that if you have an opinion on it.
Well, what? Okay,
Like
let's
that, isn't that your opinion that you have to actually prove?
well let's go let's
Kind of
go
funny.
with let's go with one of the points. One of the points lied to Adam and Eve. Do you
All right, let's
agree?
hear it.
Is
Gambling. Stop
No, Matt.
interrupt.
I mean,
Stop
you guys
fucking
are.
stop, motherfucker.
Oh, we're triggered. We're a little bit
Yes, I
triggered.
am because you are rude as fuck, you little
It's
bitch.
okay. It's
Stop
okay.
fucking interrupting. Or I'm gonna take. Okay, get the fuck
It
down.
happens.
Bye, bitch. Like I'm not finna
wow.
do it. I cannot parent adults to fucking night. I cannot.
Let me take this call real quick.
I knew he was gonna be like that when his name was fucking Gambling Patriot. Like the way they behave is just it was just I don't like. He's not worth the time at all. John, how old are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm agnostic.
Agnostic atheist?
Like, I don't know.
Okay, so
Like,
I actually
agnostic.
don't go into conversations with agnostics or spiritualists, so
Whoa,
I'm
that's
gonna
kind of
take you
rude.
down. Well, I ain't got nothing to do with how you feel about my boundaries, okay? Have a
I have
good
a
night.
question
No,
before. Well, I
no,
can't
the
talk. I
answer is
can't.
no, motherfucker. I said no. God damn. Like I can communicate my boundaries to y'all nice as fuck, or I can cuss y'all the fuck out. If I tell you no, that's what the fuck I mean. I don't got nothing to do with how you feel about how I communicate my boundaries. I don't have anything to do with how you feel about the fucking boundary I communicate. The boundary is the boundary. Good. I am gonna go off every time you cross a boundary, motherfucker. If you want to get laid the fuck down on and be a goddamn doormat, or and let people walk all over you, good for you. But you're not gonna fucking do it to me. Here to laugh. How old are you?
Sorry, I'm making weird noises.
Here we go. Sorry about that.
How old are you?
Over 50.
Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I am a believer.
All right. Which topic do you want to do?
So, you mind if I just touch real quick on all of them?
Yes, I do mind. Please pick one
Okay,
topic.
so
One topic. Which topic?
okay. Um let's just go with God can forgive without sacrifice.
Okay, that's not a topic. The topics are in red. Do you see the word points under the main topic there?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
The God of the Bible is a God of is deception.
All right. What are your thoughts on that?
Um that sounds like more of a Allah thing than a Yah, than a God of the Bible. Um, there is no, I mean, there's nothing in the Bible that you can point to where he deceived anyone on anything. That I haven't come across anything. And so, concerning your points that you're saying that I guess justify the God of the Bible being the God of deception, um, he did not lie to Adam and Eve. He said, if you do this, then this will happen. And they did it and it happened. I already talked about the deceiving part. There is no one he's ever that can receive forgiveness without accepting the sacrifice. I mean, it's plain throughout the scriptures from the Old Testament all the way through the New Testament. So he's established that. That's why Jesus came. And so you can't get to the God of the Bible without the sacrifice. And there is no supremacy culture. It is, once you accept, you're in the family. You're in the family of Christ. So it doesn't matter who, what, but once you accept, you're in the family of Christ. And so it's not a supremacy culture. It is a a standard that absolutely everybody has. But his is just set in stone because of who he is. So thank you for letting me finish. I appreciate that. You've been cutting people down. So I'm ready to hear yours and your rebuttal to what I've said.
Yeah, it's interesting that you expected me to cut you down. You didn't say
Oh
shit
no
for
no
me.
no
Why
no
are
no!
you?
I
I'm
didn't
sorry. Why are you?
expect you to cut me down.
Why? If I'm
I
gonna,
didn't expect you to
hey,
cut.
stop. God damn. If I can sit here patiently and listen to bullshit, then you can listen to my bullshit. Like y'all gonna come in here and claim to be the salt of the fucking earth, but you motherfuckers is definitely salty. Now it's interesting that you say that there is nothing in the Bible where your God deceives. Yet Ezekiel 14:9, your God is making a declaration. If a prophet is deceived and speaks a word, I, the Lord, have deceived that prophet. That is a declaration from your God. It's interesting that you say your God has not deceived in this book when in 1 Kings chapter 22, he sends lying spirits to possess the bodies of Ahab's prophets to turn them into false prophets so that he can kill Ahab. That is deception. It's also interesting that you skipped over he is the God of deceivers because Abraham was a deceiver, Isaac was a deceiver, and so was Jacob. And he is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, all deceivers. It's also interesting that you say that there's nowhere in the Bible where sins are forgiven without the sacrifice. Yet Abraham was told to pray for Abimelech. No sacrifice, no blood. And your God forgave Abimelech's sin. Your Jesus forgave the sins of the paralytic men because his friends had faith before your Jesus died, before he shed his blood. And it's also interesting that you say there's no supremacy culture or ideology when your God literally tells the Israelites, I have chosen you over all the humans on earth to be my treasured possession. And you, my precious Israelites, can never be slaves, can never be sold as slaves, but you can enslave others. You can enslave foreigners. You can go into their land and force them into slavery, or you can buy them from other nations. And you can take them back to your home and make them your property for life and pass them down to your children as an inheritance. And you can treat them as slaves. But nobody better treat my precious Israelite as a slave. You, my precious Israelites, are not to eat unclean food that dies on the side of the road because it's dirty and unclean. But you can sell it to foreigners and make a profit. You better not charge another Israelite interest, but you can charge foreigners interest and make a profit. It's interesting that all of that is in your book, yet you say it's not.
Can I speak now? Hello. Hello. I don't know if you hear me, but what I've just what I've just experienced from everything you said is a horrible bastardization of the scripture, a horrible butchering of the scripture. Horrible. You're looking at it, you're reading it without understanding, and it's horrible. But I will say this: that regardless of your views, how you feel, how you view the Bible, Jesus is the Son of God. He's real, and it's just my job to say that to you, and that He's calling you to accept Him. I've delivered the gospel.
That is so interesting. Since Jesus sent you in here, tell Jesus to fix my bastardization. Oh, did Jesus just run? Did Jesus just run?
Mhm.
Wow. She, honestly, she had no idea the Bible even said that.
All they do is make accusations and just say, and they're like bots. Denise,
Hi,
hi.
how are y'all?
Good, how are you?
I'm here at work bored.
Okay. Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm not an atheist. I believe in a higher power. I wouldn't say
I
Jesus.
only talk to people who believe in the God of the Bible, people who are deconstructing or atheists. I don't have the conversations that go into like spirituality or some source of higher power, because it's just very vast. And the topic, can you turn your camera off? I actually do not allow cameras on stage.
Okay.
Thank you. I yeah, I
Well, damn.
yeah. So if you don't fit into one of those three categories, I'm gonna have to take you down.
Okay. Well, bye.
All right. Sometimes I think my 20-year-old kids are way more mature. Even my 17-year-old are way more mature than the adults I encounter on this live stream.
You wouldn't be wrong saying it.
God damn.
A lot of them come up here, they have the mind of a 4-year-old,
It is crazy.
and that might be giving them credit.
Like, can you imagine the people that have to deal with them in their everyday life? How
Mm,
abusive they are, how, like, ew, just,
yeah.
God
These
damn.
are. I mean, I understand. I really do. These are tough conversations, especially when you are, hooked, and this belief system has the grasp on you like that. These are tough conversations to have. Very tough.
But I understand the difficulty in the conversations. It's they automatically start from a place of rudeness
Yeah.
and disrespect, right? And then turn themselves into the victim when you respond to their rudeness and their disrespect because they're offended because you don't accept Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
But we'll say, Jesus say, love your enemy. They don't fucking know how to do that. But we'll say the reason why their God didn't kill Satan is because he gave Satan mercy. They are a walking fucking contradiction of a human. Fucking conflicted in their minds, and they regurgitate like a fucking bot. Oh,
Oh my
I
goodness.
think there's only like, and if their God existed and his hand is big as fuck, about only one handful of them motherfuckers got some common sense.
Right. That part.
the arrogance and the dumbness, like what's Celsus. I keep going back to what Celsus said in 248 AD about how the requirements to join Christianity was that you had to be uneducated, you had to be foolish, you had to be unwise, and you had to be confident in it, because they were your wisdom was going to come from God, and it literally says that, and they literally are talking about Christians in that way. And 248 fucking AD. We are in 2026, and the business model, the customer persona, is still the fucking same. It's still the same. If this was a marketing plan, I would say that the early Christians got their marketing plan right and they executed it right. Whoever is doing the marketing and creating the sermons and like making sure that people stay stupid and confident, and they're targeting like that's their customer avatar.
Yeah, I've always said they're brilliant. That's the best marketing plan I've ever seen in my life, and that's the truth. Because that man, that was a brilliant plan that they executed, and it worked.
Did you see? There's a video of a young girl started a trend of her interrupting class to tell everybody that they need Jesus or they gonna die. That they need to excel. That Jesus called her, and her job is to preach. Because she's standing up in class and she's like, I started this trend. She's trying to get other students to interrupt class to preach the word of Jesus. And the teacher is trying to be nice. The teacher is like, I appreciate that you have your belief, but this isn't the place. She's like, do you know if you're gonna make it home to after work? And the teacher kind of got scared. She's like, okay, no, we're not gonna do this. I'm like, this is a fucking child who's supposed to be learning, interrupting class to talk about Jesus.
Yeah. I bet that was kind of funny though.
It irritated the fuck out of me.
You said the teacher got scared.
Yeah, the teacher's like, okay, no, we're not gonna do that. Because the way she asked her, she was like, do you know if you're gonna make it home after work? She's like, you could die. And then she started asking the kids, she said, do y'all know if you're gonna live when you leave here? Like, what in the fuck? Like, Jesus telling you to interrupt education is fucking wild to me. Telling you to interrupt school is fucking wild. Of course you think she's telling it right, fireman. You are one of those motherfuckers that would send a child into a classroom to do some fuck shit like that. And then y'all will say nobody's forcing it on you. And go and do shit like that and send your child into the class to do shit like that. Then you will say you have a choice. It's your free will. But you motherfuckers will violate free will while saying that the reason your God don't stop pastors from essaying children is because he don't violate free will. Y'all are a walking bag of contradictions.
Mm-hmm. They see it. They just not gonna. They're not gonna go against that God. There's no way. Because in order for them to use their brain, they would have to, go against God.
You haven't been able to prove a contradiction, Belteshazzar. All y'all fucking do is complain. Prove a contradiction, bitch. Your whiny ass.
Named himself Belteshazzar.
Yeah, look, he comes at my comments. He comes at my comments and say, I'm just going to take my comments back from your videos. So, motherfucker, who cares? I never asked your ass to comment them in the first place. But you commenting to tell me that you gonna take them back, that's some weak shit. And then here you are, the fuck again, in my comments at 1 o'clock in the fucking morning, motherfucker, commenting in my live. You whiny ass.
Oh, I needed that.
Like, what?
It don't make no sense.
And then I guess he
No
felt
sense at all.
I guess he felt comfortable coming up and talking to me while he was, I don't know who live. I think we were on Justin's live. No, we were on somebody's live. I think it was Justin Deconstruction. He finally came up to talk while I was there. You felt protected. You felt protected, Belshazzar. Shit, funny as fuck.
Said don't let the soft voice fool you, because that shit changed real fast.
Exactly. Like, what? Shit, crazy.
How y'all doing?
I'm doing good, little shit. What's up with you?
Oh man, I'm just over here watching the nonsense go on. I had went into a room last night, and you know sometimes some of these rooms they bait you with their header be something the opposite of what their actual belief of the room is. So I went in thinking it was one thing, and so I start expressing like my newfound information on God being the God of war and conquest and some of those things. And
Hold on, little shit. I just want to make the announcement that Jesus just told me he took a shit and asked me if I wanted some. Jesus, in the name of Jesus, just said, "Thanker, I took a shit. It is tasty. Do you want some?"
shit, yeah, that might be really tasty. That's weird.
Yeah, and this is how they defend their Christ. This is how they
Like
defend the
children,
sacrifice. Yeah.
because this is what God intended for them to be like, right?
Uh-huh. Yep. They can't help but to be that because he doesn't, there's no accountability in him. He's deceptive.
That's right.
Yeah.
10 Hail Marys and a Judas kiss is all it takes.
Yeah. Yep. Exactly. But sorry. Go
No,
ahead.
no problem at all. I got time for the bullshit. I, no, and so I was saying, because you had taught me a little bit more on the Book of Job, right? So I was kind of saying that is like, because he had one guest that was kind of like just all over the place. And the worst part about it for me is how they pick and choose what they want to believe. So the dude was like, I'm spiritual, but I believe in this part of it, and then not really this part of it. And I'm like, what? So then I went in there and said, talked about the Book of Job a little bit. Like that's the best. I was highlighted that's the best place to look and changes the most people's minds on, well, wait a minute, what's the morality of this God here, right? Obviously, he has none, or if he does, it's the morality of a child with a magnifying glass playing with ants, right? And he was like, well, no, 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 da 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 da. And I was like, well, wait a minute. So you think that that's okay that he pretty much, because this person was following everything that he was supposed to be doing, and then he had to sit down with homeboy Lucifer, and then he said, I'm gonna go ahead and release my blessings on his property, so you can go ahead and mess up his cattle or do whatever you want. You can't touch him, but you can go ahead and pressure test him and see if he folds. And this is our bet, right? And I was like, so you think that that's okay, like for your? And he's like, yeah, if that's God's will, da 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 da. And I'm like, oh, so it's funny because you meet the people who lie about the meaning of the message or whatever, and then you have the people who take it as literal as possible, saying that yeah, no matter what he does, it's still right because he has nobody to tell them he's wrong, right? They'll follow it to a T, like if the salt pillar situation and all these bad horrific things that he did, right? The hypocrisy of his acts, and they're like, well, that's just what he wanted to do, so that makes it totally fine no matter what he did. And that's somebody that I'm going to continue to follow, because who am I to tell him that he can't be doing it? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? So that means that you follow somebody who has the capabilities of flipping his morality for whatever situation he chooses. So that means that you, in turn, have no morality. You
Yep.
have no scale for justice or morality. Your morality can be contradicted at the whimsy of whatever the fuck you feel like.
Yeah.
That's wild to me.
That's exactly
Wild.
the when it says, in the garden that he commanded them not to eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, right? So that means that the mindset that you were just talking about,
Yeah.
that's the state that the God would prefer the humans in. Their morality shifts according to whatever the God says, and
And then the God in turn,
that's their
forgive me.
nakedness of consciousness, right? They were naked. They lacked what the knowledge that the serpent had. In the story in Hebrew, it uses an idiom for the word naked, which is aram, and it uses a construct of that
Ah,
word when it says that Adam and Eve were naked and they were not ashamed, which means they lacked the wisdom, the prudence, the
it
rational
wasn't a physical
thinking.
attribute, it was a mental attribute.
Yeah, and they had no shame, and that's what we see today when they can come in and defend their Jesus and say, "I took a shit. Do you want some?" Or when they can say, I'm gonna hang you on live, right, to defend their Jesus. Like they can be this immoral person and defend these immoral behaviors like rape. Like the young kid, the 21-year-old that was up the other
Right.
morning who said that rape is justified if God said so, right? That is the mindset that this God wants them in. But we know, right, that the God isn't an actual being that's causing them to do anything. It's a system. It's people who,
It's the person in power
yeah, yeah, that uses these
creating.
individuals, yeah, to
Yeah.
agree with their dirty work, to excuse their dirty work, to forgive their dirty work, and to do their dirty work.
You know what? That kind of leads me into, okay, so, you know, you mentioned the word idiom. I love that word. Matter of fact, good usage. And so you have the stories like, Santa Claus, right? um, we indoctrinate, right? As part of the indoctrination of society, right? We indoctrinate these beliefs of something that is far fetched, right? If you want to think of it as like, keeping children whimsical and blah, 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 okay, but still you're imparting a belief into somebody who doesn't have the mental clarity or fortitude to differentiate, is this reality or is this fiction? Is a white man really gonna come crawling down my chimney at night to leave me fucking presents and eat my cookies? And then that just leads into the impartment of religion, right? And there's basis that I'm gonna tell you a story that makes no sense really logically. You're never going to see anything like this in real life, but you need to believe it no matter what because we said so. The people in charge say so, right? So I think all these like stories of indoctrination that have to, the Easter Bunny, Christmas, and any other story that has to do with like religious celebration, right? These are all just minor indoctrinations that are started off on kids as like a beginning point, and then here comes the rough shit. Once they get to the altar boy stuff. That's crazy shit, man. This will forever blow my mind, and there seems like there's no end to it. Like there's always a way to see a really misguided message within it, and then to be able to hear so many people come and defend it. I've yet to hear somebody defend this shit and have a reasonable explanation for why. The most realist thing I said that I've ever heard anybody say is when they just go ahead and agree with it as literally as they can, and they say, "Well, he's just in charge, and that's what he says. That's what's written down, so I'm just going to believe whatever that is." It's always fucking nuts.
There was somebody messaged me on Discord and said that there is a guy on social media doing some psychological warfare on believers and getting them to, like, he's putting them in a trance, and he's going through like different statements and getting them to agree to small things, and then getting them to say yes, amen, And then they,
Yes.
yeah, and like that is,
Yes.
I think it like
I hear
church,
you.
yeah, church does that too, right? When you're in church and the pastor says something and you say amen, you are accepting that for yourself, right? You're saying I agree, and you're accepting
Right.
that, right? And I think that that's, what puts them deeper into these trends, because it's kind of like writing contracts for themselves,
Yeah.
you know. And when we think about Santa Claus and the lie that we tell our kids, because I did it too, we tell our kids, and
Hmm.
when they start getting curious and start inquiring about not ever seeing a Santa, and
Hmm.
they know they see mommy and daddy go Christmas shopping, they know they've seen the gifts in the closet, and then when they start
Right.
questioning, typically the parent shuts down that process of critical thought,
Right.
and that's the getting them prepared for. I don't think the parents know that they're preparing them to be able to accept religious indoctrination, when we shut down their questioning when it comes to the myth of Santa Claus. And I'm not saying like, again, Bash's live today was talking about like, what do you do with the new reality after you change words, and you end up tearing up the reality that you have and building a new one. What are you going to do with that new
Hmm.
reality? And I
Hmm.
was saying like, he had brought up the fact that people who believe in myths and legends tend to burn more energy and like have more kids and stuff, so they last longer, and those who don't believe in the myths and legends tend to conserve more energy, and they don't live as long as those who do. Like
That
what
sounds backwards.
it does sound backwards, but I think he's talking about like they're like jackrabbits. They're gonna have babies because they believe a God told them to. No, I'm not talking. I don't think he was talking about like their
Oh,
individual lives, but like their lineage, right? Like,
the mythos.
yeah, yeah. And I was saying, I think, like I think the myths and the legends definitely have a part in our reality, because you can read these, one, for entertainment, right?
Oh,
Two,
absolutely.
yeah, and two, like there are moral lessons that you can learn from them, like how not to be, or
Absolutely.
how to be, and some of them, not the, I don't see anything in the Bible. Well, I take that back. There are like a few in the Bible where I'm like, that I have adopted, like don't divide the baby, and shit like that, like knowing when to, so
Enough is
called,
enough.
yeah. But when the myth or the legend becomes reality is the problem, and when that happens, you start to change the definition of words, because you need the myth to be physical, you need the myth to be true, and you can't substantiate the claims within your reality of this myth. So then you start creating a whole new reality in order
Mm.
to uphold the myth that you've adopted as reality. And that's where this lack of critical thinking and logic and all of that happens. And I think parents end up I think parents have a lot more fun playing Santa Claus than the kids have fun believing in it. So they try to force the child to believe in Santa Claus no longer, try to force the child to believe that it's real. So they stump out.
Vicarious.
Yes. So they start stumping out that process of critical thinking at a young age.
No, that's a good point, and that's definitely something. That's the reason why I was so into. I mean, I loved Greek myth. I mentioned before I love Greek mythology. Growing up, it was like I love Marvel and DC. So Greek mythology was just like um, I always enjoyed history, right? I always enjoyed looking back in the past and hearing the stories about why things are the way they are now, and I was just always something that drew me in. And then Greek mythology was just something that was like, whoa, everything that they're talking about was actually like it was a message, it was a moral, it was a warning for why to do this or why not to do that. And when it came to Greek mythology, a lot of it made sense. It was actually morally structured and in like decency and camaraderie, and forewarning tales, you know what I mean? Um, and I totally agree with you. It's not it's there's nothing wrong with adopting the storyline as a way of setting morality for yourself, right? Because it might be easier to remember yourself of um, the story of Medusa and Heracles, as opposed to really trying to remember, oh, I got to be careful about, this archetype of person and this type of situation that I'm walking into and why I'm there in the first place. Instead, you can just remember that tale, right? It just becomes a way to grasp onto an ideal. And, if the thing that I've always kind of say about religion is like, if you're going to grasp onto the book, don't be so naive that you believe that these things are actually something that fucking happened, right? Because, why would you think that this book is written by this almighty powerful being, and here we got it on paper and ink and pen? Like, what are you talking about? Why does that make sense to you? It's just the logic doesn't match up. And but that's the problem, is that not everybody's mind is the same, right? We got to remember that some people are predisposed to having cracks in the fucking foundation. So they lock onto things a little bit heavier than others. And as long as we have people, we're always going to have that problem. And we're always going to have that charismatic son of a bitch who's going to spread the word that he knows can bring him some type of power. And I don't know. It's just fucking weird. Really weird.
Yeah. Johan, well, I'm not fried now, so if you want to come up and fry me again, I've reset. Like, I don't know why they think I give a damn about them saying that I got fried. Like, okay,
How does he think you got fried?
I don't know. That, like,
They just
believers
say
just
shit.
make up shit. Yeah, like that.
Yeah.
Like, it doesn't, like, going back and forth with them over shit that they've made. Like, it's irrelevant to me. They could go and tell everybody that, oh, I beat Thinker. Okay, I don't give a damn.
Because it's not true. They really will say anything. I mean, that's just how like, you could tell irrationality in somebody is when they just flat out lie in a public forum and then expect it to be believed. All right?
I don't give a damn about consciousness. I don't talk to no motherfucking body about. I said consciousness is not experience. That's a fucking lie. I don't give a damn about your fucking experiences. I tell y'all, keep them shits to yourself. Yes, I read comments, motherfucker. I know how to read. What the fuck? Like, what the fuck is wrong with y'all? Like, I wish Jesus would have said before he died, read a book, bitch, while he was on the cross. Like, if he'd have just said, read books, bitch, y'all motherfuckers would be smart. Like, I wish that would have been his last words. Like, what the fuck do you
Yes,
read? You
sorry.
read comments. Yes, of course I read comments.
It,
And I
it's
don't
a
give
ginger candy, Selena. Sorry.
and I don't give a damn about winning a fucking argument with y'all. But I'm not gonna let y'all come up here and fucking lie. If you especially lying on me, if you gonna make an accusation against me, fucking prove it. You have the box is open. Ain't now one of you motherfuckers come up here and actually proving the shit that you're saying.
Cowards, that's all.
And then Nehemiah, nobody gives a damn if your Jesus is fake or real. I done told your ass that. You come in here night after night saying the same shit. Every host in here has told you we don't give a fuck if your God is real or not. We don't care. Damn.
You crack me up.
Because I cannot stand ignorance, especially in grown ass adults. Like, the level of ignorance I'm seeing, I expect it in a child, right? Like the
Right.
immaturity, I expect it in a
Mm-hmm.
child, in a teenager. Not grown ass adults who probably have children, who probably have grown adult children.
And then I'm watching, right? I'm watching this as you talk, right? And then, so they're talking their little shit, but they don't, they don't counter it really with anything else. It's just like, I said my little snooty thing, and then I heard her get upset. And you know what? The fact of the matter is they're just getting more pleasure off of hearing you get upset than actually proving that you're wrong, right? They like that reaction. And
Um,
who Master Herbalist? We don't need your
hold on.
what?
No, Master Herbalist is my mod. She can
Ad
say
libs.
that's Master Herbalist is
Uh,
my mod. She
uh,
could Master Hebraeus. That's a mod here. She can say whatever she want to say. And then I don't want you to address the comments from the
Oh,
stage.
forgive me.
Yeah,
That's what she's saying. Okay,
yeah.
copy that, Master.
Um, the
What she just say? Just the cut with God.
I think he was saying that she was telling him not to address the comments, and he was saying copy that to her. Show how about you come and show me that your consciousness is an experience, that you can come and show me the experience. Come show me where it is the experience. Yeah, show me the experience.
Oh, what? I don't understand the question.
Yeah,
I was just addressing to
show
you
me the consciousness as experience. Can I see it?
a consciousness experience. So in that video, the
Yeah,
issue
I
is
know
what
what you
you
said.
did.
I know what you said. You said I said consciousness is
Right.
not experience.
I'm
Hey,
addressing
hey,
the
hey, hey,
fault.
hey, hey. You said I said consciousness is not experience. Okay, show me the consciousness as experience. Show it to me.
Show you that consciousness experience
Show me
based on
the
that verse.
experience of consciousness. Show me the
So
experience.
so when you experience something, are you unconscious when you're experiencing something?
It's you said I said consciousness is not experience.
Yes. What you
Okay,
said, to address it, if you would let me
yeah,
address
go
it,
ahead.
what you said is you were talking about the fruit. You were insinuating, since God had allowed Adam and Eve to eat from the fruit, that Adam already knew what evil was.
I never
Would
said
you?
that. I never said that. I
That
said
is exactly what
no,
you
no,
said.
the fuck I didn't. I've been saying for the longest. Like, why the
29
fuck? Shut the
I
fuck up. Why the
on
fuck would I write a whole song saying what if Adam was abusive and Eve didn't understand the bruises because they didn't understand evil? I would not have ever said Adam knew evil. I said he could do evil and not fucking know it. That's what the fuck I said. Doing and knowing is not the same thing. You're on mute. You have to unmute. That is an action called doing.
Yeah, you muted me, so
Yes, that
you
is an action
clearly
called
doing.
doing.
Right, your emotions are taking over. So
Yes. Okay, cool. I do have
what I
emotions.
said here is, it is what you said. You verbatim, I have it on 29 minutes of the video.
Uh-huh.
You said Adam, since God, you said Adam and Eve
Uh-huh.
had knowledge of evil
Uh-huh.
prior to eating the apple. Exactly what you said.
What knowledge
And
did I say they had of evil? What evil did I say that they had knowledge of?
they knew that eating the apple was wrong.
They right and wrong,
That's
good
what
and
you
evil.
said.
Okay, hold on.
But
Hold on.
you said,
Show right and wrong, good and evil are not the same thing to me.
this is why I'm confused on why you said that. So what I was going to say before you cut me off is that God already knows the consequences of eating that apple.
Right.
So if Adam and Eve eat that apple, it doesn't mean Adam and Eve know evil.
They
It's
didn't know
similar
evil.
to what?
They did not know evil. They could do evil. They didn't know evil.
Yeah, but that's not what you said.
That's I've always said that. I wrote a whole fucking song about it, so I don't know
No,
why I would say anything different. I wrote an
no,
entire fucking song about the fact that they did not know evil but could do evil. So why the fuck would I say anything
I don't.
different?
I mean, you were kind of yelling at him, so maybe you misspoke.
Uh,
But that's what you said on 29 minutes. I
I've
have it here.
I've
I don't know
never
how to.
I said they could do wrong, and right and wrong are not the same as good and evil. And them knowing good and evil is not the same as them being able to do good and evil. I've always said the same thing.
It's just
If she
confusing to
hold
me
on,
because
if she said that, you have it on record and play it.
I don't know how to stream my screen on here.
But
I
you said
mean,
I said consciousness is not experience. That's what you said. I
yes,
said.
he said they learned. So this is what happened in the video. The YouTuber said that through that experience, they now know their disobedience is wrong. Disobeying God is
Wrong
wrong. They know
or
evil.
evil?
He said through their experience, they experienced evil. They didn't just get a knowledge
And
of evil
did I
because your
ask him?
argument.
Hold on. Did I ask him if they could experience evil without the knowledge of evil? Did I
You
ask him that?
you asked them, did they change in their minds? So did they change in their minds? Like, did they gain magical powers of just knowing good and evil as soon as they ate the fruit? Is what I got from your perspective.
Did I ask him if they could experience evil without knowing evil? Did I ask him that question?
No, I just told you what you
Wait,
asked
you
him.
said that I said consciousness is not experience.
Yes,
Okay,
if you
and
let me
hold on.
explain.
You just fucking explained.
I didn't.
You did just explain.
I didn't, because you
Yes,
asked
the
me a
fuck
different
you
question
did.
while I was explaining.
No, I didn't.
No.
You literally said that
Not
he
at
said them through them doing the action. That is how they experienced evil. Is that
And you
what
want
you
to know
said?
your response. Your response
Oh my God.
is where this is where you get your answer. Your response was that is conscious, not experience. That's what you said.
And them knowing the evil is consciousness, right?
So the issue.
Knowing, answer the question. Knowing evil is a conscious thing. It's in the mind, right? Right?
Mm-hmm.
But
Right,
you can do evil, which is the action, without knowing.
Which you have to be conscious
Hey,
to do.
I'm listening. Listen. You can do evil without knowing it's evil, right?
Uh-huh.
Huh?
Can I respond?
Answer the question. Can you do evil without knowing it's evil?
Not without being conscious.
Oh my fucking God. Do you think that when I say consciousness, that experience, consciousness is an experience, that I meant awake?
You should be, you use a different
Hold on. Do you think that I was talking about being awake or sleep?
Did say aware.
Oh my fuck. Get the fuck off my stage, you dumb fuck.
I mean, you could
You
use
are dumb as
different
fuck. This motherfucker talking about not without being conscious. Like, if you think that when we refer to in the conscious, and a knowing in the conscious is talking about somebody being the fuck awake, you are a waste of fucking time.
I wish he could have gave me.
Hold on, Theo. I didn't mean to bring you up right now, okay?
Okay.
Motherfucker said, no, we're not being conscious. The fuck?
Well, I was going to ask him if he could have gave me the date and time.
I think he talking about when that Phil Bro Orthodox guy came up. I remember a conversation about them, something that the church father said. Like, it was a church father argument. I think Augustine of Hippo said that when Adam and Eve ate from the tree, that's when they experienced evil, and that's when they knew the knowledge of good and evil, or their action of disobeying, them doing the evil is when they got the knowledge of good and evil.
Well,
Or something. It was something stupid. But I also, during that conversation, pulled up other church fathers who didn't agree with that church father. But yeah. So, but I mean, you motherfucker think I ain't got nothing to do with the fact that you have a one-track fucking mind, that you think consciousness just means a fucking wake. Like, that's not my fucking fault that you misunderstood the fucking conversation and you wasted all our goddamn time. Far Rock, are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist? Like, what the fuck? I'm gonna write a whole fucking song about Adam and Eve not knowing good and evil. But I'm somewhere saying that they did know good and evil before they ate from the tree. That don't make no fucking sense. Chad, are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
Deconstructing.
Conscience, not conscious, you dumb fuck. Conscience. You are. This is. I get so frustrated because how can y'all be this damn dumb? How can y'all be this damn dumb at your big ass ages? Conscious and conscience aren't the same fucking thing, you dumb fuck. Nelly, can you do this? I gotta go check on my daughter.
Yeah, no problem. Chad?
Hey, good night.
Well, okay. Um,
Yeah, she
how,
asked if I'm an atheist or if I'm deconstructing,
are you a believer?
or am I? I believe I'm deconstructing.
You're deconstructing from the God of the Bible?
Yes.
Okay. And how old are you for
Uh,
TikTok purposes?
I'm 33 years old.
33. Great. And which one of the topics did you come up to discuss?
Um, one of the points,
What can you address the statement first?
supremacy. Oh, sorry. The God of the Bible is the God of deception. The
And do
fourth
you
point.
agree with or disagree with that, and why?
Um, well, I don't disagree because she came with facts with what she with all of the points that she said, right? And I've just been interested in the word deconstructing. What does it mean?
To
It's the first
deconstruct?
yeah, it's the first time I'm hearing it. My apologies.
Deconstruction,
Hmm.
okay. Well, I'll explain. Deconstructing is just you questioning your belief
Oh, there you go.
and trying to find answers for what you believe in.
Oh,
Doesn't necessarily mean that you don't believe in the God. It doesn't necessarily mean that, that you're not a whatever denomination you're claiming to be, but it's just you're questioning your belief and questioning actually what the scripture says and trying to, uh, you know, make
yeah.
it make sense, if that makes sense to
That makes a lot of sense. That
you.
makes a
Right.
lot of sense. It
That's
it it
that's
it,
deconstruct.
it happened ever since I came across, I don't know how you call it, a phrase or a word, confirmation bias, cognitive bias.
Mm-hmm.
Um, and when I sort of looked up the meaning, it's sort of like based on my conditioning over the years. I've always looked out for some, um, how should I say, looked out for an experience that was brought by a divine being. So, like, if something were to happen out of the blue, I would have assumed that it was an act of God, or it was an act of the devil. Always branding and labeling the actions that was happening around me. In a sense, I don't know, it gave me a false sense of control. But then I came across those words, and I understand that it was just me thinking about God acting upon earth instead of me viewing it realistically. So I've sort of been in between as to, is what was said in the Bible, is it still continuing to happen, or and that's where I'm sort of stuck. I'm
Well, I mean, the, I would just start at, like I said, the beginning. That's the reason why we
okay.
have the Adam and Eve narrative up there. I mean, start at the beginning, start researching,
Okay.
and understanding, use your brain basically. I mean,
Yeah.
because that's what, as a deconstructionist, which is what I consider myself. Um, I just want to get people to think. That's all. Use your
Oh,
brain. Think.
okay.
You know, uh, when when has faith took precedent, over facts?
Hmm.
I mean, I'm sorry, but that's what, when you believe in this deity, you
Yeah.
you have no other choice but to put faith over facts.
I've started referring to it as an archetype.
I mean, yeah, I mean, either way it go. I mean, so
Yeah.
so I always tell
And
people to start at the beginning.
yeah, and
Read the
I'm gonna
book.
be out and I'm gonna be honest, I felt such a relief, like I just can't explain it, right? Because my mom passed away recently. I'm not gonna
I'm
say
sorry to
that
hear that.
it started happening after she died, but it was long. It was like, dude, I was getting these beatings to go to church. I was I was in church and it was mad crazy inside there all the time. And I was like, what is going on, bro? Like, why isn't it happening to me? Or like, what do I have to do to get like that or whatever the case was? So then I just realized, it's probably not for me or whatever the case was. And, I mean, I still had my belief, I was still not a part of the church, but still just questioning my own belief and my thought patterns. Um, did a lot of introspection,
Mhm.
inner research, and try to, like that's when I look into my emotions, my feelings, my thoughts, and I began to understand that based on how my environment has influenced me, it has caused me how I think today. So I just recently stumbled upon confirmation and cognitive bias, cognitive dissonance. I'm still continuing to look into those so that I can probably get more clarity. And then I hear the word deconstructing, and I was like, "Is this like the phase at which I am right now?" So that's why I'm here to try and figure out like what is this deconstructing, and is there even the points and this entire life that's going on, how can I be a part of that, or like if how I can learn more from you guys or whatever the case is. Not sure.
Well, I mean, the thing about that is, man, it's just, you're more than welcome to hang out in the comments and listen to um, the stories up here and the information, because this live is based on information. It's not a Christian bashing live or none of that right there. You know, we study, um, and we
Okay.
pass on information and try to verify the information that one of us may come across. Um, you know, no one up here is claiming to know it all. No one up here is claiming to have the answer to every
Yeah.
single thing.
Yeah, that's understandable. Yeah. Yeah.
But at the same time, we do study, we dissect, and we verify. So when we do make a claim, we can back it up with evidence.
Well, that's nice.
And
I mean,
and
see,
and that's the beauty of it right there. And
so I'm
like I said,
guessing
when you start out deconstructing, it's scary.
it is
It's scary
very
because
much
you've been taught something for so long.
years.
It's embedded in your brain, in your body. It's embedded in your heart, and it's tough, man. I mean, it's tough and it's scary because you've been that fear factor kicks in. Oh, what if I'm wrong? God's going to get me. I'm going to hell. All of these things cross your mind
Every time.
every time. But the more you study, the more you use your brain and use logic, you're going to see that there's really nothing to be afraid of but the humans who are pushing this shit on you. Those are the ones you need to be afraid of. It ain't no sky daddy in the sky doing shit. It's these humans doing it. It's the truth.
It is.
But you have to study and see that for yourself, man. You know.
Somebody in the comments said earlier, if there is no God, who are you to say that things are dirty? Right? There was a comment. And like I immediately thought about the fact that when they're saying, if there's no God, who are you to say? And they're ignoring that it's a human who told them what a God said in the first place. Right? The
Yep.
things that they're saying that they cannot say is immoral, it was communicated to them through a human. They've never seen a God do anything. They've never seen a God say anything, but they just trust the humans who wrote this. And that it never, dawns on them that they're saying they can't question the humans.
What was
That
that?
is correct.
So I'm guessing to say that once I've looked a little bit more into what I'm focused on right now, as I've mentioned before, the confirmation, cognitive, would it be okay that I share my findings every now and again?
Yeah.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Um,
Um
um,
Typically, so I do have a community, and I usually only allow people to come up and talk about their deconstruction journey if they are a part of the community, and that you do
okay.
that through subscribing. But like if you come up and you have like some research that you want to share, I just ask that you address the topic that we're discussing first, and then go into your research.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Sounds good.
And we definitely love to have you a part of the community, man. I mean, we're all here to learn.
I
We all
love to
here to
be a
learn.
part of it.
That's it. Just learn.
Yeah,
Yeah.
especially, I hope you
I
already know that conscious and conscience are not the same word. They aren't even spelled the same, and that they don't mean the same thing. I hope you don't make the same mistake that Show made in front of damn near
no,
700 people.
no, I know that they're different, so let's mind on that. Um, yeah, I've gotten to understand the more knowledge has increases, the more question that comes about,
Yeah,
right?
that's true.
So, man, I had all these questions, you
Well,
know.
the first thing I can say, man, how it started with me,
Mhm.
I read the book. I didn't take just scriptures. I actually took the time out to read the book. And when I did not understand something, I started researching it in reality, not some spiritual thing. I researched what these words mean. Um, you can look it up, in I believe uh, the lexicon. I believe will break down different Hebrew words for you.
Okay.
Um, so th- that's the only advice I've ever gave anyone is just
Okay.
read the book.
What's it called? Do you mind me asking?
Which one? The Bible?
Oh no, that's what you were you were talking
Yeah,
about the
I'm talking
Bible.
about the
My
Bible.
bad.
I ain't talking about no book outside of that.
My bad.
No, that's like me telling you to tell me about the Bible, but read Harry Potter, even
Which
though it
which
would
is
have
which
some of
is
the
what I
same
think a lot of
points.
Christians do. No, they don't read Harry Potter. They're scared of Harry Potter. But they'll say Jesus told them to spread the word, but they don't read the so called word. And what they're really doing is just spreading themselves like a fucking disease.
Yeah,
Hmm.
haven't I don't believe that like getting in on a topic that I'm not fully informed on and try like running with whatever you could say percent of information I need to know it exactly before I can come on and
No, as someone who's
so I
deconstructing, like if the topic is about
mhm.
the God of deception, if you have questions about that, or if you felt deceived by the God or the belief system, that's where you would talk about it. Not,
Okay,
yeah,
okay. I've definitely I mean if it's okay that I share that experience though.
yeah, yeah.
Like you I think I got baptized when I was 12. Uh I had my second kid at age 23 and after that I started going back to church. My family was growing. I thinking, you know what? I should probably get married and settle down, go back to church. That's how my mom always wanted. And I they forced me to get baptized. The second time I was against it. I was like, I mean, I got baptized before. Why do I have to do it? And then they forced me to leave my family. Right, I had to leave my kids behind.
Why?
And I had no idea. It's not what God wanted for some reason.
Wow.
Right, and I had to be married to a woman of the church.
What?
So I I left my family behind, and the pain I felt for doing that, right?
I'm so sorry.
I have never recovered since. Never recovered since.
Oh my
So like,
gosh. I'm so sorry that happened to you.
yeah, I've been feeling bad about it ever since. So I left the church because, it was a stupid mistake I made, and I went to another branch. It was sort of like the same church that had the same, because there's so many different branches. I can't even remember the name of it. But still, I went to that one, and the scripture that they used, right? I can't remember the scripture exactly, but it was used multiple times. With the church I was with prior, they used the same scripture, but it had a completely different meaning. I was like, bro, this is manipulation. I just said that to the pastor, like right to his face. I said, no, that's manipulation right there. And he was like, what? It was like, well, you guys are using the same scripture, but all of them has a different. Doesn't one scripture like has a definite meaning? Why does it have to have multiple meanings? Or yes, it could have multiple meanings, right? But then it's being expressed that I should do this action, right? So this is how I should act. But then now you're telling me that I should act differently. So which one is it, right? So I just had my breaking point at that point, and I never even stepped foot in the church ever since.
I don't blame you. What scripture did they
Yeah,
use to convince you that you needed to leave your current wife and your children?
it was at in the book of Acts. I'm wondering if it was in the book of Acts or Corinthians, but one of the books that Saul or Paul wrote, I think.
Like, do
So
you
he was
remember what
like,
it said? Like, just like a summary
um,
maybe of it.
um, I wonder if it had something to do with something being hidden in the light and had to be revealed, something hidden in the dark and had to be revealed in the light. Or I remember that one,
Was it the unequally
like
yoked
with
one? Come out from a big.
unequally yoked. That is it. That is exactly that's what they used. Me and my girlfriend had my kids, and she wasn't interested in coming into church. So I was like, well, I mean, after some time, she's probably gonna come by, but I have to get my life straight. I'm thinking, yes, I'm going to God, and this is the right move. And then they just straight up like, you have to leave your girlfriend. I was like,
What was she your
what?
girlfriend or was she your wife?
Well, at that point we were together over 5 years, so it's like common law at that
Oh,
point.
okay. I
Yeah,
mean,
it was it
it's
was
it's
past 5 years, right?
yeah, that's crazy. I mean, there's
Yeah,
nothing in this Bible that says y'all
I
have to get
know,
married anyway, but like that's crazy.
I
Like,
know, I
I'm
know.
sorry that happened. And then to
And
leave your children, like what was the point of, like why were they telling you that you had to leave your children?
the pastor himself even used himself as an example. He has two kids uh in the UK, and because what his wife or at the time was didn't want to be on the journey that he was on, he had to leave them behind. So sacrifices for God has to be made. It was just crazy how things went, and then man, I don't even know how to explain it now,
This is
because it has
why.
been a lot of it.
Sorry, go ahead. I
Go
thought you were
ahead.
done. Go ahead.
Yeah, yeah. I was just the final part was like I don't know. That there's this saying that it's not the you don't have to stereotype, right? So like the church wanted to pass it off as him being the only bad egg because he did threaten his wife after a couple of years. So I'm thinking probably he wasn't well in the head, or he was preaching something wrong, you know. But then I went to another church, and then it felt like the exact same thing. So I would like to say that like pastors, they are downright manipulators. And
A lot of them, a
they can
lot of them are.
they can
I've met a
they,
couple of pastors who actually have, you know,
they can
uh,
cause a lot more destruction than peace. I mean, I got my my baby mom. She literally
can y'all
slashed
hear
my
me
arms with a
talking?
knife. So, yeah, yeah,
Oh, okay.
maybe I can.
Okay.
Yeah,
I was saying a lot of them are.
there's a little.
Can you hear me? Is there a lag?
No, there isn't. My bad. Go
Okay.
ahead.
I was saying a lot of them are manipulative. A good majority of them are. I've met, a few that I could probably count on my hand, and two of them are actually in my family, who actually, did their best and do their best to try to live what they believe this God wants them to live. Not to say that they didn't have problematic beliefs, but they were not manipulating, and that there were a few that came on this panel that I could tell, had an honest approach, and they were not trying to be manipulative. But the majority that I've come across are manipulative. I agree with you, and this is why I say that it's important if this is going to be your belief system, it's important for you to read the text and study the text yourself, so that when someone comes to you with a claim like what that church did, you're able to verify it yourself. Because what pastors expect you to do, and most believers expect you to do, is just accept what they say is truth, even when they,
Yeah,
they're not telling the truth. And usually, what believers believe is not in this book anyway, right? So,
and
a lot of people think that reading the book is a waste of time, even atheists. And I think that an atheist not even not reading this book does themselves a disservice, because it has so much influence in our society. It has so much
yes,
influence in the people that's in power, and so not not even knowing what's being used and what tactics and plans or whatever is being used on the mind for psychological warfare, supremacy culture, supremacy ideology, upholding patriarchal norms, harms the society. Yeah, even more. Like, it doesn't matter if you don't believe. Knowing what your enemy is planning against you when you have the fucking guide is beneficial, right? And if you outsource that to another person, you're giving power to another person, and that's when they can abuse you and use you and manipulate you, because they know that you've outsourced that authority to them, and they expect some sense of subservience to them and loyalty
okay,
to them and
yeah,
obedience. And so,
blind loyalty.
yeah. And if you don't know the book, they can just tell you anything. They can tell you that,
That is
consciousness.
exactly what it was. That is
Yeah.
exactly what it was. Oh
Yeah.
my god.
Yeah.
You're
Like, honestly, if half the people in here were not intelligent, they would have, believed Show,
hmm
when he said that I said consciousness doesn't equal experience. And
no, yeah,
yeah,
I
like, if we didn't know the difference between conscious and
yeah.
conscience, right?
Show started off um with one thing, and then he changed, like when he was trying to reiterate what he was saying. I was like, bro, you just made a mistake. Try and recorrect it, but then it just went haywire after that. He just
Yeah, like, once I realized that he was talking about being awake and doing evil, that was a waste of my fucking time. Like, that didn't make any fucking
yeah.
sense. But
But you
yeah,
are an incredible listener, thinker. I just really like how you came up, like not really came up, but as you used that experience of your own to relate to mine. I appreciate that.
you're very welcome. Thank you so much for coming up, and look forward to talking to you again. I hope you have a great rest of the night.
Same to you.
All right.
Thanks. Oh boy.
Oh, I seen that, Jordan. John Doe. John Doe. John Doe man. Damn, I saw that. I saw Jordan. I saw that skit. That shit was funny. That shit was a Drewski skit. That shit was funny.
Oh, the backlash he's getting right now. Oh my goodness.
Because he's telling the truth.
Hmm?
So, no one wants to argue with you over you fucking mistaking conscious and conscience as the same fucking thing. Like, go and learn what those words mean. Because your response to not if you are awake is a childish ass response. Like, stay the hell out of my box until you fucking learn definitions. Damn, all these people on the wait list. Shit. They ain't got no patience. They request and then scroll right out. Like what are they doing? Thinker lover? Is this a I don't know. The crazy thing about it, when somebody names themselves thinker lover, I have no idea if it's a hater or actually a supporter. Because I have haters naming themselves after me. I don't know. It's crazy that I cannot tell. I have no idea.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay.
I don't know.
You don't know whether to
What?
say thank you or fuck you.
Yeah. Okay. B Love, Marcus, chatted with Kathy. I think all of y'all are in there on accident, I assume. Theo, Lovebug, you came up the other day ahead of time, right? So I am gonna make you wait. I see you. But you came up the other day ahead of time. So you, I'm gonna give you until Sunday. Give you some time to reset, because if you remember our agreement, right, is that I would let you come up and talk about what you want to talk about once a week, and you've kind of been crossing the boundary on that. Well, what you weren't supposed to come up yet, Theo, right? Like, you've been crossing the boundary that we set for you. So because you came up early, I am gonna ask you to wait till Sunday to come up, okay? Or have you wait till Sunday. And I need you to remember the rules that we set. All right, y'all. The guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing or an atheist, 21 and up, there is room on the stage. I did not say they understood that it was evil. They could not understand it was evil because they did not have a moral conscience. They could know that it was wrong, though. Dumb fuck. I did not say that. I would not have said that. Like, god damn. You literally you literally thought I said that they couldn't do evil if they wasn't awake. That doesn't make any fucking sense. As a matter of fact, I'm just finna play What If Adam Was Abusive. Because why the fuck would I write an entire fucking song about them not knowing the difference between of good and evil, but say that they did? And if I'm not mistaken, You motherfuckers claim they did know that they did have a moral conscience because your God was their moral conscience. Y'all claim they did know that it was evil to eat from the tree. That's y'all's fucking claim. This is how much I don't think, how much I know that they didn't know evil in this fucking story.
Didn't know the word for danger, but saw it on her skin. The way he spoke of order and the world he trapped her in. He got a desire to find that life was called paradise. But what if she saw differently through her own eyes? What if he got out of the questions, told her thinking was rebellion? Twisted lies into the truth, convinced her curiosity was rude. What if she understood control is care? What if she understood love is fear? What if while walking in Eden, he prayed for Satan just to give a reason? What if Adam was abusive and Eve didn't understand the bruises? What if the garden was a cage and she the bird he tried to tame? What if the serpent was in danger? Just the first voice that felt sane. And she started thinking, what if the egg inside me has a name? What if God's plan was Adam playing God inside my brain? What if Adam is a monster, jealous cause I'm smarter? What if wisdom was the fruit that stripped the truth from every lie? What if she didn't want to live but wanted to die? She was raised to take excuses, trained to bend instead of break. Called it love when it was hurt and called it God when it was fake. Every time her voice got louder, someone told her to be still. As if surviving in a nightmare was the proof of woman's will. And what if Eve was never fragile, just convinced she had to be? What if women learned the danger long before they learned it free? Be patient, be quiet, be grateful. He made you, he only wanted silence. That's why he needed something new. Don't forget he had to live before you. What if Adam was abusive? Eve didn't understand the bruises. What if the garden was a cage and she the bird he tried to tame? What if the serpent was in danger, just the first voice that felt sane? And she started thinking, what if the egg inside me has a name? What if God's plan was Adam playing God inside my brain? What if Adam is a monster, jealous cause I'm smarter? What if wisdom was the fruit that stripped the truth from every lie? What if she didn't want to live but wanted to die? Oh, what if Adam was abusive? What if paradise is pain? What if every rule of God was just a man trying to reign? What if Adam was a monster and the weapon was his voice? What if leaving Eden wasn't sin but his very first choice? What if Adam was a liar? All the things he taught her kept her from the truth inside. What if he wasn't disobedient? She knew it was a lie. What if he was never falling? What if she just chose herself? What if loving him and dying, so she reached for something else? What if Eden wasn't safety, just the place she learned to hide? What if leaving wasn't weakness, but a spirit staying alive? What if every woman after carries echoes of a fight? What if he was never sinful, she was finally choosing right?
Yeah, there's no fucking way I'm gonna say they knew evil and write that fucking song. But Nehemiah saying, what if, that just means you don't know shit. The way religious men react to this song, and then they think they be saying something smart, like y'all just be embarrassing the hell out of yourselves. Y'all responding from a place of your fucking masculinity is crazy as hell. Like, it's crazy as hell.
They never cease to amaze me.
The crying is ridiculous. Like, it's irritating. Like, 5 don't even cry that fucking much. He don't. Look, he know how to put sentences together now today. Like it's like he went home. He only went home for a day and a half. Okay, he can't
Mm-hmm.
when he went home on what's the day? Friday. He went home Wednesday. When he went home Wednesday, he is just I have to say five. Who am I? Who am I? And he go grandmama, grandmama, right? And like when he wants something from me, he just come to me and tap me. Like he don't ever call my name. So today I'm in here asleep and my son comes in and he's five is around his dad's shoulders, like he's has him on his neck, on his shoulders.
Mm-hmm.
Five walks in the room. I mean, my son walks in the room and five sees me. He goes, grandmama, hi grandmama, hi grandmama, and I'm like, is he putting the fucking like he's never done that before. So it's like he went home and had a like grew in his maturity and his mental capabilities of being able to put sentences together, knowing that he should say hi and then the name of the person that he's saying hi to. And I asked my son, I said, did y'all teach him that? He said no. He said, I don't know where he got that from. He just started saying it.
Wow.
Yeah. He's like, hi, grandmama. Hi,
He's
grandmama.
learning.
Yeah. Exactly. He like his cognitive abilities grew overnight. Like he only been gone for a day and a half.
Mm-mm-mm. Well, these and these children today are just so much. To me, they're just so much smarter. They learn so much faster. It's and I know it's the environment and stuff too, but I mean, man, these like I have a 10-year-old granddaughter that just she can sit there and hold a literal conversation with you using I'm talking about she talks I'm not articulate. She talks very articulate, and I just love to hear her talk. I just, I just love to hear her talk because it just amazes me. I was thinking, shit, when I was 10 years old, I didn't talk like that.
Mm-hmm. They are a lot smarter. And I saw a video. I'm seeing a lot of these videos where parents are having to teach their children AAVE because
Mm-hmm.
they articulate well, and they're having to teach them how to speak AAVE. And I think it's so cute. And the kids are like, what? Like, what does that mean? And then they're having difficulty actually pronunciating the words. Like, um, it's cute, but they are very intelligent. There's another video of a young boy. His mom gave him a iPad, and she blocked off the adult YouTube on his YouTube channel. But he figured out a way to go to the internet from a video game. I think he was playing some violent game. I think she. I think
Probably
he.
Fortnite.
No, I think it was. Man, it was some other game. I don't think it was Fortnite. It was started with a G. I think GTA. No,
Oh, Grand Theft Auto.
yeah. She let him play GTA. He looked like he was about 2 or 3. So through GTA, he knew how to scroll to the bottom of the game, go to the about, click on the website, the company's website, scroll down to the bottom, and click on the company's YouTube to get to regular YouTube. And she asked him,
Damn.
right? She said, "Who taught you how to do that?" And he just looked at her like, psst, and shrugged his shoulders. And he's like
Mm.
3.
Mm. Yeah. And thinker, and I say this all the time, and you know, people, some people get very upset when I say this, but you know, I just literally, and I mean totally, do not understand how a child today uh, does not. how can I say it? I say they have all the capabilities in the world to learn whatever they want to learn and choose not to do it. And what I mean when I say that is that we didn't have the avenues. I didn't coming up as a child, coming up through school, through grade school, middle school, high school. I did not have the internet. I didn't have the capabilities, the access to information that is so easily accessed now. You know, I didn't have that. And these children today, these kids today have that access and choose to waste it on bullshit. I just don't understand that.
A lot.
I just have no understanding of
Yeah, I think it's the way the world is today. A lot of them feel hopeless. A lot of the young adults today feel hopeless because it's like they can work and work and work and work and still not make enough money to move out on their own. They see all the fighting that the adults are doing. They don't have a lot of good examples to when it comes to education being prioritized, and so that the young adults that are our children, that are adults, are, I can honestly say that I see them doing the best they can with what the fuck we left them,
it. Right.
you know. And then our parents kind of fucked up what their parents started building for them. When I know my grandmother's parents left her a lot of land, and the church convinced her that God said to sell the land to the church for $1,500. So she gave up all the wealth that her parents worked hard for to leave a legacy and set them up. She gave it up to the church, and then the church ended up losing it. Like a developer owns the land now, but it was like a whole. When I say land, I'm talking about a whole fucking neighborhood.
Oh damn.
She
Talking
sold
acres.
acres. She sold for $1,500 to the church because she was convinced, right? And so our parents, and like they kind of left our generation with a shitload of debt and not wealth. And because we went into, I think we were the generation that were allowed to get credit at 18. Like we at 18, credit was it was an automatic thing. So we took on the practices of our parents, built debt because it was so easy to get, and fucked up the economy for our children. And now now we're the adults, we're now learning financial literacy. Financial literacy is now important to us and a part of our language and our plans, but our children come with this knowledge, and it's difficult for them to actually get their, a good footing because we fucked it up so bad for them, the economy, and they can't move out. They can't actually start families. It's hard. The misogyny, like the whole red pill movement, has caused younger women to not even seek out relationships. They're taking longer and longer to date because they see, the damage. Like it's on Front Street now. It's starting to a melody. I think financial literacy is starting to become like people are starting to talk more about financial literacy in our community. But you're right, it's not something that we prioritize in our generation. But our children are thinking about it at the gate. Like our children are like, I don't want to be like mama and them. Like I don't want to struggle. I want to have money. And so they're thinking like our great grandparents were thinking, but the we've left them a clusterfuck. And what they see right now with all the wars, the political instability, it's they feel hopeless. They feel hopeless right now.
Yeah, I will agree with that too. I had to get a little sideways with my granddaughters, one of my granddaughters' aunties. And taking my this granddaughter right here, I raised her since she was, well, let's see, we got her when she was 3 months old. She's 19 now, and uh, I still give her. I like to call it a per diem. I still give her a weekly per diem allowance, however you want to say it. And her aunt come to me and said, "You're just ruining her. You're spoiling her. And, I'm doing all of these things. I'm spoiling her and stuff." I'm like, "No, I'm not." Because one, she's she had a tough time in school. Um, learning and stuff like that. And she's working. Her job doesn't pay very much at all. And like I said, she's 19 years old. She's young. So I told her, I said, well, first of all, I'm not going to stop being her father because I literally am her father. I said, I'm not going to stop doing that. And I really don't give two shits what you say. If you want to say I'm spoiling her, then fine, I'm spoiling her. But I would much rather her come to me and ask me for advice and help than to seek it outside of me from another man and he take advantage of her.
Yeah.
I said, so I'm not going to allow that to happen. So if she needs something, I told her, hey, you let me know. But yeah, I give her allowance. Been giving it to her. She was probably, I think she started getting allowance at 7 or 8, and of course now she's 19, so that allowance is a little bigger, you know, than it was then. But yeah, we as parents, grandparents, you know, we really need to pay more attention uh, to our grandchildren and even our kids. We need to guide them as much as we possibly can because uh, my mother always told me a couple of things. My mother told me when I was coming up that I took to heart. One, she said, and I'm quoting, she said to me, "If you want to find out," no, she said, "play dumb so you can actually find out how stupid a motherfucker is that you're dealing with." That's number one. And then she said, number two, if it doesn't set right in your mind, then for me, she said, then if it doesn't set right in your mind, then the next step is to investigate what doesn't set right in your mind. Because you have to, if you're going to deal with it, you have to make it set right in your mind. And my mother didn't, wasn't articulate or anything, but I understood what she was saying. So those things right there uh, stuck with me. And, like I said, the kids today, They need that guidance. It's better for them to learn from my mistakes so they don't have to make the same mistake.
Hold on for a second, y'all. I didn't see Nehemiah spamming. I see him saying a lot of shit, but was he spamming the same comment over and over again? I didn't see that, and I was getting ready to respond to him when Nelly got done. Was he spamming the same comment over and over again? Oh, okay. The moon comment. Yeah, that was a long time ago. I did see the moon comment a while ago, but I'm talking about like right now, and I just want to make sure that we're fair, because if he did it a while ago, and I don't want to. Yeah, that's why I haven't seen him. Um, okay, I didn't see it. I want to make sure that we're not muting people just because like they are annoying as fuck. Okay. Um. Yeah, but I was getting ready to respond to him, and what I wanted to ask him if I like his whole issue is that he thinks that I think his God isn't real, and if he needs me to believe in his God for him to get peace, because he seems to not have any peace because I don't believe in his God. And so I wanted to know if you could unmute him right quick. I want to know why my lack of belief in his God is so important to him. Like that's what I want to know, because he comes in here every day saying the same thing. If God isn't real, this, that, like, why do you need us to believe in your God? That's what I want to know. Why is it important that we acknowledge that your God exists to you, Nehemiah? Yeah, he's very bothered about it. He has no peace. So I want to know like what it does for him. Here, I'll do it. It doesn't even show he's muted on my side. Uh, it doesn't show. I don't know why I can't see him being muted. I wonder if he's left. I need to know that. I need to know why that is something that, like, why do you need believers to believe your God is real? I mean, why do you need non-believers to believe your God is real? Now she muted him for the entire live, not just a 5-minute mute. But I think he left once he got muted. I was waiting for Nelly to get done, and I was getting ready to ask him that question. Well, I think he thinks that that's a good point. I think he thinks that that makes sense, right? You shouldn't believe that anybody can land on the moon if you don't believe a God exists. I think he actually thinks that that's a good point. But all I want to know is why he seems very bothered by the idea that he thinks that where we don't believe in a God, but we've not said to him or anybody in here, you shouldn't believe your God exists. And so I want to know why is that important for a non-believer to believe your God exists to the point to where you seem like you have no peace about it. Especially like when y'all say that you don't force it on people, but yet that's the thing that you constantly talk about. And I've responded several times. I don't give a fuck if your God does exist. That's not what I talk about. I don't care that you believe in a God. I don't care if your Jesus exists. I don't give a fuck. But why do you need us to say that it does? Why does that bother you so damn bad? That's what I need to know. The lack of belief can send us to hell for them. We go to hell for them. That's a new one. That's a new one. Like, it just doesn't make sense to me. Like Fee say, what you drink would never make me pee. So my lack of belief shouldn't have any effect on you. Why is it making you lose sleep? But your actions, the things that you do because of your belief, affects my life. And it's like you all don't understand why a non-believer would talk about something you all don't keep to yourself as something you try to force into other people's everyday existence. Like, we're not in here. I can only speak for in here. We aren't saying don't believe in a God. You shouldn't believe in a God. We aren't saying that to you. And so I don't understand why you seem like you have no peace when it comes to that. I get who's controlling other people. I'm not trying to control nobody. I only tell you what you can and what you cannot do to me, and what you can and cannot do in my space. That's called setting boundaries. Y'all thinking that y'all can just do whatever you want to do to people. That's the problem. Y'all don't understand consent. You don't understand boundaries. You think boundaries is persecution. You think boundaries are rude. And then that gets you cussed out because you have no respect for personal autonomy. Christopher.
Hi.
Hi, how old are you?
I'm 49.
Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I used to be atheist, and now I'm a believer.
Okay. You ready, Lovebug? You ready? Okay. Nelly, you there? Hold on, mommy. Nelly just left. When Nelly come back, I'll be over there in a minute, okay? All right. Which topic do you want to do?
All of them.
You can only do one.
Oh, can I have
There's only
one?
two topics here, and the topics are in red. The points, you see where it says points under the first topic? Those are the points regarding the first topic. Basically, why I feel the way I feel for the first topic. And then the second topic is at the bottom. They're both in red. Which one do you want to do?
Let's go ahead and do the God of Deception. I like the way that sounds.
All right. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, what is deception? I mean, you really have to define that.
Sure. Intentionally making a person believe something that is not true, especially for personal gain.
Okay. I'll agree upon that.
I'm not doing syllogisms. I'm not doing philosophy. I'm not playing on the definition of words. Okay, I'm going by the definition of words in the dictionary.
Sure.
I'm not. Yeah, we're not going to play
the
that
English.
game.
The English definitions.
That's the language that I speak.
Okay. Yes. Even though it is variable, but okay.
Does it mean something different in Spanish? Deception.
Well, no, I'm just saying
so
that,
that's irrelevant. So I don't know why y'all like to play these games. Deception.
I'm not playing games.
You
I'm just
are
saying
like
that.
trying to introduce this cloudiness on the definition of words is shit philosophers do in order to win a philosophical argument. Hold on. I'm not debating you. This is not a debate space. Okay. There's no. Hey, don't tell me what to do either. You're never going to be able to control me. You're never going to be able to tell me what to do. You're never going to be able to enforce that. Okay? You're wasting your time on that. You're wasting your time on that. This is not a debate stage. The purpose of the conversation is to discuss. We will disagree on things. Some things we will agree on. Okay? I'm not here to get a win. Go ahead. Nelly, are you back?
Yes.
Okay. I have to go do something with my daughter right quick. Christo, he chose topic 1, Nelly.
Okay. Not a problem. Go ahead.
Oh, my turn?
Yes, your turn.
Okay. Well, I understand that you guys have a lot of discrepancies with like everything that Christianity brings to the table. I understand that. It's understandable. I used to have the same things when I was an
Hold
atheist.
on, sir. You're supposed to be addressing the topic. It doesn't matter what we think.
Well, it does matter what you think, don't you think?
No, it doesn't, because you're
So you
addressing
don't
the
think?
topic.
So you don't think? I'm confused at the moment.
How are you confused when you came up on the stage? Why did you request to come up on the stage?
Well, sure, to debate stuff, sure, but
We're not debating. We're having a conversation.
well,
And
conversation, debate is same difference.
and okay, whatever you say it is. Now, the topic,
Whatever you say it
the
is.
the topic that you chose, could you read it for me, please, and address the topic?
Okay, I chose the second, which is the God of deception, and I'm like, okay, sure. What do you believe that God was deceptive about?
Okay, do you see where it says points?
Yeah, I see the points. Yes.
Okay, so that's what we
Okay.
believe, or
Well,
say
sure.
that's the
We
points that we brought up.
okay. That's fine. What you
Okay,
bring these points up, but at least be directive to what you believe is that was deceptive to the first point, the second point, the third point, and the fourth point. Like,
okay,
what was deceptive on the first point?
okay. Let's start with Adam and Eve. Okay,
Sure, go
we'll
right
just go
ahead.
with that point.
Oh, sure.
Do
Lie to Adam and Eve. What is the deception on this point?
the key word in there is lied?
Well,
Wouldn't that
sure, lie,
be
deception is the
deception
same
if you
difference.
lie to someone?
Well, it's the same thing.
Okay. So you just
Deceiving,
asked me
lying.
what was my deception? My deception is the key point, lied to Adam and Eve.
Okay, sure. What did God lie to Adam and Eve about?
He told Adam that if he was to eat of the fruit of the tree of good and evil, that they would die the same day.
Did he say the same day?
Well, would you like to read the scripture?
He said you would die that day,
Okay.
right? He didn't
Oh,
specify what day, right? He
it,
said that day. What day was that? The
let's read
day
it.
they
Let's
died,
read it
for
because
sure.
you playing semantics here, and I'm not going to even let you do
No, I
that with
think
me.
you're playing semantics, but
No,
go ahead,
no. I'm
read the
going to read
scripture.
it. We're
Read
going
it to me,
to
please.
read it.
Read it.
All right. So let's just read it.
What version would you gonna read? King James,
Does it matter? I
NIV?
don't care. Which version
No,
would you prefer?
the one you like.
No, no. You brought up versions like they're going to say
Uh
something different. So pick your version and we'll read it.
huh. Let's NIV. Can you do the NIV? Because it's
Okay.
easier. Because I'm not a very smart person, so the NIV is very easy to read.
Okay. Well, let me pull up the NIV real quick. 1 second here. One NIV. Okay. All right. So
I love the
the
comments. They're so silly.
don't address the comments. Don't even worry about it.
I'm not. I'm not. I don't even want to because they're too silly.
Don't even mention the comments.
They're too silly for me to
Don't
mention.
even shut up. You're mentioning them right now.
Okay. We're gonna go to Genesis 2. Uh, find it. Give me 1 second here. Trying to scroll through here real quick. My tablet's lagging here.
And John Boyd, if you get muted down there, Thinker doesn't bring you up here.
Okay. So it would start at 15. 2:15. The Lord God took the man and put him in the Garden of Eden to work it and take care of it. And the Lord God commanded the man, you are free to eat of any tree in the garden, but you must not eat from the tree of knowledge. The tree of the knowledge of good and evil, for when you eat from it, you will certainly die. That's your NIV version. Hello? You're on mute. I can't hear you. If you're muted, gotta come off mute.
I'm sorry, it wasn't letting me unmute, but yeah. So like, it doesn't say specifically that they will die that day. It said in that day you'll die, but I don't see how God lied in that point.
You said it said what now?
I don't see how God lied in that point because He said they would die, but He didn't say they would die in that moment.
Okay.
I mean, this
Okay.
is all up for interpretation. Sure, I understand that.
No, it's not interpretation. We're gonna go. We're gonna go and look at different versions because you brought up versions, so we're gonna look at different
Sure,
versions,
yeah. We could
so
skip the
we can get a
version and go straight to
breakdown of
the.
what it says.
You could
Okay.
go straight to the Hebrew if you want, but
Do you read Hebrew?
do you read Hebrew?
No, but the host does. So
No,
really want to go there?
we have the text from scholars, and they have put it on the line for us, and we could read uh the text that has been provided for us through scholar workshops, and so
Okay. Well,
I
I'm
don't
gonna go
understand.
to the King James version now. We're gonna
Okay, we
read
could
that
go to the
version
King James, sure.
and see what it says. It says, and the Lord God commanded the man, saying, of every tree of the garden you may eat freely. You may freely eat, but of the tree of the knowledge of good and evil you shall not eat, for in the day that you eat of it, you shall surely die.
Okay,
It says in the day.
sure. In the day, sure.
Okay. Okay. I tell you what, let's move on. Let's move on to the serpent. Since you're not following that, the serpent used the same exact words as God did.
Of course he would. He's a serpent. What do you think he does?
Okay, but let's look at it. Let's look at it.
Okay.
Okay. Now the serpent was more cunning than any beast of the field which the Lord thy God had made. And he said to the woman, has God indeed said, you shall not eat of every tree in the garden? And the woman said to the serpent, we may eat the fruit of the trees of the garden, but of the fruit of the tree which is in the midst of the garden, God has said, you shall not eat of it, no, nor shall you touch it, lest you will die. Okay.
Uh-huh.
Now we go to verse 4. Then the serpent said to the woman, you will not surely die, for God knows that in the day You eat of it, your eyes will be open, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil. Now he used the same exact words in the day, didn't he?
Okay.
Okay. So now let's move on just a little bit more. But before I read it, I'm going to ask you, what happened when Adam and Eve ate the fruit? What happened?
Their tummies probably were full with fruit.
Have you read the story, sir?
Of course, of course.
Okay, let's see what happened. So when the woman saw, this is verse 6 in chapter 3. So when the woman saw that the tree was good for food, that it was pleasant to the eyes, and a tree desirable to make one wise, she took of its fruit and ate. She also gave to her husband with her. So her husband, Adam, was standing right there. So it
He
says,
was standing right there for
okay,
sure.
so let's finish. She also gave to her husband with her, and he ate. Now let's see what happened after they ate. Then the eyes of both of them were opened, and they knew that they were naked, and they sewed fig leaves together and made themselves coverings. Now, my question to you is this: God used, for in the day ye shall surely die. The serpent used, for in the day ye shall become like God, knowing good and evil. What happened? The minute they ate the fruit, their eyes became open. They realized they were naked, and they started covering themselves. So why is it that when the serpent said, in the day you eat of it, this will happen, and it immediately happened? But when God said it, y'all want to say it's 1,000 years later. Make
Okay.
that make sense.
So, what verse exactly did the serpent say that?
I just read it to you. The serpent said it in chapter 3, verse 4. Do you have your Bible in front of you?
Well, no, I want to go to the Hebrew.
You don't want to do that.
You sure?
No, I'm positive you don't want to do that, because this is just going to solidify what I'm saying. The Hebrew is going to solidify what I'm saying. I don't know why y'all think that it says something different.
Well, it's not that it's something different. It's up for interpretation. Everything's up for interpretation, don't
No,
you
it's
believe?
not up for interpretation. It's right in your
Well,
face.
no, but if you don't believe in God, then everything is up for interpretation.
It has nothing to do with belief. It has something to do with reading comprehension.
Sure, I believe that. Sure, yeah, atheists have terrible reading comprehension for
Oh,
sure.
we have terrible reading comprehension. Okay,
Yeah.
so now, okay, so basically, what you want me to believe is that when the serpent said it, or in the day it happened immediately. When God said it, He meant 1,000 years later. That's what you
No,
want me to
no,
believe,
absolutely
right?
not. No, 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 absolutely
Okay,
not.
then. So if they used the same exact words and it stood for the same exact thing, and one thing happened, wouldn't that happen in both cases?
Well, like I said, everything's up for interpretation, and everything has been taken out of context because that's
Oh,
what
okay.
atheists do.
Okay, let's see if we can take this out of context. Now, I'm gonna make sure
No,
that
like I
no,
said,
we're gonna take it
we
out of
could go straight
context.
to the Hebrew.
Mm-mm.
We go straight to the
We're gonna go
Hebrew.
straight to the Hebrew in just a second. But I got one more thing to ask you. When the
Sure.
serpent said to the woman, "You will not surely die, for God knows that in the day you eat of it, your eyes will be open, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil." Did the serpent lie to her?
Yeah.
Okay. So what if I could show you that God confirms exactly what the serpent said to Eve?
No, like I said, there's going to be truth and lies. What Satan says,
That's
right?
not
It's
what
like,
I asked you. That's not what I asked you.
You lied.
but it's true, isn't it?
No. I'm
No,
asking you
are you
a
saying the serpent said everything that is true?
I'm asking you a direct question. My direct question is, did the serpent lie to Eve?
Yes, serpent did.
Okay. So if I show you where God confirms exactly word for word what the serpent said to Eve to be true, then what would you say?
I would have to advise you. Show me where the serpent said the truth and where the serpent lied.
Okay, I'm gonna
Show
read it
me the
one more
difference.
time and then I'm gonna read what God says, okay?
you're
Pay
asserting
attention.
that the serpent lied. Sorry, Nelly, but you're asserting that the serpent lied. So he's not going to show you where the serpent lied because that's your assertion. He's going to show you where the serpent told the truth. Go ahead, Nelly.
Okay. So we're gonna read what the serpent said again, and then we're gonna go read what God said, okay? You there?
I'll show you where the serpent lied, but go ahead.
Okay. Then the serpent said to the woman, you will not surely die, for God knows that in the day you eat of it, your eyes will be open, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil. Now let's go see what God had to say about it, okay? Let's see what God had to say. We're going to go all the way down to verse 22. Chapter 3, verse 22. It says, then the Lord God said, behold, man has become like one of us. Now, who is the us he talking about? Who is the us? Stay with me now.
As the holy,
Who is the us that God is talking about?
the holy.
It says, then the Lord God said, behold, the man has become like one of us. No, let me finish because I know that just blowing your
No,
head right
no,
now.
it's not.
So,
I'm waiting for you to finish.
okay, so then the Lord God said, behold, the man has become like one of us to know good and evil. Is
Okay.
that not what the serpent told Eve?
No,
Okay, you telling me that that is not what the serpent told Eve?
no,
What did the
absolutely.
serpent tell Eve?
That they would know good and evil.
And what did God say?
That they will be like us knowing good and evil. There's a difference there. Because there's a difference between.
You think somebody's stupid on this damn stage?
Yeah, there's a battle between good and evil. I don't understand how you don't see that. There's good and evil, right? Do you not believe in good and evil, or do you believe there's only?
I
Dude,
believe
shut
that you're
up, please,
mentally
please,
stupid.
please, please, because I hate when people lie like that. I hate. Breathe, Selena.
I mean, your ignorance, you will be just your ignorance is dumbfounded.
Like, do you believe in good and evil? Yes or no?
It doesn't matter what the
Shut
fuck
up,
I
because that's not
believe.
even the issue.
I'm reading scripture. It has nothing to do with what I believe.
It totally does.
How does that have anything to do with what I believe?
Well,
You
because
have a lack of understanding what the words is saying.
I understand it clearly.
Okay, then I tell you what, explain it to me. Explain it to me. I want to
Um.
hear this.
Okay. Do you believe in good and evil?
Doesn't matter what I believe. Explain what the serpent said
Okay.
to
Okay.
Eve,
If there
and then
is good,
explain what God said.
okay,
Explain
if
it.
there is good and evil, there's a side, right? There's a good and there's a bad side, right?
That has nothing to no, no, no. That has nothing to do with what Nelly is saying, and you know it. Quit playing in our face. You know what Nelly's talking about. He read the two scriptures that say the exact same thing, and you up here thinking somebody's stupid that's going and trying to gaslight us. Don't do that.
Excuse me. So I need you to explain to me what is different about what the serpent said to Eve versus what God confirmed?
Okay,
What's
I'm
different?
I'm trying to, but like I said, I don't believe no one's stupid here. Like I think everyone is on an equal playing field. Like we all have brains, we all have thoughts, we all have, you know,
Don't address what I
right.
just said. Answer the question that Nelly just asked you.
Can you explain the difference between what God said, or excuse me, what the serpent said to Eve and what God confirmed? What is the difference? And I'll reiterate. I will reiterate on it. The serpent said to the woman, "You will not surely die, for God knows that in the day you eat of it, your eyes will be open, and you will be like God, knowing good and evil." And then God comes back and says, "Then the Lord God said, Behold, the man has become like one of us to know good and evil." Now tell me, what is the difference between those two statements?
Yeah, like I said, it's good and evil, right? We're talking about good and evil, right? Like
No,
you
we're
can't.
not talking about good and evil. We're
It
talking
literally
about,
says you know
no,
about good and evil.
that's not what I'm talking about. You know what the hell I'm talking about. You're
Okay,
trying to play somebody stupid, but I'm not going
I
to let you do that.
I
And
love
you're
you so
not going to
much.
even
Like
get me upset with your ignorance. But you know what I'm saying. Did God say man has become like one of us to know good and evil? Didn't the serpent say God knows that in the day you eat of it, you will become like God, knowing good and evil? What is the difference? Come off mute and tell me the difference between those two statements.
okay, we're talking about good and evil, right? It's literally talking about good and evil. Like
Bye. No, we're not doing that.
Everybody doing that dumb shit. He got caught up, and that's all it was. He got caught up. He didn't know where to go, so now he's going to play ignorant. So for all you believers out there that come up here on this stage, we're not the fucking congregation. You can't just tell us any motherfucking thing and expect us to believe it. It's not gonna happen.
How did that conversation go? I just got back.
Oh, it went like shit.
Did it?
Oh, this he was. I mean, he
Yeah.
was trying to play thematics up here, trying to play, like we are a damn congregation, and he is a preacher or something. I don't know what the
What?
hell he was thinking.
So he wasn't a
Yeah,
field bro?
I don't know what the fuck he
He wasn't
was.
smart enough to even come close to being anything. He kept saying. So Nelly asked him if what Satan said, what the serpent said to Adam and Eve, was the same as what God confirmed. This idiot gonna say no, it wasn't the same thing.
Even though Nelly read it to him?
I read it
Nelly
to him
read it
three
to him
times.
3 times.
So,
Three
yeah.
times Nelly read that thing.
Yeah, when he got up here and wanted to play with the definition of deceive. That's why I go immediately to what, like, does morality cause you to die? Because we'll be stuck on that fucking. I'm so sick of the in the day argument. Like
Mm-hmm.
you, they don't have enough integrity to it for that argument to ever come to a
Oh, that wasn't
conclusion.
what he was stuck on. It wasn't the end of the day.
Hmm.
He
He
was
was
stuck
stuck
on the
on
part.
good and evil.
he
Whether
was stuck.
whether the
Don't believe
He
guy,
in
was
whether the
good.
stuck on the
serpent lied
part.
or the God lied.
Yeah, he was
Yeah.
stuck on the part where God said, "Behold, man is like one of us," and the serpent said, "You wish shall become like God." He's trying to say that those are two different things.
What was two different things?
Where the serpent said, "For God knows in the day you will uh, your eyes shall be open, you shall become like God, knowing good and evil." He
Hmm.
was stuck on that part of it.
Yeah, what was he
And when
saying
I
was
read,
different about it?
he couldn't. He said he all he kept saying was, "Well, we're talking about good and evil. Good and evil, that's two different things. And but never would address it. So I had to keep stopping him. I said, just tell me the difference between those two statements. That's all I want to know. If you can explain that, explain the difference. Then he said, well, they're different. But see, we're talking about good and evil. He just kept going back and forth with that.
Wait, he said when she ate the fruit, her belly got full?
Yeah, he said that
Yeah, he
too.
said their bellies got full.
What?
And you don't believe in good and evil? You don't believe in good and evil? Boy.
And he was concerned about what I believe. He kept asking, well, what do you believe? I said, doesn't matter what I believe. We're reading. This is reading comprehension 101.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, it
What
was
was he trying to
crazy.
go to the Hebrew for? For what?
He thought it was going to say something different. And I said, he said, he came off first as if he read Hebrew. And I stopped him. I said, so do you read Hebrew? He said, well, no, but it's the internet out there and he could break it down for us. I said, well, the host of the live does. I said, and so when she gets back, I'll have her read it in Hebrew for you because you think it's going to say something different. And it's not.
Goodness.
Yeah, it was wild. It was wild. You missed it. It's okay.
John Boyd.
Shalom.
How are you?
Hello, how you doing?
Good. I assume you are a believer.
Yeah.
Are you a Hebrew Israelite?
That can be debated.
I think. Have I talked to you before?
I think so. We probably have. I've been on a couple lives.
Is that the same answer you gave the last time I asked you that?
Mm-hmm.
Probably so. Yeah, I stand on that.
Um, I don't like. You don't know your identity.
I mean, I know who I am. I mean,
Are
as a
you a
person,
Hebrew Israelite then?
I would say, according to history, I would have some ties to it. According to the history that's out there,
So that means yes, you identify as a Hebrew Israelite.
that's why I say it can be debated.
I'm not. I'm not going to debate it. I don't give a fuck.
Okay.
Are you a
Well, why would
Hebrew
you
Israelite?
ask?
Because I'm not going. I don't give a fuck enough to debate it with you. Are you a Hebrew Israelite?
Oh,
I
okay.
asked because you started off with shalom.
No, you say you speak Hebrew, so I was greeting you in a language that you know or a tongue that you know.
I said I read Hebrew. You have never heard me say I speak Hebrew.
Oh, I misheard you there.
How do you mishear I read Hebrew and I speak Hebrew?
Simple word, speak here.
They sound the same
I
to
just
you?
miss it. Probably a little bit. I probably just heard what I wanted to hear.
Okay, so you are a Hebrew Israelite. So which topic do you want to discuss?
The God of the Bible is the God of deception. Point slide to Adam and
I'm
Eve. He
sorry.
is the
Can you
God of
read it to yourself?
deceivers.
Can you read it to yourself and then let me know?
Sure, absolutely.
Okay, thank you.
Uh, we can go with the last one. The question. The last question.
Okay, just want to make sure that you understand that last topic is not focused on the God lying. If you want to focus on the God lying, that would be topic 1. The last topic is focused on why the God wanted Adam and Eve to not eat from the tree of the knowledge of good and evil, and whether that was to control them or to protect them.
Oh, okay. I was to answer that question. I would just say both.
I guess, are we done? Is that it? Is that all you wanted to say?
I mean, I don't know if you wanted me to expound or not, but I will expound if you want me to. But
Well,
I
let
was
me
just
let
saying
me
both
let me
people.
ask you a quick question. Saying both,
Yeah.
what am I supposed to respond
hmm
to from that? Like, what do I say?
Why do you think it's both?
Why should I have the? Literally, I'm already asking, what are your thoughts? I already asked you that, right? And you just say, oh, it's both.
No, that wasn't the question. The question was simple. It was a simple yes or no question. So I
What
just
what
gave the
what's
simplest
what's
answer.
what yes or no did I ask you?
You didn't ask me a yes or no. You just asked
So
me.
this is so
You
funny.
just I didn't give you a yes or no answer. I gave you my answer, which was both.
Okay,
Was he
so
doing it
you're
for
done.
control, or
Okay, so you're
he was
done.
doing it for control? No, no, no. I'm not. He was doing it for control or for a lie, and control or uh protection, and I said it was both. So I guess your response would be, why do you think that?
Why should I
And I
have to
would
ask you,
expound.
why do you think that? Like, you're in a freaking conversation. If you just say it's both, your next thing should say it's both because XYZ, right?
Well, that's how
Like,
you.
I shouldn't have to hold your hand and having a conversation.
You're not holding my hand.
That
We
is
just that's how
holding,
you
that's
come.
holding your hand. That is holding your hand. You want me
That's
to
your
ask you,
interpretation.
no, it's not. You literally said, well, you should have asked me, why do I think that? That's me holding your hand.
Oh, okay. Well, I physically can't be with you to hold my hand, but I appreciate the sentiment. But I'm just saying my answer was both because I think it was more. It was a plan that was set in place in the garden, as you can tell by reading through Genesis in the first chapter up into the second chapter, when he made from the creations all the creations he made up into man. So he had a purpose for man. So that's part of control. And then to protect them, if you keep reading, after they ate the fruit, the Most High didn't like punish them. He was actually telling them like the consequence of their actions. So I guess it was like a form of protection from that stance or that idea or that viewpoint.
Yeah. I mean, you guys like to get your ass whooped by your God. I'm not asking about the disobedience. Why did he not want them to have the knowledge of good and evil? If it is for both, what was the knowledge of good and evil? What was he protecting them from by having this knowledge? And how was he controlling them by having this knowledge?
I just stated that. Did you not hear what I just said?
Oh,
Or
so
you want me
having
to?
the knowledge of good and evil protected them from disobeying him in the garden, the
No,
consequences of their sins.
yes,
Okay.
that's
All right.
that.
Okay. So having the knowledge of good and evil protects them from the consequences of sin. So
Correct.
do you have the knowledge of good and evil, John Boyd?
Yeah, so you throw around.
Okay. So it knowing that it is wrong to kill someone protects you from the consequences of sin.
Hold on, say that again. Can you slow down for me? Because
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
I'm hearing you a little too loud, so
Yeah.
my ears is ringing a little bit.
Okay. Not knowing to kill someone protects you from the consequence of the sin.
Yeah, I definitely can't understand when you're yelling like that.
Yeah,
I'm not trying to be
I
funny.
mean, you
I'm
said
just
you couldn't hear me. You said your ears were ringing. I felt like I needed to like scream because you're like 70 and losing your hearing already. I don't know.
No, I just asked a simple request. That's
Mm-hmm.
all. I'm not trying to be
Yeah,
combative or
I
nothing.
obliged.
I understand. Yeah, I
Yeah.
didn't ask for you to yell or scream at
I
all. I
don't care
just
what you
asked you.
asked. I obliged, and you made a request. You don't get to choose how I accept it.
Oh, okay. So you want me to answer your question, or
I mean,
can
yes,
you
since I have to hold your hand spiritually.
can you repeat it without screaming or yelling? Because no, I'm saying I got headphones on. They're loud and that vibration. I'm very like my sensories are very sharp, so it's kind of hard for
Knowing
me
to
to.
kill someone
Yeah.
protects you from the consequences of your sin.
It's too early for you to be acting like this.
It really is. It really is.
My answer to your question is simple. The beginning of Genesis, in the beginning of Genesis, as you can see, the whole order that when he started making creation, from the text, there was a purpose and a plan. Man was put in the garden to tend the garden and to have dominion over all the creation and the people of the creation as well. So that was the original blueprint and the plan, right? So the protection part was from them not knowing the consequences of the actions of disobedience to the Most High's will or His plan, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. So again, John Boyd, not
Yeah,
knowing, not knowing that it is morally evil to kill someone protects you from the consequences of sin?
I think I don't understand your question.
Of course you don't. That's because you don't understand what the fuck you just said.
Not knowing to unalive someone is protection consequence of a sin. Is that what you're saying?
Oh, goodness.
What in the actual?
Can you say it one more time?
Like, at some point, like, it's getting so tiring, these fucking low level ass conversations. Like, it's getting tiring. It's not enough intellect coming through here. Like, I just can't. It's not enough.
Is that a no or
No, I just
okay?
don't want to.
Okay, that's fine. I'm
Yeah,
not. I can't make you do that. You don't want to do. That's fine.
I know you can't.
Okay.
Bye.
Anybody else got a question or is it?
Bye!
Didn't she say bye, nigga?
God dang.
Don't nobody want to hear you. Bye.
Drop me then. Go ahead.
I knew he was gonna. I knew he just needed to be
Mhm.
here.
Mhm.
I was
Yep.
trying to have a call him mute me. I'm.
This is that. Like, misogyny is usually stupid as fuck.
You can drop me.
Mhm.
Just
I shouldn't have to drop
Mhm.
your dumb ass. I shouldn't have to drop you. You know how to leave, but you won't because you're disrespectful. And you're only here because you are a fucking misogynistic ass Hebrew Israelite.
no. I was just trying to.
I don't want to conversate with you because you are fucking dumb.
That's your opinion.
Yep, it is my opinion, and I don't want to conversate with you.
Okay.
Bye.
All right. Thank you for having me.
It's fucking ridiculous. I think he's asleep.
No, I'm not asleep.
Oh, you sound like you were snoring. Are you a believer? Are you deconstructing? Are you an atheist?
I believe in the topic that we're talking about.
Are you a believer in the God of the Bible?
Yes, I am a
Okay.
believer in
All
Jesus
right.
Christ.
Thank you. How
Yes.
old are you?
I'm 52.
All right. Which topic did you want to discuss?
The one you guys was talking about, Adam and Eve.
The, the one at the bottom, the last topic?
I ain't got no glasses on, so I'm not paying attention to that.
So you don't know the topic. I don't allow people to come in and piggyback off of the previous conversation, okay? So
I heard the
I'm sorry.
conversation.
I don't. You're not going to be able to talk about that.
You're not going to talk
Hey,
to me
hey.
like that. You're going to
Guess
find a
what?
subject
Guess
and
what,
talk
And
about
that's
motherfucker?
it.
why
Guess what? Boom! You don't get the like. What the fuck? Like, have you lost your goddamn mind?
you. He saw his man's up here getting chewed up and got mad.
Zach. I mean, their value is being challenged. I guess their whole identity resides in a this God in this book, this character in this book, telling them that they have dominion. Some shit they don't have to do anything to fucking deserve. Yeah, no, I don't even think Tris that is challenging their daddy. It's challenging them. They want to pretend like it's about challenging their daddy, but it's challenging them because they really believe that they have dominion. They really believe that women and children and animals are supposed to bow at their fucking feet just because they have a dick and because a character in a book said so. It is so insufferable. Like, it's so hard to find a freaking conversation with people who can even just tape two intellectual thoughts together. Like it's so crazy that the ones that want to come up and have a conversation are the dumb fucks. I don't have the fucking energy to be going back and forth tonight. Like to I just don't. I don't fucking feel like it. Yeah. Like it's almost sad, you know. Prior to doing the lives, okay, so prior to coming to TikTok, I had no idea the level of I never knew anything about red pill men because I didn't come across those types of men. Now, mind you, you know, I knew that men could be abusive, but I didn't think that the majority of men held this type of personality or this type of understanding or belief until I came to TikTok. And then, like, it literally made me less desirable of them. Like, I didn't want them anymore after that. And then when I started doing the lives, the level of ignorance and delusion and immorality is shocking and it's disappointing. And it gets really tiring because sometimes it feels hopeless when humans fight for the right to rape, when humans fight for the right to murder. You know, when humans will say that a deceiver deserves grace when the victim doesn't, and they fight for that. It is so disappointing. Night after night. I wrote a song for my daughter who's going through a fucking heartbreak right now. I wrote a song for her today. Hold on. And I wish I could tell her that it's going to be easy to find someone that deserves the woman that she is. But it's not. I can't. I told her they're out there, but that's going to be a job to find them.
Carry this alone. You don't have to have it figured out. You don't have to be strong on your own. This pain won't last forever. Even if it feels that way tonight, I'm right here to plug. And we're gonna get you through this fight. I wish I had superpowers that could take away your pain, but I only gained wisdom when mommy was a young girl and went through the same. I won't judge you, I'll cry with you, cause I'm heartbroken too. Mommy wants you to know your feelings matter, and things will get better. You were my ace, my dad, and my world. You're never alone. Signed your mom, a woman who once was a broken-hearted girl. From your mom, a fellow woman, in a form of broken-hearted girl. promises too. Felt like a flower finally blooming. When he asked me on a date, I had no idea what I was doing. At first it felt perfect, then the first light felt like a mistake. I held on to potential, to the new me love would create it. I ignored all the red flags, afraid my growth would disappear. Stay loyal to the fantasy, instead of listening to fear. I felt delusional, weak in my mind, believing in sacrifice is love. Didn't believe I had value alone, thought I needed him to feel enough. I know you're feeling it too, but let my life remind you of this truth. You will survive this moment, baby, you will thrive too. Come here, I'll hold you close. You don't have to carry this alone. You don't have to have it figured out. You don't have to be strong on your own. This pain won't last forever. Even if it feels that way tonight, I'm right here, love bug. And we're gonna get you through this fight. I wish I had superpowers that could take away your pain, but I only gained wisdom when mommy was a young girl and went through the same. I won't judge you, I'll cry with you, cause I'm heartbroken too. Mommy wants you to know your feelings matter, and things will get better. You are my ace, my daughter, my world. You're never alone. Beside your mom, a woman who once was a broken-hearted girl. From your mom, a fellow woman, in the form of broken-hearted girl. Breathe and remember to eat. Memories will rush and interrupt in your sleep. Be kind to yourself, trust your gut. Protecting your energy to heal is a must. Don't cling to a mistake just because time was spent. Don't commit to a lifetime chasing what was never meant. This breakup can clear up your vision, show you what you truly need. Know your worth, don't seek healing at the feet of the injury. It's better to be single than to lower your standards. Settling for love is never the answer. I'll hold you close. You don't have to carry this alone. You don't have to have it figured out. You don't have to be strong on your own. This pain won't last forever. Even if it feels that way tonight, I'm right here, love bug. And we're gonna get you through this fight. I wish I had superpowers that could take away your pain, but I only gained wisdom when mommy was a young girl and went through the same. I won't judge you, I'll cry with you, cause I'm heartbroken too. Mommy wants you to know your feelings matter, and things will get better. You are my ace, my daughter, my world. You're never alone. Signed your mom, a woman who once was a broken-hearted girl. From your mom, a fellow woman, in the form of broken-hearted girl.
Like, I just wish humans could just be better and give a damn about the harm they cause to other humans, you know?
I agree.
And
Wholeheartedly.
yeah, when a deity that you've never seen matters more to you than the humans you see every day,
Yeah.
I don't fucking understand that shit. Hey, Fire, how are you? Happy belated birthday.
Happy belated birthday.
Fire, you there? Thank
Here.
y'all. Thank y'all.
I'm here. Hey.
Hey.
Sorry, I couldn't get off mute. I have a screen protector on my phone and it does weird things. Thank you for the birthday wishes. That song was beautiful. And I just wanted to say thank you for that. And with your permission, I would love to choreograph and dance to it. It's not going to be anything. I think it would be healing for me. And
Yeah. Yeah, I'll put
I
it
would
in the
love that.
Discord.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I think a lot of us, like, I know I put this in the chat, like there's a quote by this poet, Nayera Waid, all the women in me are tired. And I feel that sometimes. And I feel that sometimes my husband and I don't have children, but I'm walking through something with my niece who's 18 years old and going through heartbreak, and the daughter of my twin sister. And I think there's a way that we can like tend to and heal the little girl in us um, that needed that. I know I needed to hear that song, and I just wanted to say thank you.
You're welcome, and I agree. It's a, like, it's, yes, we are exhausted, and then having little girls that are becoming women,
Mhm.
knowing what they're going into, and then seeing what the older broken men are teaching the younger men.
Mhm.
It just feels like it's scary. It feels like you're sending them out into the wilderness to be harmed.
Yeah, it does. And one thing I've noticed that has been really surprising as I've come as I've been listening to lives lately, and y'all know I'm a new TikTok girly. Like I am so surprised at how young some of the men who engage in misogynoir and misogyny are. It's like, how are you 21 and 25? You don't have excuse me, enough life experiences to be this hard and this wrong. It's shocking to me. It shouldn't be, but it is, and it's very sad. Um,
Did y'all see
but
that video that man made telling women that men are good because they don't fuck us up? Did y'all see that video?
mm-mm.
Oh man, hold on. Listen to this shit. Hold
What
on.
in the world? Because I didn't bash your head in. I'm good. What the devil?
Yeah, I'm good because we don't fuck you up, and we don't men can suppress women, but women can't suppress men. He was saying, like, it was, and like, he just watch. Hold on, I gotta sign in my. It is so fucking wild, and I'm like, and they wonder why women are like, nah, we good. Hold on, I gotta sign in. Where is it? Oh, I sent it to Fee. I have a bad habit of not liking shit because it pisses me off. There we go. Okay, here you go.
Y'all women are only talking and have phones and internet and running your fucking mouth about men and divorce and child support. Y'all only doing that because we allow it. If men as a whole decided that we want y'all to shut the fuck up, who would stop us? Who would stop us from doing whatever the fuck we want to y'all? Y'all even exist in harmony and have a good life and able to work because we allow it, because we're good people. Because men as a whole are good people. Because if we decided otherwise, we know what other men have done. As a whole, if we decided as a whole that we were going to be barbaric to you stupid motherfuckers, to you ungrateful. What has a man done? I can do what a man does. You can't suppress us. We can suppress you. Yeah, get mad at my comment. Get mad over the fear. Fear that, bitch. And yet people are confused as to why a growing number.
Like, and we're supposed to look at that and go, ooh, give me a man.
That is
Ooh.
100 times worse than I thought it was going to be.
Yeah. Yeah. What the
What?
heck?
Wow.
Like, why does he think we can't? I was just asking the same question that Easy just posted. Why does he think we can't stop him?
I,
They're
I,
bulletproof?
I guess he's talking about laws.
Blade proof?
They
I don't
feel like
know.
they have some type of power because they took, the right to abortion. And they only did that because women supported it. If women didn't support it, they would have never been able to do it. They have women upholding the patriarchy. They have women backing the shit. They wouldn't have been able to do that by themselves.
That's crazy. I think or one of the things that I'm not sure if you know the impact you have in this particular way, but the way you hold boundaries and display them with consistency and just it's just who you embody it. And I think I know it has encouraged me. It's like shown me ways that I have not held my boundaries or ways that I can be stronger in them. And I think that's something that as women, I guess I'm thanking you for that. So thank you. And yeah, it's something that you do just effort. I'm not saying it's not effort. It doesn't require effort, but it is a part of who you are, and it's really it's inspiring. So thank you
Thank you. I
for that.
appreciate that. So,
I'm gonna drop now. I thank you for letting me up, and I'll look for the song in the Discord.
you're welcome. I'm going to put it in there for you right now.
Okay,
Oh,
thank you.
you're welcome. Give me a sec. Can you put it in the microwave? I didn't get to eat it. Oh, right there. Oh, put it in the microwave or the refrigerator. And I eat it after the procedure. And then, can you get my coffee for me? Thank you. I started it, but I forgot to. I forgot. Um. Okay. Yeah. I'm putting the clip. This video in the Discord right now. I saw somebody ask for it. I'm putting that in the Discord right now. Tazia.
Yes, Tasia.
Tasia. Hi. How are you?
I'm well, and how are you?
I'm doing good. I know that you're not a believer. Did you come up to talk about one of the topics?
I and a clip that you showed.
Yeah, that was a conversation between. That was an off-topic conversation. I don't allow non-community members to come up and go off topic. If you're not a community member, if you come on stage, I do ask that you stick to the topics that we are discussing on the screen.
Okay, absolutely. Um, I, um, I do believe that the God in the Bible is a deception. Um, and um, forgive and sacrifice can forgive without sacrifice. I think that that whole ideology of forgive and sacrifice. You slap one of my cheeks, I'm supposed to forgive you. And you slap one of my cheeks, I'm slapping all four of your cheeks. And supremacy culture ideology is something that
Are you eating something?
no, I'm not eating anything. I was drinking some water and clearing my throat.
Oh, it sounds like you're smacking.
Oh,
Okay.
well, I have big lips, and
What?
that's it. People say that it seems like I'm always smacking because I have lips, but no, that's it. There's nothing there.
Okay.
And did God lie to Adam and Eve to protect them or to control them? I think that the story of Adam and Eve um, is more anecdotal than it is reality. And I think
No, no,
that,
no. You don't get to do the other topic. You only get to do
okay,
one.
okay,
Yeah, I'm
okay.
trying to figure out where you're going with that. So, did you say everything you needed to say about topic one?
Cool. Yep.
Okay. Well, definitely thank you for coming up. Okay.
No, thank you.
All right. Have a good one. Do you need help getting down? Do you know how to get down? Oh, okay.
Okay.
Oh, okay. Thank you. She said I have big lips. Like, what? Remind me, is she spiritual? Do y'all remember? Do y'all remember?
I want to say yeah. I vaguely remember. I vaguely remember her.
Okay.
Hey, Fee.
Hey, y'all. Good
Hey,
morning.
Fee. Good morning.
Good
How are
morning.
you?
Good morning. Good. Y'all had a good night.
Fine,
She
good.
said,
Fine, good.
The amount of fighting. It's just, I'm at the point, and it's fighting. It's not even fighting about proving a point. It's fighting ignorance at this point. Like, we never got into good conversations because we were dealing with a level of ignorance, and not ignorance like moral ignorance, like literal ignorance, a lack of education, a lack of what words mean and how to have a conversation, defending misogyny. Like, it was just, yeah, a night. To the point to where it just made me think about how much women have gotten to the point of just tired, because it, why should I have to hold your hand and tell you how to have a conversation? You are a grown ass man, and you saying, like, you come up here and you say, well, I think it's both, and you say nothing else, and then you go, well, you're supposed to ask me, why do you think it's both? What?
an adult said that?
Yes.
Wow.
And then another one came up here accusing me, Fee, have I ever fucking said Adam and Eve knew evil before they ate from the tree?
No.
He claims I did. Hey, Clara, he claims I did in a discussion with somebody named Eli something. And this is what he said. First, in the comments, he said that I said consciousness is an experience. He gets up here and he thinks that I'm saying that you can't do evil if you're asleep.
I'm sorry, what?
He thought conscience was conscious. He
Like a
thought
moral conscience
is
being
being,
conflated with consciousness.
yeah. He thinks them having a moral awakening was me fucking saying they woke the fuck up physically.
Wow.
Mm-hmm.
I think instead of being a savior, Jesus needs to be a thesaurus. I think if we start there, it'll help guide these conversations.
I got so fucking frustrated. I said, I wish Jesus would have said, read a book, bitch, while he was on the cross.
She did. She did.
Because they listen to everything else he say on that fucking cross. He should have said, read a book, bitch.
Good grief.
And it's so sad because I was telling them how I didn't have this view of the world before I got on TikTok. I knew that that there were, harmful people in the world. But I didn't know it was at this fucking level. And I didn't know that ignorance was the fucking vehicle for it. Like, a lack of education is where the harm exists and lives and festers.
And it's so disheartening because when we say things like that, they automatically assume you're being elitist. No, this isn't about degrees or considering ourselves superior or anything like that. This is that we cannot have a meaningful conversation if we are not speaking about the same things. And if you don't know what a moral conscience is, and you don't know that an awakening does not mean that you opened your eyes from slumber. I don't, yeah. I don't know what we can do in terms of an exchange of information or learning from each other if that's where we're starting.
One lady got up here and said, there's nowhere in the Bible where you can find anything about God being deceitful. And there's nowhere in the Bible where he forgives without sacrifice because Jesus is our sacrifice. And there's nowhere in the Bible where you're going to find anything about supremacy ideologies. So, yeah. And then when I read her Ezekiel 14:9, and I went through the fact that Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, went through my point. She goes, "That's wow, wow. That's such a horrible bastardization." Well, she didn't even say bastardization, right?
She couldn't say bastardization.
Yeah,
She
of the
said
scriptures.
bastardization.
What did she say? Bastardization or
She said
something.
that
She
was
said,
a
Oh, wow.
bastardization.
yeah.
Bastardization
And then she,
of the
yeah,
of the scripture.
of the scriptures, just wrong, and you're just reading them to mean what you want them to mean. But yeah, Jesus died and he sent me here to tell y'all that he loves y'all. Like, girl, get the fuck off my
Oh,
stage.
my goodness. Yeah, we're pretty fucked, right? Like, and I hate to say it that way because it seems so pessimistic. But you're right. Like, person after person that comes up here to talk about this God, they don't realize how their belief is informing their understanding as opposed to it being the other way around. Like, and when we say that, like the guy that was talking to Bash yesterday, like all of those conversations is person after person, and it is disheartening because it's like a needle in the haystack trying to find a person who's willing to engage honestly with this text and who's read it and who knows the difference between a moral conscience and consciousness. It shouldn't be that hard.
One guy got up here and he said that the tree. I can't. He was so fucking stupid. My brain has fucking erased his ass already. Like,
Damn.
I think I'm being protected. I think my brain has its own ignorance immune system because that motherfucker is gone. I can't even remember what the fuck he said. It was that fucking stupid. But it was, he didn't know what morality was. He was saying something that the tree was. I can't even fucking remember. But it was dumb. It was dumber than dumb. Like, I,
Dumber than the one that said they had sex, that they had a threesome.
yeah,
Oh, damn.
I was dumber than that.
Yeah.
Was it the one with the womb?
yeah. What did he say the tree was? First he said they. I said y'all. I said men have a womb. Then he goes, you know what I'm saying? I know what the fuck I don't, because you said womb, motherfucker.
What was he trying to say?
Hey,
Rib.
no, he meant He
Rib.
said women came from a man's womb.
Wow.
But when I said, are you trying? I said, are you talking about a rib? Well, you know what I meant. There's no point in you even pointing out. Like, you said what you said, motherfucker, and then you literally said womb because Adam said her name she shall be called woman. Like, that's why you said womb. You said what the fuck you meant, and then you tried to pretend like you meant rib. They don't even know what a fucking womb is. For him to think that Eve came from a man's womb, his ass don't know what a womb is.
Wow.
And then tried to blame me for not decoding or translating his dumb shit.
Yeah, he said Adam was poetic, and he loved his woman so much.
What?
Yeah.
Where did we get
Yeah.
that from?
Okay,
He
Selena,
loved
remind
Eve
us, because
so
my
much.
brain done erased his ass. What else? What did he say the tree
It's coming
was?
piece by piece. For the life of me, I can't remember what he said the tree was, but I know he said that Adam was poetic, and he loved because he loved Eve so much, and that's when he said she came from his womb. Oh my gosh, I cannot for the life of me remember what he said that tree was.
He said it didn't
I
have
remember
anything to do
everything
with
else this man
morality.
said.
He was like, oh, so
Yeah,
you
I
think it's
remember
about
everything.
moral awareness? I said, well, okay, what do you think it's symbolic for?
What did he say?
And then he was like, enlighten me. How the fuck am I going to enlighten you on what you think the tree is symbolic for?
Oh my goodness.
God dang it. What did he say? Because he likened it to a baby touching a stove. Oh my gosh. He said so many dumb things up here. It was.
Then he kept saying, he first said, did he tell them both? I said, I don't give a damn who he
Oh,
said it to.
he was getting on my nerves.
He wanted to keep talking about how he only told Adam and he never told Eve because Adam is the man. I don't care. I kept telling him I don't care. Even to the point to where, like, I was very cordial when I let his ass talk. Even like I'm on mute and I'm just mouthing what the fuck I want to say. He just stopped and said, "What? Say what?" And I'm like,
Oh my goodness.
like it gets to the point to where all you can do is just fuck with him because that like
Oh yeah.
there's no point in having like even there are conversations where you can learn from even a place of ignorance if that makes sense, right?
Yeah.
But
Yeah.
these from a place of misogynistic ignorance, all you can do is just fuck with them because there you can't learn from them. Like they're fodder.
They automatically think they can't learn from you because you're a woman. So
Mm-hmm.
it's a stalemate at that point.
Yeah, there was
And the last one Nelly had. Oh, go ahead.
no. Go ahead. What were you gonna say?
The last one Nelly had. Nelly read where God, where the serpent told Adam and Eve that they wouldn't surely die, but God knew that he would become like them, knowing good and evil. And then he read the scripture where God says they have become like one of us, knowing good and evil. That man said those were two different statements.
How?
They weren't the same. And he kept asking Nelly, "Do you know what good and evil are?" But he kept saying they are not the same statement. Nelly read it 3 times.
Mm.
And he kept saying it wasn't the same thing.
Southern Breeze. Southern Breeze said if Adam has a womb, then his name is Amanda.
Oh, say that.
You ain't got no
Why
womb
are we
because you a man, duh.
Oh
Oh
my
my
goodness.
god. They said he said I wasn't here for the last conversation that Nelly had, but they said he said when Nelly asked him what happened when they ate from the tree, they said he said they bellies got full.
Yeah, that's what that man said. The belly's got full.
Wow. Mm. I don't. Sometimes I think they don't. I don't know that they come up here to actually engage in conversation. Because if you come up here and say some shit like that, what type of response do you think you're going to get?
Exactly. And then we had a guy up here. He was a sweetheart, but I think he was spiritual, and I think he has like totally given up on reality. Like I'm asking him questions about the tree and morality, and then he starts talking about how he had a dream about dragons.
Huh?
Hmm. And then he started talking about there's a circle and another circle, and inside that circle there's a smaller circle, and inside that circle is an even smaller circle. Yeah, like, and I'm looking like, what the fuck is happening?
Was a dragon in one of the circles?
I don't know.
We don't know.
I don't
The
know.
Game of Thrones?
I don't know how anybody can see these conversations and not feel alarmed. Like even as a believer, like how do you watch these conversations happen night after night and hear your fellow brothers and sisters in Christ who believe in this story, who believe in this book? They may not believe like you, but they believe with you. How do y'all see them in this mindset and not feel alarmed? Those of you that have some sense of education, some sense of critical thought, How do y'all do it? How is it okay?
I think they see themselves as different.
Hmm.
But even in doing that, though, like, why that wouldn't trigger a question about like the objective nature of the God? Like, I don't know that many believers would readily admit that they construct a God of their own making from this book, because they tend to start these conversations thinking that, Christianity is truth, it's the only objective truth. God has these standards. Their understanding of the standards are correct. But once you're faced with other people who use the same book and talk about the same God and say completely different things, how you remain so resolute in that your understanding is the right one, that's the piece I don't get. I also don't, because you're saying, thinker, if I'm understanding you correctly, how can you see people represent your faith that way and not be concerned, right?
Well, not only that, not even just about the representation of the faith, but them as people, as humans
Mm,
who share their belief. Like these are supposed to be their brothers and sisters in their faith, right? They're
right.
supposed to have, like, they'll bond when it's time to go against a non-believer, an atheist, or an antichrist. That bond that they have to defend each other's bullshit is unbreakable.
Hmm.
But when they see their fellow brother or sister in Christ floundering and drowning, they don't do anything to actually help pull them out, right? Or they don't. They have this belief that iron sharpens iron, but what they've decided to do is use their sword to actually kill us or attack us, not to sharpen the sword of their fellow brother and sister in Christ. Which is just odd to me, because it's supposed to be a brotherhood and a sisterhood. How do they see them at such a low intellectual level, or sometimes even dealing with religious psychosis, and it not be alarming? Like, we don't see enough communication in the church or in that body addressing the high level of religious psychosis or the high level of a lack of literacy. You know what
Yeah,
I'm
I think
saying?
it's easy. Yeah, I think it's easier to just know True Scotsman, the belief system, and just mentally rationalize away the lack of intellect. It's easier to do that than it is to grapple with the reality and the entailments of what that really means. Because you're not talking about a different book, you're not talking about a different God. Yet you see this person who can't even string sentences together or follow a logical train of thought up here boldly saying things that really paints this belief system in a really negative light. And it's not that a person's representation of a thing is what that thing actually is, but everybody ain't gonna tell the same lie. So if you've got this pattern that's emerging from this particular belief system, I wouldn't want to be a part of anything that could grow that type of mindset. If we are planted in the same soil and your fruits are producing irrational, illiterate, disconnected, and disjointed ideologies, and harmful ones as well, then I'm going to be looking at the soil, because all of it comes from there. But I think
Yeah.
they're really quick to try to separate themselves from the problematic representation of this belief system while ignoring the fact that it's still coming from the same belief system.
Because how do you separate the branches on the same tree and say that they're of different trees? Like, I don't.
Exactly.
Yeah, I don't know how they're rationalizing that thought. And I said earlier in the live, I wonder why the conversation has never been brought up that there is religious psychosis, and typically religious psychosis is found amongst people who believe in the Christian God or the Islamic God. You know, I've not heard or seen a lot of religious psychosis when it comes to Judaism, and I think because they have a lot more freedom in their belief, and like they
Right.
are the arbiters of their own faith, where Christians are not. They're told what to believe by other humans, and so are Muslims. They're kind of imprisoned in their own minds, and you know other humans who've put themselves into a position of authority dictate what they are allowed to think and what they are not allowed to think. And so religious psychosis is typically tied to these two religions. And I wonder why believers of the religion has never asked themselves, why is there not an atheist psychosis? Why
Yeah.
is mental illness even a effect of their belief system? If their God is real, why is it causing so much mental illness?
Right. And especially when the God is supposed to be a healer, it's supposed to be the thing that helps them get better. It's supposed to be the thing that protects them. Why don't we see that? Why is it that I've never seen a situation where people of a non-Abrahamic faith went to protest a human being's right to do anything. I've never seen that. I'm not saying it doesn't happen, and maybe it's just because we're in the States and Christianity is the main religion. I'm not sure, but you don't see this type of fanaticism in other religions. And like even with those Baptist folks who are disrupting the monks' walk for peace, in the way that they were behaving, and the comment section of that video defending the faith. There was one comment, this lady was like, when we are Christians, we can't let people continue walking in their sin. I'm sorry, what? How the fuck do you let other adults do anything? And why do you think it's your responsibility to monitor or control how other people think or what other people believe? And do you not realize that they are walking for peace, the very thing that you supposedly worship the prince of? How does that doesn't make any sense? But I think it's the fact that this belief system doesn't require them to piece their beliefs together in any logical or coherent way. They can just hold on to them. And that fractured mindset, I can't see how it wouldn't lead to psychosis eventually.
I mean, they're actually doing. Jesus in the Bible say he did not come to bring peace. So when he sees peace, he's going to disrupt it. And they're being exactly what Jesus claimed to be, like the thing that causes division. We could have peace on earth, but Jesus doesn't want that. And that's what I was saying earlier when I was talking to you about the whole love thing, and I was telling them on the live, like commanding humans to even love flawed humans and make these lifelong commitments to them and expect a flawed human to be able to be loyal to one human for their whole entire life creates suffering that is unnecessary. I think. I don't.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I think the God's purpose is to cause suffering. That's why the God was created. This Christian God wants his people suffering. He doesn't want peace. He wants them divided.
Didn't I hear somebody say before that they were told in church that if things are going right in your life, that you should be concerned?
Yeah.
Yeah, like that's so backwards to me.
Yeah. We used to do suffering checks.
Oh yeah, that was you. That's a suffering check. I knew it was a name for it. Wow.
Yeah. And then Fee and Selena, have y'all ever heard of atheist psychosis? Have y'all ever heard
No.
of somebody saying, "Oh, they're suffering from atheist psychosis"?
I haven't.
But you've heard of religious psychosis?
Absolutely.
Yeah. So a believer in the comments said, "How do you know there's no such thing as atheist psychosis?" Instead
Look
of
it up.
instead of them, listening to what we're talking about, saying, "Damn, there is a such thing as religious psychosis." Damn, a lot of Christians do suffer from religious psychosis. That is true. Their first thing is to defend it with, "How do you know? How do you know?" This is what I mean. Like y'all don't care about the real effects your belief system has on the people who believe it. We know y'all don't care what y'all do to us, but the fact that you don't care what it does to your own is fucking wild.
Yeah.
Taja, I don't know why you're back in the box. I'm not bringing you back up. You only come up once per show. Black Dinah, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? Kenny, are you in the box on purpose or on accident? I don't know. Why I don't know. Book recommendation for what? I don't know. The Cat in the Hat. What book recommendation are you wanting? I don't know. Like what?
Who asked for a book recommendation?
Tasia. I she
What
just
topic?
said book recommendation. She didn't say a book recommendation about anything. She just said a book recommendation. Like there's a lot of books. I don't know.
It's like asking for a recipe. For what?
Right. Exactly. Lordigan? Okay. All right, y'all. We are here till 7 a.m. I do have to end early today because I have a procedure. I have to check in at 8 a.m. And it's nothing major. But we won't be here till 10 a.m. this morning. So if you are a believer in the God of the Bible, if you're deconstructing or an atheist, the guest box is open. Yeah, 7 a.m. Central. So if you're on Eastern time, you get an extra hour. It's 8 a.m. your time. Not you don't get an extra hour, but you know what I'm saying. 7 a.m. Central. As long as we have conversations, though, because we didn't get our first person to come up until like an hour into the live.
I know they're in here.
Mm-hmm. Yep. One guy came in here. What did he say in the comment? Belteshazzar? That like they've been in the comments whining all night. Thank y'all so much. It's nothing major. Um, what did he say in the comment? Oh my god, they just something about being in the comments. He said something about being in the comments, and it made me think about him typing on. Yeah, it's in the Discord under. It's in the Thinker Music channel. Just look for Thinker Music channel. He said he said I'm gonna take my comments back, and I'm like, what? Who gives a damn?
What
Like
comments?
the comments that he had made on my videos.
Oh Lord.
His his way of hurting me is to go and take his comments back from my videos. Yeah, exactly. Boys. That's what we've been dealing with all night. Is boys. Ego hurt boys. The Rams are winning right now. Well, how is the Cowboys doing? Are they in the playoffs?
I think they're doing the same thing we're doing right now.
What?
Not playing.
Oh, they're
I
not.
don't think they're in the
Okay.
playoffs. I don't think they are.
Oh, okay. They on vacation.
Mm-hmm.
I read that. I read that they on Vatican at first.
They're playing 2K.
I know. My cousin is a cowboy. You know. Exactly. I'm gonna uninteract by interacting more. Bash's cousin is in the playoff. That's what's up. Dang, I added somebody and then they just disappeared. Y'all, we got 2 hours. Let's fill it up. It's 700 people in the room. With another 100 on YouTube. It's got 800 people watching the live right now. Surely we can get a good conversation. There's got to be one. Yeah, Bash's birthday is tomorrow. Yours truly? All right. Kenny B, are you in the box on purpose? If you don't have a username, I'm not bringing you up. That includes putting a damn period right there. A mistake? Okay. I don't even know. I want to say don't be scared. But I don't even think that even works anymore. I can't help but to I don't know what to tell y'all. Like if y'all don't know me by now, if somebody comes up here and do dumb shit like what we had tonight, I'm gonna cuss them out. But if you come up here respectful, you're gonna have a good conversation with us. There's no need for me to cuss y'all out. Sydney, a young pastor, well, he's actually 70, on Mama Bash's live. We had a good conversation, even though he kept cutting me off. I didn't cuss his ass out because he was 70, but we were able to still have a good conversation and get to a conclusion. Like there are times that we can have good conversations with believers as long as the believer respects everybody on stage and respect that the people in the comments need to be able to hear everybody's points, and don't use abusive tactics when you're defending your stance or proving what not defending but proving the information that you're providing. We can have a good conversation. Hey, F Mills. Do you think that he's actually going to do what he said and actually investigate the character claim of the God, or you think he just said yes just to say yes?
Who, Sydney?
Yeah.
Oh, I think he just said yes.
Yeah, me too.
Yeah, I don't think that. It's like that sunken cost fallacy, especially at a person at his age, and not that that makes it true, but just the sentiment around it, and I think also the fear will probably kick in. I just don't understand the ones that come back every single day to hear these conversations. They have to be hearing something different than what we're hearing in order for them to come back and see the representation like you were saying earlier, and then not take the extra step to actually learn it, to see if what we're saying is true. I don't know that he's going to do that.
I agree. um I think the majority of them that come in here just come in here to hate us because what I posted about this tonight before I went live. There's nowhere in this book where their God is cussing out or going off on Satan, who they believe is their God's enemy. There's nowhere in this book where their God is threatening to kill Satan and end his life early or anything like that. Even Jesus is seen giving the so-called evil spirits grace. Jesus doesn't cuss out even the evil spirits. But believers will threaten the lives of another believer, non-believer, for not believing like them. They will be rude to another non-believer, to another human for not believing and thinking like them. It's interesting to me how in their book their God can give grace and be cordial with his so-called enemy, but they can't. And they have this belief. that they are supposed to that they're supposed to defend with rudeness and violence and arrogance and like, and so like, where did they get that from if they don't see that example from their God in the book?
That's why I think it comes from them. I think it bubbles up from who they are as people. In the They defend the belief in the way that represents them, not necessarily the God. I mean, we've read this book not through the lenses of theology, so we know who the God in the Old Testament is. We know that Jesus, in the New Testament, maybe softened it a little bit, but he still wasn't what you're saying. Like he wasn't out here just cramming this shit down people's throats and threatening those that didn't agree. Yeah, the parable about what would happen to those that didn't want to rule over him, sure. But in real time, in the witnessing that they do and the saving of souls and the spreading of the gospel, I didn't see where that was supposed to be done through these violent means, but it's been that way. They're just continuing. It's ultimately the same. Spreading the crusades is just not being done with swords. It's being done with words. And then there's some actions, of course, in the way that they're treating folks, and members of the LGBTQIA community, the legislation that they're trying to pass. I think the violence is there in the spread of Christianity from the beginning. It's still here now. I think it's just changed forms. But you're right. That wasn't what they saw modeled in this book. Not in that way.
And I think where they see it modeled is through evangelical pastors. And like you said, like, through history, like through the crusades and stuff, and what early Christians have done to defend it. And their example really isn't Jesus, but the humans on earth claiming to defend Jesus. So they look at what other humans in authority do, the same way they outsource that authority to read the book and tell them what the book says.
Right.
And so if Jesus is their example, they look at these pastors to look for the example of Jesus through the pastor, because they don't really know Jesus in the book because they don't read it.
Right. So the only thing Jesus can be for them is absolutely tied to who they are as people.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. There's a did you see that video of the little girl interrupting class? And she's like, Jesus sent me to tell y'all that you have to give your life to him, or you're gonna burn and you're gonna die, and and they're in the middle of a test. Yeah. Hold on. She's trying to start a trend to get young people to interrupt class.
Oh wow.
Right. Hold on.
Jesus came and gave me peace. So I want to share with everyone that Jesus is coming back, and it's not a joke, and it's serious. That whoever does not have a relationship with him because he's offering it, like he's giving, like he sends people out like me, who's a human like you, to share that he's real and that he loves you, right? And he is salvation, his son. God says in John 3:16 that for God so loved the world that he gave his one and only son, that whoever believes in him shall not perish, but have everlasting life. And it's true. I'm sorry. It's true. It's wonderful that you have your beliefs and that you're okay to stand up and talk about it. Show you that he loves you. Listen, stop saying I need a chance to speak. So you can have discussions with students outside class, but in the classroom it's not appropriate. And you can say, hey, if you're interested in talking about my beliefs, you can do that outside class, but inside the class it's not appropriate. I want to ask you, do you know if you would get home? Do you know if you would get home alive? I'm not
not going to answer that question. I want to ask everyone that, do you know, are you assured that you will get home? When you leave here, do you believe that you will get home? But you just have faith that you will get home safe. And that's just the same thing. Like it says, in the word, that our lives are like a vapor. Our lives are like a mist.
Mind you, the whole time she's disobeying her teacher.
Sure. That's why I want to show you all that Jesus loves every single one of you. And that we were not made here just to do these simple things. We were not put here just to do these simple things. But we were made for a greater purpose. And that there is eternal life after death. So I want to share that with every single one of you.
But it's so funny because all the students are just nobody's paying her any attention.
This is wild.
And then she gets her purse and leaves. So Jesus told her to go and interrupt class, disobey your teacher, and then leave class. That's what Jesus told her to do. And earlier in the live, I was talking about this, and there were believers in the comments saying, "That's right, I support her."
And that's what I'm talking about, right? Like there's this right, like you say all the time, this right to comfort, this right to prioritization. Like they feel like she can disrupt the entire class, and the teacher handled it beautifully. But they think that's right. And because they're saying they've attached the name of Jesus to it, they can do whatever they want to, which takes us right back to that documentary, The Family. When you invoke the name of Jesus, then that's supposed to give you license to do anything, no matter whether it's good or bad. That's a problem.
And you don't see Islam doing this. You don't see Judaism doing this. You don't see Hinduism doing this. The only people who do this type of shit are Christians. And they feel entitled to do it because they believe that their God is the one and only true God. And so they go through society with this sense of entitlement. You must believe my God is. And if you don't, then you are the enemy. Like it's sick. Yeah, they don't see the superiority culture in it. They cannot see, because they're in it, they can't see that they embody the characteristics of their oppressors. They can't see it. They're liking it. They're like, you know how Adam says that Eve is bone of his bone, flesh of his flesh?
Mm-hmm.
What that means is she was like a clone of him, right? She's a clone of Adam. So she's just another Adam, right? Just female version of him. The believers to me are just like mental clones of their oppressors, and they have been activated to do the dirty work of their oppressors so that their oppressors can live their lives.
Yeah. And they're the foot soldiers doing all the work.
Yeah. You've seen Islam interrupt class. You've seen students of Islam interrupt class to try to get people to convert to Islam. I've not ever had a Muslim try to get me to convert to Islam ever in all of my 46 years of life.
I haven't either.
Jimmy? You said they're not supposed to? Yeah, you don't see Judaism. Judaism don't go out and try to get people to convert either. You said in Europe they do? You said you live in Turkey, an Islamic country, and nobody. Yeah. Now, what they just did in Iran, did y'all see that?
I didn't. What happened?
Oh my gosh, on January 8th. Vilho, are you up here on accident? On January 8th, there was the citizens of Tehran went out and protested the Islamic government, and a lot of the college students, they ended up locking them in and killed them. They don't know
What?
what, yeah, they don't know the death toll, but the body bags lined up. Oh my fucking gosh.
What were they protesting?
Against the Islamic government.
Wow. Wow.
They just killed them like they were just, I don't know, in a video game. And but all of this over a God saying land this and you have land that and Abraham is your father. Like, people, they just kill people because humans have authority because of a God. Mm-hmm. And this is the world we live in, where human beings just get killed for protesting their government. Yeah. Yep, Melanie. Did you see where he said he about to send them to New York and California?
No. Who said that?
Trump about to send
Mm.
about to do in New York and California what he did in Minnesota with ICE, and he's about to do an insurrection plan in Minnesota.
Mm. I think he's doing his best, trying his best to destabilize this country so that there's not another election.
Yeah, that's exactly what he's doing. I agree. It's crazy. Yeah.
He's like, hey, what's good, guys?
Mm-hmm. If history is repeating itself, then shit about to pop the fuck off.
That's what I was thinking. It's scary out here. I'm not gonna lie.
And then, like, the meeting that these states are having, getting behind Stephen Miller, and
Wait, no, what's that about?
the immigration. Stephen Miller has very Hitler ideologies. Like, Hitler is his idol, and our representatives are working with him side by side to amplify immigration in different states. And Tennessee is going first. I don't think people realize what the fuck is coming.
I don't think so either. It's too many people that are just, still moving like it's status quo when it's anything but.
One of my mutuals posted a video. They got anti-communist propaganda passed out to them in New York today, and it read just like Yahtzee Germany propaganda, like word for fucking word. Tennessee, Nashville protested today about the immigration plans that's about to be deployed. They will burn this whole fucking country down before they give it back to the liberals. And I think that's what they plan on fucking doing.
I mean, it's the same thing that happened with the Civil War.
Yep. They were
It's
willing
the
to
exact
lose it
same
all.
thing. Mm-hmm. Yeah. And the interesting part about it is, like, people say history repeats itself, and I agree with that. I don't understand how they don't see where they land in terms of looking at history and figuring out what side you're on. Or maybe they do know where they land and they just don't give a shit because it's about retaining power by any means necessary.
No, I didn't see that. When did they do that? So let me say, I did make an announcement on the last live that acronyms are okay to type in all caps. If they're typing like OK or AI or um, IDF, something like that, acronyms are okay to type in all caps. It's not sentences or whole entire paragraphs and shit. But if they're typing in an acronym, that's okay. Like if they're like their state, like that's okay. I talked about that on the last live. Yeah, like what the fuck? Look, not y'all feeling like y'all released. Look at y'all. Y'all just gonna be typing 3-letter words.
They're like, say less.
Oh my gosh. What? Okay, I don't listen. Not shit like that. Y'all know what I'm talking about. I don't know what TMT whatever the hell you just said. Like y'all know what I'm
That's
talking about.
Teenage Mutant
Yeah.
Ninja Turtles.
Like oh my god. Oh my fucking god. Like stuff like that. Acronyms, yeah. Um but not yeah. Okay, y'all gonna trigger the fuck out of me. Y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all- oh my god. Y'all are true. What makes today any different than religion 500 years ago? I would love someone to answer this.
What makes it different in what way?
Why are they asking that? Is like is my question.
I mean, everything is different than it was 5 years ago. So why are we singling out religion?
Right. Like why are they asking that question? Like I don't understand. And then he says, I would love for someone to answer this as if it's hard to answer. Like, what is your reason for asking that? Y'all request up. We've been um over 20 minutes without a guest. Believers, deconstructing, or atheists 21 and up, y'all. I'll give it to 5:30 to see if we can get a conversation going. That'll give us that at 5:30 we will have been without a guest for 45 minutes. What? No, I didn't see that. I don't really trust Newsweek like that though. But no, I didn't see that. But honestly, I wouldn't be surprised. I know that they in Project 2025 that they were their part of their plan was to take the funding away from the free lunch program to create a curriculum that would teach young girls how to be mothers and have babies and how to be wives and teach young boys how to be fathers. So it's like, let's take food away from them, but teach them how to be parents. I don't know how they think they're going to have humans around to become parents when they can't eat. Because a lot of these children eat at school because their parents cannot afford to feed them at home. And if you take the free lunch funding away, they're not going to be able to eat at school because their parents can't afford to feed them at home. But it's important to teach them how to be a parent. And like the reason that they want more humans is for labor.
Yep. Keep the cog rolling. Cog in a wheel to keep it spinning.
Our 10-minute countdown. Yeah.
They say art imitates life. I was just hoping that it wouldn't be like The Handmaid's Tale and fucking Hunger Games that we're talking about.
I've never seen The Handmaid's Tale.
Oh, it's hard to watch. I think I went through 3 seasons, and it's hard to watch. I'm not gonna lie.
I thought it was a movie. It's a show. It's a drama.
It's a series.
Oh,
Yeah, it's a series. I didn't read the book. I'm wondering if I read the book, maybe it'll hit differently. But the show was difficult to watch.
I see stuff like that. I like it would like trigger me. Like I don't think I can watch it. It's too close
Yeah,
to reality. You know what I'm saying? Like
definitely
yeah,
now for sure. I
yeah.
mean, I don't. We weren't when I watched it. We weren't living in fucking upside down like we are right now. But even then, it was just really difficult to watch. It's hard for me to watch injustice. That's why I don't watch TV a lot. Like, it's because there's always a protagonist and an antagonist. And usually the person that's, the person that is the antagonist is the one with the power. And then you have people in like positions of subjugation and being abused. I don't like that shit. So,
Why would somebody
and
make this shit? What was the purpose of it?
it's a dystopian. I mean, just another dystopian novel because *Handmaid's Tale* is a book. But the interesting and terrifying piece about it is that a lot of the things, just like 1984, George Orwell, when we read that book back in the day, and you're thinking, oh, Big Brother, that's who's gonna read something and just pretend that it doesn't say what it say. Well, welcome to 2026 because that's exactly what the fuck is happening. You don't think it's the would ever be reality. But shit, we are living both of those books right now. I read 1984 early in my deconstruction just because I knew that there was a parallel with the publications from Jehovah's Witnesses and updating information and pretending like what was previously a rule was never a rule. So I read it through a more religious lens as opposed to a societal lens the first time. And then the second time I read it, I was like, oh shit, like this is the world we are living in right the fuck now. It's pretty scary. Even with the Hunger Games, like I feel like we live in the Hunger Games. The capital is Hollywood. The capital is, the power structure that we have. And these districts are ultimately groups of ethnic or racial identities that are pitted against each other. And ultimately we are the ones that no matter how much we feel like we've got to fight each other and blame each other, it's those in power that are pushing that narrative and us not realizing who the real enemy is. That's one of the slogans I think in the third movie of Hunger Games. Like, remember who the real enemy is. We don't do that, and I think we see, we see things playing out in the exact same way. It's pretty terrifying, honestly.
That's why I think this God has to be the devil in the story, the Satan in the story, because why would an all loving God intentionally create humans with so many different differences and then choose one group of them and pit them against everybody else and teach them how to oppress and rule everybody else. That's literally what they say Satan did with white supremacy. Like, I don't see how they don't see the parallels. Like, what loving God would do that? What loving parent would pit one child against the rest of the children because they're different? That's not love.
I don't think they expect that from their God. I don't think you expect anything from a God that you've been told is always right and cannot be wrong. So there's not even an expectation for him to align with what we understand and have experienced love to be. They automatically go to, well, we don't know everything, and he has to have there's a grander plan at play. You don't know that. You don't know that. And while you're saying that, there are people who are being harmed in the name of your religion. And you do know that. Like, you're giving up what you do know and putting aside the mechanism for which you utilize and you use to facilitate your understanding of what you do know to make a claim about some shit you can't know. And then you call that loving, and it seems to be the only way that society can function. It's never worked. I don't get it.
And they will fight for that position. They'll fight for that mindset. They will fight tooth and nail to keep it that way, to live in the upside down.
And then when you find a disconnect in the logic, or you identify, just asking logical questions like we were with that guy on Bash's Live and Mama Bash Live yesterday, Germs, I think his name, the Jamaican guy. Like, it was a decent conversation for the most part, just trying to logically walk through how he sees things. And when you come to a point of tension or you come to a knot, instead of unraveling that knot and figuring out, okay, I've got some tension here. I can't figure it out, instead of doing that, let's just add more strings. Oh, no, well, all I know is that God is good. What? How does that address anything that we're talking about? How does that resolve anything? And I don't think resolution is their goal. I think they need to keep these issues in the forefront so that they can continue to justify the need for their God. They absolutely refuse to stay in the realm of reality, because this fantasy world that they've constructed in their minds is a lot easier to deal with because they feel like they have a measure of control there. And what they can't control, God's got it in control. Well, God ain't doing shit. So who's actually flying this plane at that point?
And I think the thing that irritates me or frustrates me the most is that they know that, right? But they masquerade or hide behind this facade of safetyness or love and peace, while knowing that their goal is not peace, while knowing that their goal is to uphold the suffering so that they can justify their God. Like, that's the frustrating thing. And it's like they don't care. They either can't see it or they don't care. Jay, Dan.
Hey, good night.
Hi.
Morning.
Good morning. How old are you?
I'm actually 27.
And are you a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm actually a believer.
Can you talk up for me?
I'm actually a believer.
Okay. There are two topics on the post there. Do you see that? They're in red.
Yeah.
Which one do you want to discuss? The reasons for topic number one are in black under topic number one.
All right. So the God of the Bible is the God of deception, points, lie to Adam and Eve.
You don't have to read the points out
Um.
loud. Those are the reasons
Yeah.
that,
I know.
I'm sorry, those are the reasons that I feel that way. But the topic is the God of the Bible being the God of the deception. The points are not necessarily the talking points. The talking
Okay.
point is the God of
Uh,
the Bible being the God of deception.
and can I ask a question though?
Sure.
Why do you think he is the God of deception?
Well,
what makes you think that he lied to Adam and Eve?
Did you hear what she said in the introduction, Jay?
I didn't came on the live as it started, but I was reading these, right? She said points. She lied, God lied to Adam and Eve. So I'm saying, what makes you think that he lied to Adam and Eve? See that that's a point where you're saying that he's the God of deception.
Right. Have you
So
read?
for
Yep, I get what you're saying. Have you read the story of Adam and Eve?
yeah, a lot
Okay.
of time.
Right. So the thing that the God said that would happen when they ate the fruit, it didn't happen. But the thing that the serpent said would happen when they ate the fruit did happen, which was confirmed by your God in Genesis 3:22. So that was deceptive.
Okay. And what did he say would happen? Because we want to make sure we're both on the same page.
Hold on, and I don't want this whole entire conversation to be about Adam and Eve. The
I know we're doing it in
can you
steps.
not do that? You and I can't
Do
talk.
what?
You and I cannot talk at the same time. The reason that Fee is having to explain this to you because you didn't listen the first 3 times that I told you what those points were. Okay, the conversation is not
Hmm.
about Adam and Eve. Okay, the conversation is about the God being the God of deception. There is more than one reason up there that I think this God is the God of deception. I would like the conversation to expand across these points, okay? And discuss the nature of deception that I am saying that God has. Okay?
Okay. I understand what you're saying. However, for a discussion to be fruitful or meaningful, we have to understand the reason
You
behind
haven't
the
even told us what you
thesis.
think about the main topic. You went straight to Adam and Eve. You have not
Okay.
told us what you think about the main topic.
I thought saying I am a believer would have mean that I disagree
I don't assume
automatically.
anything. There are some believers who know your God is deceptive. I'm not going to assume anything. I don't know you.
Okay, that's the thing. You cannot be a believer or a true believer
Oh my
if you
God.
feel
What do
that
you think about the
God is
topic? What do
deception.
you think? I don't care what you think about other believers' belief. What do you think about the topic?
I just said it twice. I disagree
Okay. Why do you disagree?
because all of your points that you're making, they are not chronologically listed
Oh, so
according to how it is laid out in the
hold
Bible.
on. The only reason your God is not the God of deception is because my points are wrong. That's the only reason?
They are wrong.
No,
They are.
is that the only reason he's not the God of deception to you?
And that's again, I'm asking you
Is that the
to
only
explain to me.
is that the only reason this God is not the God of deception to you? Is because my points are wrong?
They are
Is that the
because they're not
is
according.
that the okay, cool. Is that the only reason?
They're not.
Okay, cool. Is that the only reason?
Okay, two things. One, you don't need to shout
I'm gonna
across
do what the fuck I
me.
want to do. Okay, you get the only thing you get to do is make the
And
decision on
two,
whether or not you want to stay. That's the only thing you get to do.
uh,
Okay, you're not gonna
and
stop
then
me from
two,
shouting. You're not gonna stop me from shouting. Okay. Now let's assume my
and
okay. My points are wrong. Great.
okay,
Now is that the only reason he's not the God of deception?
okay. So let's do this in steps. So for the discussion to work, we need to listen to each other.
Oh boy, if you don't,
Okay?
hey, answer the fucking question. I know you want to control some shit, but you're
Okay?
not gonna be able to control shit in here. Is that the only reason? Is that the only reason? Because my points are wrong.
No, there are a lot
Okay,
of other
why is
points
he
that
not the God of
that
deception to
we
you? Why is he not the God of deception to you?
because he outlines the consequences for all of our actions. All of our actions are within the Bible, and the result of these actions, whether we're faithful to Him or not, they are outlined. The reward for being faithful, the reward for not being faithful, those are all called consequences for our actions. So He said to Adam and Eve, if you eat from this tree, there's a result for that action. He did not deceive them at no point in time. He didn't say to them, okay, eat from everything in the Bible, and that tree over there, oh, it can't be ate from. There's nothing on that tree to be eaten. If he had said that, then of course that would be deception. But he said to them, this tree is not a tree that you should be eaten from because it's going to let in evil into this world. You're telling me that there's no evil in this world? That's crazy. And the consequence of them eating from that tree did let in evil in this world. And the devil told them a lie. He said, it's the tree of knowledge and wisdom to be like God. Yeah, we got knowledge, no lie. We got too much knowledge, and as of such, we went so high and above and created guns, created things that now create evil. And you're telling me that your point suffice to say that that is why God is a deceptive God? That's crazy. And that's why I said you cannot take a president to say that God is a God of deception. If he did tell you that you are going to get these consequences for doing it this way, and you're going to get these consequences for doing it the other way.
Yeah. Um.
And it's
No,
outlined
no. It's my turn. It's
across
my turn.
all
It's
parts
my
of the
turn to
Bible.
talk. It's my turn to talk.
Go
It's my turn to talk. If someone causes another person to lie and causes people to believe things that's not true, is that deceptive? Is it deceptive when someone causes someone to lie and causes other people to believe things that are not true? Is that deceptive? You're on mute. I can't hear you. Are you there? Can y'all hear him? I can't hear him.
I don't hear anything.
Mute and unmute. We can't hear you. Are you there?
Can you hear me now?
Yes. If someone causes someone to lie and causes other people to believe a lie, is that deception?
If someone causes someone to lie, so the person who causes the person to lie and the others to believe the lie is deception.
I'm sorry, were you repeating my question or were you answering it?
No, I answered the question.
I
I'm
didn't
saying
understand it.
if the person, that's why I'm going to say it again. The person who causes you to lie by deceiving you is deception. So it's not the person who lied, but the person who deceived you and sold you the lie so that you can convince others to believe the lie is deception.
Okay. So when your God sent lying spirits into the prophets of Ahab to cause them to lie to Ahab, then because your God is the person who caused the lie in that scenario would be the deceiver, correct? Are you on Google? Are you there? Aaron, I don't answer questions from the chat. Jay, are you on Google? Because if you need us to bring up the scripture, I can just bring it up and read it. You don't have to go to Google or a Bible app. This is interesting. No,
I
Aaron,
don't think he's coming back.
he's not. This is dishonesty. This is straight dishonesty. You didn't hear us talking to you?
I didn't hear the question. For a moment, while I thought you were talking, it didn't go in silent. Can you repeat the question for me?
You know, we can tell when you leave the app. You know,
This
we
is
can.
the first time
You
I'm
know,
actually
we can tell when you.
going.
We can tell when you're not on the app. Like you're just gonna keep doing that every time I start talking. The fuck off my stage, the dishonest ass. Sheldon, are you in the request on purpose or not? Adam and Eve. I swear, like I feel like y'all want to fuck Adam and Eve or something. Like y'all cannot get away from Adam and Eve. Like,
It's the only story they know.
like it's so crazy. They see Adam and Eve, and it's like they like I don't know.
And you notice it's a remix to the story every single time. Like, the serpent told them all these things. They said that you could be like God and you could know this and you could do that and you're gonna have this. He didn't say any of that shit. Like they add so much to this story, and you can tell that they learned it by somebody telling them the story and adding those embellishments.
I have no idea, Jay, why you're back in my request. Nobody's finna play that fucking game with you. What's up, Sheldon?
Hey, good morning, everyone. Good
Hey, good
Good
morning.
morning.
morning. What topic did you come up to discuss?
Um, the God of the Bible is the God of deception. Um, the pointers are included, right?
Yes.
Okay, yeah. I really believe the more I listen to, cause I'm in tune every night, and the more I listen. And the more I deconstruct is the more I get to understand how really deceptive this God is. It really made me think, especially like to Adam and Eve. I was listening to Nelly, he's not here anymore. When I didn't know this, but when when the when the serpent told Eve that they will surely not die from the fruit. I don't remember which one of the fruit it was. Could you remind me, please?
What do you mean? Which one of the fruit? Like,
The good and evil, or is it the
well,
good, the
it's the
knowledge?
it's the tree of the knowledge of good and evil.
Yeah, the tree of the knowledge of good and evil. And then when he went and confirmed that God said the same thing, I did not know that. I really and truly did not know that. So that kind of solidifies or confirms that he's definitely the good and the good and evil. So yeah, I really think that was like the point, one of those points that I did not know, that he definitely was the god of deception in a certain way.
Yeah, I agree. Did you have anything else?
I thought I did, but I don't. I'm sorry.
That's okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you for coming up.
Okay. Cool.
Jay, you shouldn't have played around when you were on stage. King of Sharp.
Hello,
How are you?
I'm good. How you doing?
I'm doing good. Are you a believer, deconstructing, or an atheist?
I'm a believer.
How old are you?
I'm 25.
All right. And which topic did you want to discuss? Y'all saying not him again. Have I talked to him?
He was on either Cena or Mama Bash's live. He was on somebody live that week.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Which topic did you want to do?
Okay, I think I'll go for the God of the Bible is. So I don't understand.
I'm sorry. The
That's
God,
not the end of the sentence.
right? That's all I'm gonna say. You just stopped at is.
The second line is the second
Is it?
part of that sentence.
Oh, he thought. Yeah, that's a.
No, no. I thought. Yes. That's what I thought. So, is that a question or what does that mean?
The full sentence is the God of the Bible is the God of deception. Like it's two lines to the entire sentence.
Okay. So for me, I think for me, I've really researched. I've done a lot of things, and I think Christianity is the true way of life.
We're not
So
asking
if you
about
have your,
Christianity. That doesn't say Christianity. That says the God of the Bible. We're not asking about Christianity.
so I don't agree. That's what I mean. I don't agree. So
Well, if that's what you mean, please say what you mean. Like, we don't want to have to do work and try to figure out what's on your mind. That's the purpose of communicating. Say what you mean, okay? And
okay,
we're talking about the God of the Bible. Go
yes,
ahead.
the God of the Bible.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, the God of the Bible. I I I I I have read the Bible. Even just randomly, I have asked a question about myself, asked about God, asked about life, and I took the Bible. I opened it randomly and I saw what I was looking for. So, was that a coincidence
No, we're
or
not
what?
asking you about that. I don't care about that. We're not asking you about that.
No, no, no.
Nope.
I'm not.
No,
Okay.
no, no. The
What
topic
do you
the
mean?
topic is the God Kindle. The God of the Bible is the God of deception. That's the topic. Are you able to talk about that?
Okay, let's go. The point he
Okay.
is the God
Hold on.
of.
Let me hold your hand. Let me hold you.
Okay.
Because earlier tonight, I've learned that I have to spiritually hold y'all's hand or something.
Let's go. Let's
Okay.
go. Let's go.
All right. Listen. Who? Hold on. This is.
What you doing?
I'm stimming, motherfucker. Y'all are tripping me the fuck out tonight. Like, this is getting ridiculous.
God is real. God is real, guys.
Okay.
King, nobody's asking you that. No,
Like,
nobody's asking you about whether or not God is real. Good grief.
like the amount of work we have to do is just ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous. Like, what?
King, are you here? Kingdom, what?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know what the topic is?
Hold on, Fee. Do you see that a fellow believer? This is what I was talking about earlier when I say they see that their fellow brothers and sisters in Christ have a lack of knowledge. They don't care because what
Okay.
Jay is sitting here watching this, right? He knows that this person isn't addressing the topic. He knows that. But what he focuses on is his dislike and the fact that, you know, we don't believe in his God and we think that his God is deceptive. And his comment is, you're getting triggered because your point is invalid, not that this person can't even have a conversation. He can't address the
Okay.
topic. Yet he's
I'm
here
sorry.
to participate in a conversation that he cannot intellectually participate in.
Can I ask you a question?
No.
And that's why I know this isn't about the consistency or the conviction in the belief system itself. It's about we're on the same team, so I'm going to cheer for you. We've got the same jersey, so I'm going to be on your side, no matter how incoherent the particular person on the stage and the is. You know, like the fact that we're 5 minutes into this conversation, and it started with the sentence ending at the word is. What are we talking about?
So what do you guys want me to believe?
We
What?
don't want you to believe nothing. And feed to that point, it's like the kid that runs all the way down the wrong end and shoots the ball in the other goal.
That part.
Like it's still
Still cheering
cheering
for
for
him.
him.
Like, bro,
Go ahead,
you legit just made points for the other
Participation
team,
trophies and shit.
baby.
God
but now
is
we're about
good,
to cheer for you.
and
No.
I can.
No. No.
Now
No.
I was,
No. No. No.
there
I'm
was a
talking. I'm
No.
talking.
No.
calm down.
No.
Okay.
No. No.
Boy,
What's going on?
No. No.
if
If
you
you're
don't go
not
somewhere and wait
able
for
to
your other
discuss the
nutsack to drop.
topic,
That's the topic.
if
I want
that's
to
not
talk
the
something.
topic, nobody asked you shit about your God being good.
No, it's not that. It's not that. I'm talking about the Adam and Eve
No,
now.
no.
You know
Oh,
that.
that yeah, Adam and Eve. That's all y'all want to talk about is Adam and Eve, Adam and Eve, Adam and Eve. That's it. Like, damn. Like, I mean, do y'all really think Adam and Eve is y'all granddaddy and grandmama? Like, what is it about these fucking human characters in this book that has y'all in a chokehold? Huh? Are they gods to y'all? Like, what is it? I seriously want to know. Like, how do y'all hold the belief that Adam and Eve fucked up so bad that now you are so fucking wretched that you gotta drink blood every first Sunday, but somehow they still so fucking holy that you have to defend them? Please help me understand that.
Okay. The Bible said, "Many might come, claiming to be of God. They are false prophets."
Can
So
y'all drop him? Can y'all drop him?
Yeah, I knew
you
it was
should
going to be
read
this
the
way.
Bible. No,
You
what
don't
is
you don't read the fucking Bible. Shit.
You don't even read the prompt. What are you talking about? Read the Bible.
Astronomically.
All they want to do is preach.
In the beginning was the Word, and the Word means God is good.
Also,
Also,
Calm
some
down,
people may
calm down.
find that offensive.
In the beginning,
It's crazy. That is my favorite video though, by the way. Like, I could watch that
I
over and
love it.
over again.
Yeah, that shit is hilarious.
I just love the way he say in the beginning in the beginning
In
the
the
In the
beginning,
beginning,
the
in the
beginning.
beginning, in the
I
beginning.
fucking love it.
That sucker was struggling to get that thing up.
Yeah, that shit was funny as hell. Too bad. No, Jay, you shouldn't have fucking played with me when you were on the stage. Too bad.
Yes?
How are you?
Fine.
How old are you?
Fine.
How old are you?
21.
Okay. Can you get somewhere quieter so I can hear you?
Hmm?
Can you get somewhere quieter so I
Uh,
can hear you?
uh,
Oh wow, thanks, Happy and Free. That was cool.
Are you there?
hmm.
King of Sharp, you just got your ass muted. Don't type in caps in my comments. Too bag. Okay. Are you a believer? He said he's 21.
Mm.
Are you a believer?
Uh,
Do y'all know him? Is he lying about his age?
He just sounds like an
mm.
infant.
Are you lying about your age?
Uh,
Huh?
uh,
Do you know what we're saying to you?
No. No. Nope. Jay, you shouldn't have ran from the fucking question about your God sending line spirits. No, you can't come back up. You cannot talk about Adam and Eve to me. No.
Speaking of Adam and Eve, we did a reenactment of the garden story in Javir's lab last night per TT's birthday request, and it was really good.
What did y'all do? Wait, who was Eve?
Eve was played by Selena, I
Who
believe.
was Adam?
Esther. I was Esther for
Oh
the
no,
other.
no, yeah, you were
Wait, what was
Esther.
Esther doing in the
No, no,
garden?
no,
Also, what the
no.
hell is you
That
doing?
was a different story. That was a
Who
different
is
story. That was a different
who's
story.
with the scratching?
Yeah,
Who's
we
with the
did
scratching?
different.
Eve,
Huh?
Eve was played by Israel.
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 Who is Israel?
Uh-huh.
Oh, Israel. Okay.
Yeah. Adam was played by Javarius. Dreadful played God, and I was that slimy little serpent.
Oh, so is that you scratching? What are you doing, friend?
Are you slithering
Scratching.
now also? Because
Right.
your background is noisy as hell.
Bruh is back in the garden. Like you rolling on grass. That
Maybe.
sound like Yahweh feet in the garden. Listen, hold on. In the cool of the day, that mean relationship.
It's crazy. I'm laying dead ass still. That's kind of crazy.
Your
Ain't no
phone
way in
isn't.
hell you laying dead ass still.
Absolutely not.
Oh, y'all, thanks for the
Thanks
gifts.
for the gifts, y'all.
What about now?
I mean, we don't hear Yahweh no more.
So it's good?
Uh huh.
What's good, Miley? Yeah. So I was playing a slippery little snake and gave it one of the greatest performances of our generation.
How much embellishment did you do, Oso?
Well, it sounded something close to like did God say that for real? And I would talk about how I was undulating all around and stuff. It was really good.
Oh my gosh.
Oh my goodness.
God, you are desperate, Jay. Maybe you shouldn't have been going on teacup so fucking much. The desperation is crazy. Like you just want to talk about Adam and Eve, don't you? You're just gonna sit there and keep pressing the request button until we let you come up and talk about Adam and Eve. Like I don't know, like y'all got some type of fucking I don't know.
It's the fact that they only know one story and don't even know it.
Exactly.
You missed your chance to do that. Your God sent lion spirits and you acted dishonestly, so you had to go. That's what dishonesty will get you. Yahweh will keep you, but I'm gonna drop your ass, or I may cuss you out. Yeah, that's all you fucking talked about when you were up here was Adam and Eve, Jay. That's all you fucking talked about. You're just going to keep doing the insane thing and just keep requesting. And the answer's still going to be no. Even if you give me permission to cuss you out, and I don't need your permission to do that, the answer is still no, Jay.
What about if I let you talk first and then I'll talk? Would you let me up then?
He feeding. He is feeding like a motherfucker. Your God can't even destroy my mute. I don't know why the fuck you think you can. Here, let's see you do it. Let's see you destroy my mute. Destroy it, Jay. Talk about your God. We're waiting. Y'all, the guest box is open. If you are a believer in the God of the Bible, deconstructing, or an atheist, 21 and up.
There's somebody in there beside Jay.
They was on that damn waiting list.
Oh, actually, you might not want to bring them up.
Why? What was it?
Their bio says 10K Inu Balan Inshallah Dad Kegi.
We have 820 people watching the live right now in the empty guest box. It's been one hell of a night. I'm trying to see where he at since he was going to destroy my mute. Like, I want to see it happen.
He probably down there mad as fuck because he was not talking about that one.
He was on stage and he kept going on teacup on purpose because he didn't want to answer the question that I asked him. They think the crazy thing about it is that they think they can lock me into talking about Adam and Eve. He didn't get blocked. He on mute. He's still here. I don't block people for not agreeing with me. He's on mute. He said, I didn't want to let him up because I don't want him to destroy my mute. So I gave him the mute so he could destroy it. I want to see him destroy it.
Break every chain.
Yeah.
I will never
Okay.
understand them needing to not seeing the irony of having to represent an omnipresent God. Like, if I'm there, I don't need anybody to represent me because I'm there. But they constantly have to speak for this God and fight for this God and defend this God. This God doesn't do shit for them. They do all the work on both ends.
Yes, the whole live. Why would I not do it the whole live if he's going to destroy the mute? The fact that he's on mute and still fucking requested is crazy.
Interesting. You know, I can't unmute people. I can't heal the blind. You would think
Hello?
somebody stronger than me could do at least what I can do.
Hello? Do you guys
Aaron,
hear me?
yes. How old are you?
Unfortunately.
I'm 18 years old and I just have
You can't. You got to be 21,
one
okay?
simple question.
You have to be 21. And I told you, Aaron, I don't answer questions from the chat, okay? But you have to be 21.
Hmm.
All right. So I'm gonna take you down.
But
Have a good one, okay?
before,
No, hey, I just told you the
okay, thank you.
boundaries. All right. Have a good one. Like, damn. Why do they like what the fuck was taught in society that when someone says no, you can't do that to me, they go, okay, before I respect your boundary, let me say what I want to say anyway.
I don't think they understand what the boundary is. I don't think it registers them.
This is crazy. My power never runs out, Jay. No matter what account you fucking bring in here, I'm going to fucking mute.
Oops.
So now you have been muted twice, and now you have double the work to do. Destroy the mutes.
He
At
came
first
in
you
on
This
the
only
back
had
motherfucker
up.
said,
one.
at least I didn't lie.
What'd you say, V?
I said he came in on a backup.
With the same damn name.
Wow.
These people are not bright.
They're not okay in the head.
So I'm a mute. I'm a mute.
I
You
want
see,
to
it's
talk
over.
about my God. The Atmos Brown. The Atmos. Is that an older person? What do y'all think? The Atmos. Is that a older person's name?
Oh yeah.
Mm,
You think their middle
I
name
would
is?
say
Dang, I'm coming back.
I have never heard that name before.
the Atmos. That's definitely not a new name.
The Atmos.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
Yes, how are you?
I'm doing good.
Yes, I'm an older person,
Okay. You
and
sound.
Colder.
it's not a nickname. That's my name. That name goes 4 generations in my family.
Oh, okay.
And you pronounced it correctly,
The
Theatmus.
Atmos.
Yeah.
Where did it come from?
Well, I think it came across the waters with my great grandfather,
Okay.
my grandfather, my great grandfather, my grandfather, my father, and myself, and now I pass it on to my son.
Okay.
Nice.
Well, let me see. Your son's nickname is probably. Let me see. What would I call him? The Atmos. I would end up calling him Theo.
I go with TJ.
TJ.
Mm-hmm.
What's his nickname? What did y'all nickname him?
I would nickname them Arby's because they got the meats.
About what?
I
I'm
would
just
nickname it.
dyslexic a little bit on my left side.
Teeter.
Not on the left side. Wouldn't that make it the right side?
Not that. So I said the nickname would be that. The Atmos, are you there?
I nickname him Fear.
Ah, yes, I'm here. I'm
Okay.
here.
What's your son's nickname?
Sean.
Oh, okay. So y'all,
Oh,
he
all of
just
us are
goes by his.
wrong.
Yeah, we were all wrong. So he just goes by maybe his middle name or something.
Well, yeah, that is his middle name, Sean.
Okay.
So
Yeah.
yeah,
Uh,
but
yeah.
well,
That.
they call him the third or the fourth or the fifth, so we just call him Sean.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. My grandson is the fifth. He has a president's name. He's the fifth. Yeah. Goodness
Your
gracious.
grandson, I saw your picture on one of your you had a cap on at one point. You don't look old enough to have a grandchild.
I have two grandchildren, a
So you
2-year-old and
don't
a
look that
one year
old to
old.
have two grandchildren.
Yeah.
I
My
would put you in. I would if I had to speculate on your age. I hope I don't misguess it too much. You're probably in your mid 30s at least
no, I'm
to have two
46.
grandkids.
40. I'll
Huh?
be 47 this year.
You don't look nowhere near 47.
Wait, no, I'm not.
I'm
I'm 45. I'll be 46 this year. Goddamn. Hold on. I'll be 40.
God,
You're
I
adding extra years.
I
I
feel like
I
it.
had a
Goddamn. I'll be
I had a
46 this year. Shit.
okay. You try to make yourself older.
Yeah.
I had a friend many years ago that I met. I was a truck driver on my I drove trucks over the road for 54 years. Up to this year, I started having problems with my knees, so I stopped driving my truck. And and I met a waitress there. She was a very attractive lady. So she asked me, she said, "How old you think I am?" And I say 32. And what did I do that for? She was 30. So she stopped speaking to me for a long time.
Oh, man.
So that was years ago. Years ago.
I bet you never did that again.
No, I made it my practice not to try to guess a woman's age. I was at my doctor's back here some months back. I was at a knee specialist, orthopedic specialist, and one of his nurses, and then she said, "Really, how do you think I am?" I said, "I'm not gonna guess that. I'm not gonna make you not be my friend or be my friend. She said, why? I said, because if I get it over, that's the end of me and you. It's like that. She started laughing. She said, no, really, no, really. I said, no, not going to do that to you. I'm sorry.
That's called
The
learning
So
from
secret is to
experience.
always say, well, I've run extensive tests, tried several different ages. The answer is 27 always.
oh, that, okay, that right would work. Yeah, but if a woman
No
got,
one's ever offended by being called 27.
if a woman
Even
got
if
gray
they
hair in
don't
the
look
head and you say
27.
27, you know you're wrong then, don't you?
Right.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I'm talking about if they're 80 years old, you just be like, damn, is you 27?
Oh my gosh.
I wouldn't do
Oh
that.
my goodness.
But I tell you what, though, you know something here that my my son's mother, now my son now he's 50 now, right? And I met his mother my first year out of college, and I thought she was the woman for my, she was the woman for me. So I started dating her, and we dated for I guess 2, 3 years, and we got married, and it lasted about 10 years. I was brokenhearted with the ending, but I couldn't do nothing about that. But anyway, I was at my son's back in November, and his mom, she's got Alzheimer's real bad. I mean, it's really taking toll on her. So they was singing. I was down one end of the house, and I heard them singing. And they was singing "Happy Birthday" to her. So I said, oh yeah, that's right. Her birthday was like the 25th of November, and I never thought about this. Now all these years, it's been over 50, like 55 years. I know her. She was 3 years older than me, and I never knew that.
What?
That's right, 3 years older than me, but I never knew it. I knew she was older than me. I thought she was just about a couple of years, at least a couple of years. And
And y'all
when
were
we found
married
out,
all that time?
we were married all that time. We were married for 10 years. And so uh, when it was, so I was talking to my son. I said, yeah, y'all was singing birthday to your mom. He said, yeah, yeah, she's 81 day. I said, what? Well, I'm 78 myself now, but anyway, I didn't realize that. I mean, that's show you. I just do you ever know everything about a person? So, but as I thought about it, I think she married me for I was a good provider. I guess I was going to be. She thought I had money laying around someplace, and when I didn't come through on some certain things she wanted me to do, I didn't do right, and that ended that. Does she have you there? Or did I lose you?
No, yeah, I'm still here. I'm just
Okay,
listening
my
to
phone
you.
is backing up a little bit here. But anyway, when I first, like I said, when I first got out of college, and I met her, and she was, that was it. I mean, that was my Mona Lisa to me, and I did everything and everything and everything. And we finally got hooked up and everything, and it went well. And at the time when I first got out, I wasn't teaching. I worked for the state government. The job I had, worked for the government, and so that first year out, we dated and things. Started talking about marriage. I guess shortly afterwards. So she go to my parents' house with me and things like that. And my
Somebody
dad.
blowing you up.
Yeah, well, that's just.
You don't hear
Oh,
that? He
that's
just
doctor's appointments. And do you have good insurance, health insurance, or life
Oh,
insurance
okay.
on my Medicare thing? All this, they call me 50 times a day. But anyway, so I think from what she gathered that I was probably financially my family was well off, so that would make me well off, right? Because my father had his own business at the time, and so I think she added all those things up. So that's just back like this like 71, and so at that time, we went down and had some plans, drew up a home, and I guess a $50,000 home back in that day was a high dollar. So it's something at one way, and so that year I think I went out by like 73, 74. I bought a brand new Corvette. I was the only black guy in that town that had one. No white guys didn't have one either. And then later on, I bought a motorcycle. But we had these plans for the house. And I went out, nice area of town with some nice homes were being built. I bought a lot, but I never followed through on building that house. And that's where my problem started. So I think she was looking for the material things that I could do. And I think that my Savior, my good Lord and Savior, I think that he realized that, hey, she's going to leave you pretty soon.
Or could it
We better
be
not.
that integrity to her was everything? Like if you say to her that you're going to do a thing, right?
Well, I was going to do it. I was going to do it, but I was just kind of like holding off a little bit. And by this time, I had, I had started working for the state government, and I had bought 4 trucks, 8 drivers, and we were doing pretty well, right? So things were moving real good. But she got that 7 year itch, I guess, and started kind of acting kind of strange around the house. I didn't pay much attention because I was dealing with the business so much. I would be going on, going out, building the road a lot, and I really didn't pay much attention to her. By now, my son was born in 74. Yeah, 74. So I wasn't paying very much attention, and I
Tension.
guess my marriage started, deteriorating at that point. So I say that to say, long story short, if I would have bought that house and she would have pulled that on me, I would think I would have probably been in jail today 'cause I would have burned it to the ground.
But
That was
let's
wrong. Huh?
but hold on, let's look at this for a second because you didn't even know how old she was, right? You think
Right.
about this. So you didn't know her real age.
Well,
You
I thought I was 2 years old and she was 3. I thought I was 2 years.
right.
I
So
thought,
that's a whole ass problem, right?
right.
Yeah.
That's true.
And then you say that you bought cars and motorcycles. You had plans
Yeah.
on building the house. You bought the
Yeah.
lot, but you never got around to it. And then
No.
you didn't pay her much attention. So
No, I was paying her a lot of attention, but what I'm saying is I was dealing with the business, She was taking care of the payroll for the drivers. So, and I drove myself. Sometimes I would drive myself. If the driver would get sick or somebody wanted to be off, I ran the trucks myself. But other than that, I come in, in and out the shop with the trucks doing different things. I think I used at that time. It was a ladies, real nice boutique shop downtown, and call it Gladstone. I'll never forget it. And I used to go in. And I think I had an account with the place. I go in and I would buy my wife 5 or 6 outfits a time, and just kept her looking real nice, right? Because she was still teaching school, and I was handling the business. But uh, it wasn't that I wasn't showing her attention. But I don't know what happened. I think, but by me building that house when she wanted it and everything, and I think I don't know, maybe that took a toll on her, but it didn't take a toll on me. But
can I be honest with you?
yes,
Okay. So from a woman's perspective and a divorced woman at that, right?
okay,
Okay. If my husband says that he's going to build us a house so that we can start a family, and we have a business together, and I'm working in this business with him every day to work towards that goal. But I
hmm
see other things being prioritized. Other than that, even if he's taking his time doing it and he has the intention of doing it, that is going to make me raise an eyebrow, and especially if we're 7 years in, right? And
right, 7 years.
yeah, we're 7 years in. The promises are still, being made. I'm going to do it. I'm going to do it. But I'm still being expected to wait while his desires of cars and motorcycles and buying me clothes and all of this other stuff is happening. Then I'm going to stop believing him,
Okay.
And
You know what? You're very wise, young lady. You just say the magic words. She pretty much say the same things.
this,
I'm
yeah,
serious. I'm serious. Pretty much not worded the way you worded it, but she saw me, getting my toys and I bought the sports car and stuff.
yeah.
But she had privy to it because she drove her. That was it. She was driving that, all the time. And I would dress her real nice. She was, I guess, I know she dressed nice, by doing what she was doing. But I was gonna build that house. I really was.
But you need a
I
house
truly was.
first before you need these sports cars, right? Like,
Yeah, but I think maybe I went about it backwards.
yeah,
I
your
should have got my
priorities
toys
were
later
messed up.
on. Yeah, I probably should have got my toys later on. But anyway, it ended. It ended after right at 10 years, and we agreed on everything. Really, we agreed on this. I said, well, look, I said, things had to start changing. She had gotten involved with some other person. So I told her, look, I said, you do what you got to do. But I'm gonna be in my son's life regardless. I don't you do what you're gonna do. I'm not gonna interfere. Don't even try to find out nothing about the person who she was seeing at the time. Didn't want to find out anything about him. All I was concerned about was my only child I have to this day, that one. So we said okay, and I didn't speak to her for after that. I didn't speak to her for at least 3 or 4 years. So my sister would go pick my son up, bring him over to my place, and I spend my weekends with my son. I go back on the road. That's when I really got busy, staying on the road all the time. Then, but it worked out real well because 5 years later, I met my second wife, and we was together. She passed away 10 years ago now, but we was together for 34 years. It was good. I mean, we had some bumps in the road time to time, but we
Did
had a
you
good
build her a
marriage.
house? The Adams.
Yes.
And
Matter of fact,
and this is what I'm telling my young daughter right now. Like when we spend time and invest time in the a man, whether it be our first husband or first boyfriend, and we build that man up and we teach that man priorities, and we deal with all the time that the man needs to mature, because women mature faster than men, and that's just
that's true.
biological, right? And what typically happens is we spend a lot of time investing in that man and building him up for another woman, and that
That's
woman
bad,
and
there.
is very bad.
Yeah.
And what I'm trying to teach her right now is to curb that and cut that off quick, because their mama should have raised them, and that's not your job.
Right.
and
Right.
and and what she needs is someone that already matches the level that she's on, and
Okay.
and her believing that she can, because the days of building a man for another woman should be over, and I think they are. I think women are tired of that. And like you said, you're 78, 72,
I'm
72,
78. I'm
78.
78. Yes.
And this is no dig at you, but this has been going on, for quite some time, like a long time. And at some point, women have got to be treated better, and we've got to be valued for the things that we actually bring to society and to the lives of men. And a
Right.
lot of women do build men up, and when they do, they end up depleted. And then the ones that built that man up for the next woman, they end up feeling broken, and then society says you're no longer valuable.
Right. That's right. Well, how old's your daughter now?
She's 22.
Okay. Well, what I got my niece. She's graduated college this year. She's 20. She'll be 23. Her birthday coming up. And one of the things I told her, you know, she's a very lovely young lady. I think the world of her. I told her, I said, look, I said, you started your career. Yeah, Papa. I said, do one thing. I say, you get into a good position with your work, get into a good job for us. Find yourself before you jump out here with Mr. Lottie Dottie. And what I meant by that was I told her, I said, look, be self sufficient. Get you a good job, make you some good income, put some money aside, do what you gotta do. I said, go ride in a decent car now. Your dad done bought that and paid for that. I said, ride with that for a while. I said, but be self sufficient with your finances. I said, so you might find Mr. Right one of these days, and you might find Mr. Wrong one of these days. I say, so be sufficient that you'll be able to have an income for yourself, can fall back on yourself, not relying on him solely to take care of you. And she said, okay, Papa. So she's doing pretty good so far.
And
But I
that's
hope she
good.
does that.
Yeah, and you
I
as
just
a man are able to teach her that, because you know how men are,
yeah.
and you know how you were, right? And
Yeah, but I learned from that mistake. Like you say, I learned, when I got to dating my second wife, which was it hurted me. Now my first, it was a hurt that I can't explain to you. I think that thing had me like I just wanted to fall over sometime, but I didn't, and I kept going because I knew, I couldn't fall apart because I knew I had a son out there, right? And so I kept going, and I ended up when he got ready. Well, all through his schooling, because he loved baseball. He still loved baseball to this very day. But he played. He was a three-letter man. He played basketball, football, and baseball in high school. And when he went to State University down here, we from South Carolina, so he went to State University down here, South Carolina State University, and he played football in one season. He said, "Dad," he said, "I'm not gonna play football." I said, "Why?" He said, "We got guys here. They try to make their reputation on you." I said, "That's right." He said, "Yes, I'm not getting broke up for nothing." But he played baseball until he graduated, and he only had one job since he got out of college. Now here the kicker with him, he never got married. So I sometimes I wondered what happened with me and his mom. Did that cause him to not want to get married? So we were talking some time back. Her mother is a very nice lady. I think she's around 47, and I told him he should change the front door out here on the house to a revolving door. Because she's in, she's out, she's in, she's out, right? And he don't say anything. And so he told me one time, he said, "Dad," he said, "I know you probably thought about it." I said, "Yes, I wonder why you didn't marry Sheikah." He said, "Dad, I learned if you can't trust a woman, it's best not to marry her." I said, "Okay." And he
But
did quite well. He
there's
did
more
quite
than
well
one
for
woman in
himself.
the world, though.
Huh?
There's more than one woman in the world. If
Oh
she
yeah,
was a
yeah,
woman
yeah.
that he couldn't trust, why didn't he find another one?
Well, I think he he did. He found. I know he did. I know he dated two others, other than her. And but he said, as long as he just told me, he said, as long as his daughter, he respected his daughter to enough to say, well, that's her mom. So, as long as I got my daughter, she got a place to come. She comes here to the house and she stays and she goes and she comes back and she goes, and he never said anything to her.
Yeah, I
And
don't think marriage is necessary.
well, not true. That can be true. I guess I'm old school, so
Yeah.
because I got, my first marriage, I got married when I got out of college at 21, and I got married at 22. So, and that only lasted, like I say, well, actually I say 10 years. It lasted actually 9 years. But no, you don't have to. And I think but he did make a comment one time. He said, "Dad, I probably never get married." I said, "Okay." But he gives her respect. She comes in sometimes. She try to throw her little weight around, but
Why
I
do
don't
you
think
say
it.
that? Like, why do
Well,
you
she
say that?
does. She come. I was here. I had to. Well, I'm not driving my truck right now. It's parked. I'm down to one now, but I got it parked because I'm having a problem with my knees, especially my right knee. I had a knee surgery 4 years ago, 5 years ago now, and so my son said, "Dad, when you gonna stop driving?" I said, "Well, Sean, the day I can't climb in the truck, that's the day I'm gonna stop driving." So that come to pass. I came off the last first part of in the fall, in the spring of last year. I came off a run, so I called my son. I said, "Hey," I said, "I'm gonna come by for a day or two." He said, "Okay, Dad." I said, "I'll meet you at the truck stop." I got out of that truck. I mean, I like not have got out of it. How bad my legs was hurting, right? And my son said, "Dad, what's wrong with you?" I said, "My legs, my legs." And so I only drove it one time since that. He had to help me get back in it. I moved it from one truck stop to another truck stop, truck and a trailer, and it's been parked up there now.
What?
Uh,
But the
I guess.
Atmos, what does that have to do with you saying that she wanted to throw her little weight around?
Oh, I'm sorry. I did change subject real quick. Okay, I was in here. I had to get therapy, and the therapist, I was getting home therapy. The therapist was coming out twice a week. Nice little white guy coming out to the house. Okay, so she came in here, and I was in there. The guy came out. My therapist came out that afternoon. I was in here. Now we down beyond the kitchen area, and and Sean was in there taking out the. Sean had came in because he works from home. His regular job. He got a second business he does real well with, but he works from home as well. So anyway, he was in the kitchen and he cleaned up the kitchen, whatever he was doing in there and everything. He's getting ready to take the trash out, right? So my therapist down here, we down there. He's doing food with my legs and stuff. So she been coming. Sean, Sean packing the trash down in the trash can. And she said, "What you doing, Sean?" Sean said, "I'm packing the trash in the trash can, making room for more." You don't have to do that. We got plenty of bags. We got plenty of garbage bags. You take that trash bag, take that thing on out, So that was a way of throwing the weight around. So my therapist looked at me and I said, I didn't say anything. I just kind of gave him a kind of a strange look like that. So that kind of let him. I think she wanted to let my therapist know that she had some uh, some things going on here in the house. So that's what I did on that particular thing, right? So when he finished, he went outside on the back out there on the porch. He said, "Oh boy, she's right bossy, huh?" I said, "Not really." I said, That's just her way." But she wanted him to know that she had some connection to this house. And but she's not. She's I respect her a lot because she's very neat. She loves to cook. She comes in here. I can say, well, she gonna be here for a couple of days. She loves to cook cakes. I mean, she makes all kind of beautiful cakes and stuff, like pies, cookies. Somebody got a sweet tooth from here, I think. But anyway, she do a lot of cooking. And she came here during Christmas, put up a beautiful Christmas tree, right? Had a lot of different things under the tree for her grand. She got with my granddaughter. She has another daughter, which is 10 years older than Kaya, and she got three grandkids. So the tree was full of Christmas presents, right? And her daughter's down stays in Florida. So I heard.
The wait part was her
You still
telling.
there? I got one of my friends trying to call me. I'm not gonna talk to him right now. Anyway, he's a truck driver too.
Hold
But
on,
he's gone.
hold
He's
on,
gone.
hold on, the Miss.
Okay.
The YouTube wants to know whether. Hold on. I'm gonna put you on mute for just a second. The YouTube wants to know where the wait part was, and so he said the wait part was her telling him to throw the trash out and not,
a different way.
yeah, throw the trash out in a different way, like not try to push the trash down, and yeah. And I think he said that she just did that because she wanted the therapist to know that she had some weight in the house, I guess. I don't know.
Hmm.
I agree. I don't like pushing trash down in the trash can.
I mean, and if anything, like that's how I talk. Like it don't matter. Like that, I tell if somebody's like doing something like a certain way, and I'm like, oh no, don't do that. Do it this way. You know what I'm saying? Like, don't carry it that way. Carry it that way, or just don't do that. You don't have to do that, especially for somebody that needs a caretaker. I mean, I don't know how that's throwing her weight around, but
The MS, you can come off mute. So I did hear you say that your good Lord showed you, um, I guess that about your wife. So are you a believer, the MS? Do you know how to come off mute?
Hello.
Yes. Are you a believer? And
Well, yes, I am. I spoke to you once before. You probably remember me from way back. But I'm a believer, and I know you talk about various things about people deconstructing and various things. But me, I'm just a believer. But let me ask you this: you think you speak very well, and you know the Bible, seem like backwards and forwards. So I say two things about you. One, you came from a Christian background, for one, and two, you seem to be very educated. Am I right?
yeah, I talk about my Christian background. I used to be a missionary. I talk about that all the time on the line.
Oh, okay. Well, I just lots of time I just flip through, be flipping through my TikTok, and I come across the thinker. I come across there, and I just listen. I just listen to your platform for quite a while, and you seem to speak so well. I said, this lady, she speaks very well. She got to be pretty well educated, because your dialect, the way you talk, at least I judge people that way because you speak very well with your words. Sometimes people get aggravated. I think I heard you say some things sometime, boy. I said, oh boy, you done got mad now. But you are
Yeah.
good. You are good. And I just want to come up and Me personally, I say I'm a believer. I'm a Christian, and I know you. I know you kick that thing around pretty good sometime now. You say you was a bishop.
No, a
Oh,
missionary.
oh, bishop. Okay, but you do speak very well. So I'm a believer. I'm stuck in that old. I'm old school. So I'm gonna go with the flow. I'm gonna stay with what my. Even though I know you talks about the Bible and things it could be about it, but it's the best. Some of the best knowledge that I pick up when I see it in a way that it's like this. I don't think no one, you or I, are about to agree on this. This Bible was written many, many, many years ago, right? Are you there?
Yeah, I said, mm-hmm.
Okay, written many, many years ago. So let's say a book is 2,000 years old or been written 2,000 years ago. I don't think man, even with all the knowledge we got now in this world today, all the technology. Now maybe they can now. They can't tell me too much about what's going on in the Bible. Certain things I read with the times and the different things that are happening in the world today. And if you read the Bible and try to understand it, it pretty much covers those things.
It covered
So
what
I kind
things?
of,
Cover what things?
whereas man against man, and about the storms and the things happening in the world with the weather and the seasons, how they change or get so close together, you can't tell one from the other. Those things. So
But it
those things, I
doesn't.
don't think.
None of the scientific information in the Bible is correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and then like think about the question that you just asked, right? You're saying that this text was written 2,000 years ago, and you feel that with all of the information we have today, humanity has grown in knowledge. We've grown in our cognitive ability when it comes to operating in communities with each other, right?
Right.
And morality, in technology, right? In innovation, like we've grown. And you're saying that we can't know what people who lived in deserts, didn't have running water, didn't brush their teeth or wash their ass, had no idea the difference between, whether animals got spots because they had sex in front of a pole wrapped in ribbon. They didn't even know that men's semen contributed to the reproduction cycle. And you're saying that those people knew more about what a God wanted or a God said for a society like ours. And keep in mind, we have weaponry that they didn't have at that time. We have technology that they did not have at that time, right? So the culture was different back then. Like it doesn't make sense for an intelligent being to allow the creation to outpace his so-called guide for humanity. It's not
I was
intelligent.
literally gonna ask.
Go ahead, Ria.
No, I was gonna say I was literally gonna ask the same question. I'm like, shouldn't that be the other way around? Like with the technology we have and the knowledge we have, the awareness that we have now of how things work, we know that a lot of things in the Bible are completely wrong, right? It's not that, oh, we're so advanced that we can't interpret. It's the other way around to realize, oh, when they say like a man is coming from a woman is coming from a man's rib, we know that's scientifically impossible. We know that's biologically impossible. So like, if anything, we're able to understand now that those were just old men or, illiterates, if anything, that were just interpreting what they saw. That's it.
Okay, I agree with that. I would agree with that now. I really would. But I just be thinking that's so. Like I said, I guess like you say, you can't teach old dog new tricks. I'm an old dog. So, but I'm a believer. I'm a believer in life and death. So I think me personally, I would take my chances to say, okay, if I pass away and I be this old soul be risen, and I stand a chance to make it into which the scripture tells about God's kingdom. So I think I would take a chance on that for me now. Now everybody ain't me. I know we got people that don't believe and various other things, but me, I'm one that's gonna stick with it. I hope I don't lose my friendship with you now because I enjoy talking to you. I really do.
I don't
I
not
just enjoy.
talk to believers just because they're believers. It's the
Okay,
disrespect, and it's the upholding of harmful beliefs, right? That
right.
a person can have a belief and deconstruct from the harm of that belief. The belief system that you have is very harmful in nature, right? It causes people to agree with it, a God commanding rape of women. Like, that doesn't make sense to me for anyone to try to justify why their God would even see that raping women as a justifiable punishment.
Hmm. Okay.
Like it,
Okay, I
like
heard that
like
one.
like it tell like for me, right? It tells me the character of a person and whether I want to be around that person. If that person thinks that there is a justifiable reason that a woman can be raped, then I can't be friends with that person. I don't want to be friends with that person. That person is harmful to me, right? So that's why I say the Bible is a historical artifact. I don't take it as truth. It's a collection of like a collection of mythologies, historical fiction, and claims of history. Right, it's a book of claims, and it's a book with stories that deal with a lot of moral and ethical things in society. And people can read these stories and use them to discuss moral issues, right? To do moral checks on themselves and on like the people that they are around, right? For society to evolve. But what Christianity does and what Islam does, it acts as a doorstop to the growth of humanity when it comes to morality, when it comes to cognitive thinking, because there is this fear factor built in that says you can't question the actions or the commands of the God in this book. Even if they're immoral, you have to agree that they're just. You have to agree that they're moral. You can't call this God immoral. When you see the God prioritize the chosen and kill the innocent to defend the chosen, you can't say that's wrong. You have to justify it. You have to be okay with it. And you can't like look at the fact that a human is telling you that a God did this, right? Humans wrote this. Humans, with inspired by their belief in a God, wrote this. Why would you not question that? Why would you not look at that and say that's immoral? I don't want to do that. I don't want to agree with that.
Well, okay. I use the word. I say moral compass, for example. Okay, in the Ten Commandments, the Bible says various things about thou should not kill, or thou should not commit adultery, and so forth and so on. Don't put the other God before me. Okay, but if man, even in this time now, as my friend says, 2026, if man didn't have some kind of law to go by or something to follow, do you think this world would be a different type of world if we wasn't following some type of guide? I use the term guideline.
Okay, so I'm gonna answer you. Can you mute for me because your background has gotten loud? And then
I turn it up.
okay,
I turn it up.
so we're not talking laws here, right? We don't go by the laws in this Bible. We're not talking laws. We're talking morality, right? Whether it is moral or immoral for a man to beat the shit out of a woman, whether it is moral or immoral for a young boy to take the virginity of a young girl, knowing that he has no, you know, expectation of being with her because he has a whole nother girlfriend, or vice versa for a young girl to take the virginity of a young boy, or take his money knowing that she has another boyfriend, whether those actions are moral and immoral, the harm that you cause on another person. And if we look at the topic at the bottom where the question says, did God lie to Adam and Eve to protect them or to control them? The thing that is God in this story, in the very beginning of the story, Theatmis, the thing that the God tells the humans to not gain is that moral compass, that ability to assess and critically think about whether their actions are morally good or morally evil. That God commanded the humans to not gain that, and that he would be their moral compass. And when that happens, then you get humans who say it is moral to rape women as a punishment because God said so, right? And so when you ask, is it better to have a society without any laws? I think the better question is it better to have a society with amoral humans based on the laws of your God? That would be the better question, because the mindset that the God wants you in is that your morality is founded in him and you just follow his laws. Is that a world that you would rather live in?
And if you have a world with amoral human beings, that example that you gave of, oh, thou shalt not unalive or thou shalt not kill, it's not prescribing to say, oh, killing is wrong. It's not okay for our society. The God is perfectly fine with you killing if he's the one asking you to do it. Like, at that point, if you have amoral humans, they're not gonna, try. Sorry, they're not gonna try to understand or even see a red flag in the fact that there's a God that says, "Hey, thou shalt not kill," but you can go and genocide people when I feel like it. Like,
The Atmos, are you there? I don't know if he got a phone call. That phone was going off. I don't know. What do you think most believers would say? Do you think they would want to live in the world where they abide by the laws of Yahweh in Israel with amoral humans versus the society that we live in today? What do you think they would say?
I'm so sorry, I got a call. Can you ask that again? My bad.
What do you think most Christians would say to that question? Would they want to live in a society with that is governed by the laws of Yahweh, the laws that He created in the Hebrew Scriptures, with a society of amoral humans where their morality is the gods? Is everybody on phone calls?
Right.
I mean,
Sorry. No, I
okay.
heard it. I heard it.
I think they're gonna pick
It
the God every time.
They blowing up my phone, but I heard you this time. But yeah, I do think they're gonna pick being amoral Christians. I think or human beings rather. I think they're gonna pick just obedience, to the God and following the God because again, proximity to heaven, right? That's the one way you can maybe at least guarantee a ticket because with his explanation earlier I'm like at first I was like I get it, older people, they gotta hold on to something, but then I'm like like with looking at my dad's life lately and like the way he hasn't done anything, I'm like, why doesn't the truth matter even at this crucial point of like, oh, if you're gonna hold on to anything, why wouldn't it be truth? Why wouldn't it be the what exactly is this God about? Like, am I okay with that? But they just kind of surpass that part for the ticket.
Yeah, but like I'm not talking about like in a heaven way. Like
No, no, no.
uh,
I was just giving an example. I'm saying like it's more important to them. that way, that they would pick being amoral over like wanting to critically think about their moral
No,
decision.
I know what you're saying. What I'm saying is, in society today, living by Yahweh's laws would mean war, would mean not eating shellfish, would mean stoning people for um, committing adultery, just obeying Yahweh, living by the laws of the land of Israel versus the laws we have today, versus the knowledge and the freedoms we have today. Do you think that they would choose how Israel lived and follow the law of Yahweh, or what we have today? That's what I'm asking.
That's what I'm saying. Like if it's the same, if it's the same Yahweh saying, this is how you garner favor with me, I think they would.
I don't think so. If they did, they would be lying. Like because they too many of them enjoy Netflix. They enjoy the food they eat, the house, the grace that they have. If they actually did say that, they would just be flat out lying. No, I don't think there would be one woman Christian that would say that they would want to live in a world where men had the legal right to rape them. They would be lying if they said that.
Yeah, I do think, like, I'm not saying like they would actually functionally practically do it, but I think that's what would come out of their mouth. They more than likely would be lying, but I think just at face value, they would pick and say, "Oh, I'd rather live by those laws and than today's laws," even though in real life, not necessarily.
I don't know, because they always say the laws were too hard and we couldn't live by them. I don't know.
Right, but in Yahweh's time, it would have been
I'm
follow
not
the
asking
laws,
if
or
in Yahweh's time. I'm talking about it today. Would they want to live by
I.
those laws today, not in Yahweh's time? Today.
But is it prescribed the same way it would be
That
prescribed in
yeah.
the Bible, or prescribed like us?
No, prescribed the same way it was in the Bible, the stoning, all of that. Would they want that law with a race of amoral humans today versus what we have today? That's what I'm asking.
I still think, again, that's why I'm saying if it's prescribed the way the Bible says to do it, I think the connotation that you would be wrong in Yahweh's eyes, that's the motivation I'm seeing. But if it's just prescribed today like any other law, like really no one really gives a fuck, you just don't go to jail, that's it, that's different. But if it's prescribed like the Bible saying this is how you get Yahweh's favor, I think they would.
I don't think I'm asking about how to get Yahweh's favor. I'm asking about living, like whether Yahweh's plan of amoral humans is more favorable than humans who have knowledge and knows that it's wrong to rape a woman, right? Whether not asking about pleasing Yahweh. And like I said, if they base it off of if a Christian get up here and say, yeah, I would rather live in a society where men have the legal right to rape me, they would be lying. And I wouldn't, having that conversation with that Christian, like that would be a waste, right? Like I would have to ask them, I would literally have to drill and ask them why they think that it's okay for men to rape them. Why would they rather live in a world where men have the right to rape them? Because that would mean that they think it should be like that now. You see what I'm saying? That would mean that they think that men should have the right to rape them now if they say that they would prefer to live in that society today.
But yeah, that's what I'm saying. Like, because we're talking about believers, right? The one motivation they have is, just garnering like a ticket, no matter how you put it. Like, especially the way they talk about like the belief in the God. There's no critical thinking to it. It's just, even when they're harming themselves, we've heard women come up here and, say the most craziest things that if they were in that situation, like, they come out and say, oh yeah, it was to teach something, right? But it's the rationalization of it is my point. I still think they would say it based on the prescription. That's why I asked you, is it the prescription of how it is in the Bible, or is it how it's
It's
prescribed, how laws are prescribed for
it,
us today?
well, it can't be how laws are prescribed to us today if I'm saying versus today, right? So, like, I'm asking if they would prefer the laws from that, the laws of Israel versus the laws that we have today, the society that Yahweh created for Israel versus the society that we have today, with amoral humans. Like
Well, I think I'm adding the context of like the way, like the difference I see from both laws is Yahweh says this is Yahweh's prescribed laws to say you follow these laws, that's how you love me. But then the laws we have today are just, societal laws per se, right? In that I'm more talking about
Yeah,
the
I think you're adding an
motivation
extra
behind
layer
it.
that doesn't need to be added. Like, I'm not asking about loyalty to Yahweh or love to Yahweh. Like, Yahweh says you commit adultery, you get stoned. You pick up sticks on the Sabbath, you get stoned. You eat shellfish,
Right.
right? But it has nothing to do with love, right? I'm not asking about how to love Yahweh. I'm asking about the society that Yahweh created, which is preferable, right? It's
But
Yahweh's
we're not talking
society.
about them as believers.
Hold on, Rhea. Where I'm asking about the society, the quality of life that Yahweh created versus the quality of life that we have, as humans who have the ability to decide morality, has created, right? Because we, as a society, decide moral good and moral evil, is that society better than Yahweh deciding moral good and moral evil? And we have a society of amoral humans, the quality of life, not their dedication to Yahweh. Like, I don't care
That's,
about that.
but okay, that's why I'm asking, are you just talking about regular neutral people, or are you asking believers?
I'm asking believers, but I'm not asking about their dedication to Yahweh. I'm asking about their how they see the quality of life from that society versus the society that man has created. That's what I'm asking. Amoral versus moral.
I think I see what you're saying. It's like if we take out the dedication to Yahweh and we just put our society with our moral laws compared to biblical society with biblical moral laws, which one would they choose?
Yeah.
And any rational, logical thinking person would choose our society because nobody's going to opt into an environment where their autonomy is already baked into not being respected. And if they do say it, like Taria's point, if they did choose it, it would only be for loyalty, and they likely would not even believe it. They'd just be saying it to get in the good graces. But no logical woman, in my opinion, is gonna voluntarily live in a society where she could just be raped and then she automatically becomes the property of the person that did it.
Exactly. And that's why I
Yeah,
said if they
that's
say it, it wouldn't be worth a conversation for me because they wouldn't be honest. They're not being honest.
Right.
So I wouldn't even entertain that conversation.
yeah, that's why I was asking, would it, like, that's why I was saying, like, if it's just like regular society today, then that's different. That's why I
I'm
was
not
asking,
asking
like,
about regular
what would the
society today, though. I said versus society today. I'm not asking about regular society today. Like, you were asking if the laws were formed like the laws today. No, I'm saying the laws as they are stated, the culture, the life, the quality of life that Yahweh created for the Israelites in the Bible versus the laws we have today. We can't make Yahweh's laws like the laws we have today and then compare them because they would be the same thing. I'm
no,
comparing
I that's why I
societies.
asked. That's why I asked specifically about the prescription, whether Yahweh is involved, or is it just like society today where it's not reliant on a God? That was my question.
Yeah, that's why I said it's not. I don't care what they think about the God. I'm talking about the quality of life based on what the laws that Yahweh created, the culture, the quality of life is what I'm talking about. I don't care what they think about the God. The African butterfly. The African butterfly. Okay, y'all, we're gonna run through these really quickly because I have to get to the hospital. I don't know if there's one believer that wants to come up. J Don, not you. Z-Bay, are you in the box on purpose? Ethereal, are you in the box on purpose? Is there any one believer that want to come up and answer that question? That's not J Don. HC. Did you come up on accident? Melanie.
Good morning.
Good morning. How are you?
I'm fine. I don't know if I've ever been on your channel before, but I just kind of tuned in and I can't see everything, the little small print, but I can see the God of the
Melanie,
Bible
give me just a
is the,
second because we're not doing that right now. Right now, I'm looking for a believer that can answer a off-topic question for me. Are you a believer?
what does that mean,
Are you a
believer?
believer in the God of the Bible?
Oh, hell no, no. I
Okay.
know that's
Oh,
fake.
okay. All
No.
right. So I'm gonna drop you down for right now. Okay.
Okay,
All
all
right.
right.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. I do have to get to the I do have to get to the hospital. Is there one believer that can come up and answer this question? The question is, would you rather live today by the laws of Israel or the laws that we have today? The society that we have today or the culture back then that Yahweh created for the Israelites? Yeah, everything's okay. I just have a procedure today. It's outpatient. Also, don't spread that because when I played the A Canada, people still think that's real singing. You're gonna go. People gonna look at that and they're gonna think that.
Huh?
Yes, remember when you said that was real singing?
I don't even remember saying it. That's
Yeah,
crazy.
you did, and then like people still think Rio is singing that song. I what how is that an answer to the question, Bora Bora? I didn't ask about if what Christians are walking with your God. Like what? I didn't ask that. Like do you hear the words that I'm saying?
Yes, but they don't register in my brain.
Okay, Minmon, come up here. Can you request Minmom? But then Bora Bora, I guess you would. I guess you would rather live by the laws of Israel. Is that what you're saying? That you're part of the 10% that live by the laws of Israel? You said not saying that is hard. Well then, like, are you not part of the 10%? Like, I'm confused. What are you talking about the 10%? Following the Holy Trinity. Go ask God. Go ask Jesus when he condoned rape. Ain't nobody finna like you've been spamming that for I don't know how long. Like, go ask Jesus. Like, goodness gracious. God damn. Jericho.
do you believe?
What? Jericho? Okay. Goodness
Hello.
gracious. Jesus, this kids are weird as fuck sometimes. Like, goodness. I haven't paid the cost. I can admit, not daily yet. I don't know what you mean, Bora Bora. I have no idea what you're talking about. Like sometimes y'all speak a whole, like y'all respond things that we're not even talking about. I have no idea what you're talking about. Like the question is, would you rather live by the laws of Israel in the culture that Israel had in the Bible today, or versus the society and the laws that we have today? Which one do you prefer? That's the question. Godwin?
Sorry about that. I came up by accident. I am a friendly.
Okay. No,
So love everything you do. Gotta go. Thanks.
thank you. Have a good one.
Okay. Yeah.
I'm guessing that there isn't a believer that will come up and answer that question because they know that they will have to lie. Or they don't feel comfortable lying. It's one or the other. Like, put a 1 in the comments if you prefer the laws of Israel. Is it easier to lie with a 1? Is it easier to pretend like you would rather live by the culture that Yahweh created for the Israelites? Minimum, you won't even come on stage. Like I asked you to come on stage. I guess we won't get an answer to that question. I do have to go because I have to get ready to get to the hospital. I appreciate y'all so much. Thank y'all for all the likes, the shares, and the comments. A good night, a long night, but a good night. I don't know if anybody's going to go live early today. I don't know. Rhea, you going to go live? Anybody going live right now? Anybody live? Thank y'all. No? Okay. All right. What you say, Selena?
I said I don't see any of our regulars.
Who is live right now? Is there
Only
any?
person I see is Chicago John.
Oh, okay.
Same.
Okay. All right, y'all. Well, I hope y'all have a beautiful rest of the day. I will see those of y'all tomorrow that are super nerds. Don't forget to read chapter 3 of Child Sacrifice, Manasseh and Child Sacrifice, and pick your Bible verse that where a disaster is blamed on sin. Who did it? Who is it being blamed on? Why? What's the theology behind it? All of that. The assignment is in the Discord, so you can see what you need to do, and then investigate the claim. Use the databases for archaeology on your syllabus to investigate that claim. And I look forward to talking to y'all tomorrow. To the nerds on the Discord, to the nerds on YouTube. If you need access to the Discord, please reach out to a mod, and they can get that for you. And I do. The nerds on YouTube do have access to the sub only lives tomorrow. Peace out. I hope y'all have a great rest of the day. Love
Love
y'all.
y'all. Bye.
Great
Bye.
Love
procedure.
you
Thank
Yes, you let
too.
you.
us know if you need
Bye.
anything.
I will. Thank you.
Bye, y'all.
Bye.